what's the haps? We're gonna beat the game today. That's the hap. It's it's happening. We're beating Ace Attorney today. I'm just giving some time for people to come in before I actually start. Hopefully I don't like need too much water or too much food. I'm hoping I have enough to eat. Generally, I'm assuming this is gonna take me 4 to 6 hours for this final chapter, but after that, I'm probably just gonna play Minecraft or something. But we'll see what happens. But hey, yeah. But I definitely don't stream normally this time, so I definitely want to give people a big warm up before they know, a big time frame so they know I'm here. I don't have a lot of time to. I think Claudia's gonna do her 12-hour stream starting and all that jazz. But yeah, I just want to beat this game. Like, I'm so close to it. I just want to beat it. You know? So I'm just giving time for people to come in. How are you doing today, Storm? I know, like I said, it's very early for me. I generally obviously don't stream at this time. But I pretty much got done with everything for the day, so I thought, why not? Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. I'm good. Playing more Yu-Gi-Oh! Been playing the Yugs. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Also, Refactory 4, which came out. Oh yeah, that game did come out, didn't it? I forgot about it. Dude, Chrono Cross is getting a remake, and guess what, Storm? I've never played the original. Do you know that? You know what's great? A lot of remakes are coming out of games that came out when I was a kid, and my brother always talked about how great they are, and I never got a chance to personally play. You know that? You didn't grow up with classic games? No! I don't want to play those fucking games. Yeah, 4 came out like 5 years ago. Yeah, and that got a remake too. I think that you're supposed to get it? Dual Destinies for the 3DS is only $8.99. I definitely need to. I'm probably gonna be in this like boot up phase for a while, just because I'm like, I don't want people to miss this shit. You know, it's like the fucking end. Bum 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 bum. So what you up to today? bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Chilling, so take as long as you want. Nice, nice. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Today, finished watching season 1 of Railgun. You know, I actually prefer Railgun than Index, but after a certain point in that series, I don't know, I just didn't care anymore, if that makes sense. I was like, you know, stop caring. Everyone's playing Pokemon Arceus though. I prefer Index to Railgun, but it's alright. Oh, Railgun definitely had... Some of the arcs that Railgun had was definitely more interesting. Like, really interesting. What was it? It's true, they definitely... In Index, there's definitely a lot more world building. You know, I've been reading this manga, and I've just been hoping... I've been looking every day for it to update, because it's in its last arc. And I'm like, shit, dude, it's not updating. Have you ever read How to Fight? Have you read the manga How to Fight? It's so fucking good. Nah, but I look into it. It's super good. It's super good. How to Fight and The God of Blackfield. They're both Korean mangas, but like, you should definitely read them. I did know Solo when it came out. I think the person started writing another one called the Revenge of the Something Hero. Do you know which one it's called? I just started reading it. It's only 27 chapters, but it's really good. And I'm pretty sure it's either by the same story writer or and 100% the same artist. I don't know if the artist and the story writer are the same, but it's definitely, yeah. No idea. Let me see if I can find it. The omniscient. You know, I haven't keep up with it. I think it got so extreme that I just end up stop reading it. There was a lot. It was a lot to take in. You know, like a lot. I'm gonna put the desktop camera so we can just chat for a bit while we wait for people to jump in. That is not the right one. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, my thing isn't even on. There it is. Here. Got my heater blanket and everything. Okay, so there is a lot that I read when I get the basically I read every night before I go to bed. Kind of spend a month just reading it. The web novel had that many chapters. Oh, the novel. Okay, the chapters are long. It is very long. It's very like there's a lot of detail in it, and I'm at the point where I can't track detail fast enough. Let's see. I'm reading this one. This one is a thirsty. This one right here is just a thirsty ass manga. But to be honest, I really like it. Not because of it being a thirsty one, but it's drawn really well, like extremely well, and it's actually an action one on top of being like a bunch of girls and they're all hot. But this one's really good. I personally actually like this one like a lot. Like if this became an anime, not only will it be hot, but I'm sure they would animate this like super good. What did this person write? Let's see any other ones. Yeah, this was really good. Slave of the Magic Capital's Elite Troop. That one's really good. But it's definitely a hella thirsty anime. Or manga. What was another one I was reading? I did read this one. I just gave it up. I read this one became an anime actually. I think this one is an anime. It did. The first few chapters became an anime. It's whatever. What else came up? I can't see which other ones. You're reading The Returner's Magic, right? Oh god, my back. Dun 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 dun. Meow 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 meow. Oh, Arcane Sniper. This one's really good. This one's super cool. Just another isekai. Just another, no, it's not isekai. It's just yeah, I'm gonna play in a video game. I'm just gonna be in a video game. Like, you know, I really like the way this one's presented. Very simple. Doesn't really have Arcane Sniper right here. This one's really good. Another Korean manhwa. Very simple, very straightforward. That's all it was. So it's really nice. So far, there isn't like anything crazy with the plot, and there's no like crazy end goal of like, oh, world destruction. It's kind of just him playing a game, but that's really all he has because he is he's a handicap. Yes, he's a paraplegic. He's a paraplegic. Because Crest is what I'm reading. That one sucks. That one sucks. There's the anime is out. The anime is out. Fucking insane. Yeah, the anime is out. It's literally this anime right here. Where is it? The anime is here. The anime is a thing. Where is it? Hello? It literally came out like not too long ago. Shenmue? Wait, what the fuck? Shenmue came out? I didn't know Shenmue came out. Anyways, there's an anime of it. Right here, the strongest trade with the weakest crest. Here's the anime. Yeah, this guy is. It's just. I mean, you say you're reading the. Are you reading the manga, or are you reading the novel? Because I don't know how the novel is, but the manga and whatever. Yeah, it's bad. It's not good. It's not a good one, in my opinion. And you can tell by the budget of the anime too. It's not great. Sadly. This one's really good. Let me just go to popular. Are you reading the manga? Yeah, it's bad. The Return of Magic should be special. Are you reading this one? So this one has an extremely long plot. So this this plot right here is definitely gonna take forever to be finished, but it's really fucking good in my opinion. I think it's on its fourth arc, I would say, of its story. I would like to say fourth arc. This one's super good, which is obviously why it's, you know, up there. Komi-san. I'm reading Komi-san. This is the one you didn't like that we talked about. No, I haven't seen that one. Yeah. Returner's Magic should be special is fucking good. It's redo, redoing my life. Kind of that's the premise. He redoes his life. At the very end, he's like, man, if only these things could change. And then, you know, he goes back in time and he's like, oh my god, I have all my memories. I'm gonna change the outcome. That's literally it. Oh, super good. You already know about this one, Musho Tension. It's very slow. It's updating extremely slow, but it's really good. I'm pretty sure it's by the same author. Oh, it's not. Okay, maybe it's not just in the same place. What's another going? I was reading Release the Witch, and then I just gave up because it just got like too much. Let's see. Kaguya is hitting a really good point. I think it's hitting its like final arc. I think Kaguya-sama is actually being like finished once this passes. Shield Hero, whatever. Not a lot of good. Honestly, the mangas that I've been anticipating and waiting for this entire time has actually been manhwas. It's been Korean mangas. Ooh, The Wrong Way to Use Healing was really good. If you ever get a chance to do this one, I think it's been really slow lately, but this one's really good. A Wrong Way to Use Healing. That one's cool. I hope that one becomes a manga. I think it will become an anime soon. That one's bad. Noblest became an anime, but I'm not gonna read it or watch it. I think it's a monthly release, which is why it's so slow. This one is becoming an anime, and I actually genuinely like this one. I think this one's drawn really good while also still being serious and also being anime at the same time. It's a little bit of everything. It's cute, it's comedy, it's fantasy. The harem is there, but not there at the same time, you know? And this is becoming an anime, and I'm excited for this one. I saw the animation, it looks really good. And I like the art style too. The art style is great. See, this is the art style, the way the manga was done. It's clean. It's super good. It's super nice. Love it. Look at this. The way it looks is super nice. Yeah. That's a good one. Very short chapters though. You got Nagano-san and The Way of the House Husband. Obviously, I keep up as long as I can. This one finished, and I actually really like this anime right here. The quintuplet. World Trigger now releases one chapter every 3 months. Really? Oh my god, that sucks. This one is... Okay, so World Ed Harem actually has an anime. They have an uncensored version. This is just a thirsty-ass anime. I'm gonna be honest. They just... You know, 5 dudes in the whole world. Everyone's a female. They gotta go fuck to produce some men. You know, it's whatever. This one is really good, but it's super slow. This one's super good, but super slow. And I like the protag a lot. I like the protag because he's an asshole. He's generally a selfish asshole who just loves to read. And that's all he cares about. And he has a really interesting power, too. His main gimmick at being isekai into this world, he has a gimmick. And his main gimmick is really interesting. So I think this one is really good. And I do believe they're actually making a anime off of this one. But you can just call this one The Unique Cheat of a Man Dragged In by the 4 Heroes. Well, you know, it's fucking whatever. Hey, Cypher. I'm giving it some time because this is the last Ace Attorney stream I'm doing, and I want to make sure people are here for the entirety, because I stopped at a really good point last night. I stopped basically in the middle of Gina's notebook, so I want to make sure. Yo, people do exist, Larbo. What do you mean? Oh yeah, it was just you and me for a while, wasn't it, huh? Yeah, it was just you and me for a while. So yeah, I'm kind of. I'll give like 30 minutes away. Me and Storm are just talking about manga. I read a lot. I'm reading Records of Ragnarok, which I do believe they're making anime of, right? Right, Storm? You're reading this one, right? Records of War, just a huge fighting manga. of gods and humans. And I'm pretty sure they're making an anime of this one. This one's really fucking cool. Yeah, you should. Honestly, Cypher, there's some of these that are really good. And I'm not talking about like, oh, it's so anime. Like, dude, they're really fucking good. Right here. This one is so good. This one literally is like the manga that I wait for every week. I legitimately wait for this manga every week because how fucking good it is. The God of Blackfield is so good. And they went through their they're on their second arc right now. It's another redo. He died in the beginning. He dies. He was backstabbed, and then he got reincarnated. He didn't get reincarnated. He ended up, his soul was transported into a high school boy. So while trying to live this new life, it ends up getting twisted with his previous life, and he's trying to figure out who backstabbed him. That's like it. Obviously. There's 2 arcs to it. I think I would say we're on our second arc, but I think this one right here is literally one of the best fucking mangas out there. This one's so fucking good. And this is the one I think you should read. I feel like you might like this one. I like the way it's done. Perfect Half was interesting, but it's kind of a thirsty one. It's kind of a smut. What else is there? I've never watched Kenichi, but I feel like I should. These are all the popular ones. I read this one. It was whatever. I read this garbage hero one. It's whatever.
Hello.
Hey, Mark.
Senpai.
We're just shooting manga.
Aloha.
Aloha. Smut. Let's see, this one. I'm pretty sure I watched this one, right? I read this one. I did read this one, but it was whatever. I don't care about it anymore. This one's really good. It's a shonen. Oh, josei. So it's the main character's a girl, and she has a bunch of guys that like her. And this is actually becoming an anime. This one's really good. This is becoming an anime. She gets transported into a fantasy world. She's a saint. It's pretty much it. Like, you know. She's treated bad. Beware the Villainous is actually really good here too. It ended, which is nice, and it's a Korean manga, and I finished that one, and that one was really good. What's another one? This one was kind of interesting, but the chapters come out too slow that I don't care about. This one is where a hero and an orc, and then he's trying to make a harem. It's kind of whatever. This one became an anime. It was okay, but they, you know, it's okay. It's okay. Otaku is great. You can't. This is a cute one. Taming Master was good, and then I kind of just didn't care. This one's funny. You might like this one. This one's really funny. This is like a comedy. This is the same theme as One Punch Man. Think of One Punch Man. So it's literally Harry Potter with One Punch Man's plot. That's the setting, if that makes sense, Storm. So everyone is like a wizard, and then like there's ranking in the wizards, and then like they go to wizard school, but the main character is not, that has no magic at all, but he's Saitama. He's just really fucking strong, and that's his power, but it's not considered magic. It's fucking hilarious. So there's a word for it where it's like, it's serious. They make the tone serious, but the theme of it is a comical as hell. So while it's an action, the whole thing is fucking hilarious because the main character is an idiot. But this one's really good. I like this one a lot. That's a good one. Let's see, JoJo, Taming Master. We got Basic Doll. We all love this one. It's out. Everyone's fucking nutting over this one right now. Dress Up Darling. Everyone's going crazy over it. I was excited when it came out. I read this one. I read Play Level Up. I dropped this one. I don't care. The chapter's too slow. Plunder, the anime was garbage. I'm not gonna... Crimson Karma was good, and I finished it, and it's actually finished. I'm trying to find how to fight. There it is. How to fight, dude. This one is so good. You finished Platinum N? The manga or the anime? Because I think the anime has one more, right? It was WoW? It was Wowzers? Alright, I can't wait till the anime finish. Oh, I haven't read this one in a while. I wonder what this one's like right now. Oh, it didn't update. Well, would you look at that? I feel a solution coming. Oh, what's up, you? Right here. So, it was WoW. I'm definitely gonna wait. The manga? Okay. Well, hopefully the anime finishes up, but yeah. This one right here, so good. So good. Hands down. So good. This one is so fucking good. It's just about a guy who makes a YouTube video called How to Fight, and his titles are How to Protect Yourself, How to Beat Muay Thai, How to Beat a Bully, How to Beat this, How to Beat that. And all he does is watch just watch a YouTube video called The Chicken Man. And it's basically like those YouTube videos that have like no title. They're kind of just like upload it with that's it, you know? And it's a really buff guy in a chicken hat, and he teaches him how to fight, and he follows it, and then he basically learns how to fight, and he finds out how to fight against Muay Thai, against a grappler, against boxing, how to beat all these people. And then he ends up and then his goal for his channel is to expose the deeds of people, like the misdeeds of people. And it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and he gets involved in something really huge. And it's getting at this point where like we're at the final arc, and like he's gonna fuck some shit up. Like it's fucking crazy, and you see him grow. The anime probably covers. Sorry about this. Okay, that's good. I'm hoping that's gonna be the case. This is the manga I literally hope for every week, and it updates almost like it's been updating like weekly. And September 6th? So it's gonna update on Sunday. Like, dude, this manga is so fucking good. It is so good. It's so fucking good. Period. I can't wait. I would love for you to read this. This one's really interesting. Hell's Paradise is actually finished. It finished very recently. In fact, it actually finished very recently last year, and this one's really good. Really good story. So you're so good, Larbo Kun. You don't type like that to me in my chat, you sicko. You fucking sicko. Let's see, what's another good one that I'm reading? Garbage. The Weakest Occupation. Took forever. Chapters are like literally 5 pages long and they take forever. Lost interest. What's another good one? This is becoming an anime. Oh, hey, Moon. Oh. How you texted me like that? What? I'll never do it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have brought out how you texted me. Like, how the fuck did I text you? What's up, Moon? We're just talking about manga while we're giving people a chance to come in for it. Because this is the ending of Ace Attorney. This stream right here is the end of Ace Attorney. This one became an anime. This manga became an anime. And if you guys don't know, it's about a girl who can see ghosts and demons. And they are, like, disgustingly, like, drawn disgustingly. And she could see it. And all she can do is ignore it. That's all she can do. All she can do is ignore it. So yeah. This is the last one. This is the last one, Mark. They split up the 5th and the 4th chapter. So I'm really sad. So we're just shooting the shit about manga for now. Oh, this is so interesting one about this one. Do you know about this one, Storm? I feel like you would. But at the same time, I feel like you wouldn't. Did you watch any of... I finished 86. Actually, oh my god, I don't think I finished 86. I don't think I finished 86. I feel like... Because I remember a 2nd season came out and I never got around to finish it. I might need to go back to finish. Do you know about this one, Storm? If anyone knows the origin of this one, then we gotta talk. If you guys don't know, this is a this is a Dojin series. This is a Dojin series, and then they made a cute manga after the story. This is a good one. I like this one. This one's really good. This is Chungus. I like this one. This is really nice. It's basically a food manga. They just eat stuff. Really nice. Nah, that's in too deep for me. Yeah, that one right there is a food one. This one was interesting, but it takes too long. I like the plot. I like the character. He's too cool. He's too cool for school. Besides, I'm just going down the popular tags. There's nothing else. This one's cool, and this one's actually becoming an anime as well. Super long title, but that one's becoming an anime. Really cute, but obviously there's some more convoluted plots into it. This one was good, but same thing. It takes too long to update chapters. I think it's like every 3 months too. I didn't want to read this one because I feel like they're gonna make a second season. Assassin Pride ended. The anime ended early. So I'm not really gonna read the manga because it's garbage. This one's interesting, but it's just kind of cutesy. Fucking weeb. Yeah, I read a lot. I read all of these. I've read every single one of these. Yeah, everything's isekai. This one's pretty cool. He falls in love with this girl. The girl is the head of the the daughter of an assassin family, and he loves her. So the assassin family goes like, well, you better be up to speed if you want to take care of my daughter, because you're gonna have to protect her with your life. And so to get the acceptance of the family, he has to take on a shit ton of assassination missions and train his body and mind to be an assassin to protect her, all because he loves her. And it's like, oh, okay, that's pretty hot. That's fire. Stop reading it though, it takes too long. This one's cool. Dragon gets reincarnated into a normal boy. Let's see, what's another one? I've read this one. I mean, there's a bunch I've read on here that I'm not saying because it would be embarrassing. This is a good one too, right here. Guy is a hero, but he didn't want to deal with being a hero, so he secretly told people he wasn't a hero, and he went on a quest to find a book to change his job class, and then he got a different job class, but he didn't know which one he got, and he ended up being mistaken as the Demon King when he changed his job, but he's really just a beast tamer. This is all I do. I read The Strongest Florist. It's whatever. This is all I do, guys, on my days off. Or when I end stream and I finish cooking and all that, I just read all this. I might ruin Japan because there's so much isekai. Really? Are you kidding me? Like, you can't write isekai themes? That's funny. How are you doing today, Cypher? You, Moon, Mark? Anything you want to share with the club before I pass on? Really? That's ridiculous. Yeah, isekai theme is cool, but like I get it if it's the start of a story, but there needs to be a better build up. You want to go back to sleep? Well, too bad, you're not. Just wouldn't print it. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I want to print it too. A lot of these isekai themes are garbage. Like this isekai is, oh man. Only so much. I'm probably just paranoid. I think you're paranoid. Yeah, yo ugly ass. Man, you motherfucker. Go back to bed, you hoe. Chillin', probably gonna have to head out now for dinner. Oh, okay. Bye, Moon. I'll see you tomorrow. Alright, guys. I think 30 minutes of just talking about fucking manga is good enough. Let's start playing video games. Some postcards sent in the mail. I had some sushi earlier and work, but nothing much. I gotcha. Tomorrow, Mark, we're going to be doing a stream early. It's going to be a read-along with a bunch of friends that you may have not met yet. I think you played with them once. It's Kiwi, Moon, and Shamu, as well as Cloudy. We're going to be doing a Ace Attorney read-along early in the day, because that's what it works for everyone. That's probably the biggest thing that's happening this week. Besides that, I'm just going to jump straight into it now. For those watching on YouTube, of course, hopefully you just skipped it in the chapter, you know. I do want more sci-fi. I want more fantasy. I don't want isekai fan. I don't want fantasy where the main character is isekai. I want fantasy. Yeah. Alright. With that being said, I'm gonna jump straight into this. You're watching a lot of K-dramas. I need to watch more K-dramas. No robots, but techno swords and stuff. That'd be fucking neat, Storm. That would be neat. Ow. Hold on, let me rip this shit. Ow. Alright. Okay. Alright. No more fucking around. We're on to fucking blah 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 blah. All of Us Are Dead. I binged it all in like 12 hours in one day. Alright, gotcha. Alright, I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm just gonna go straight into to this game. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you in all. That's all the only explanation, is it? It could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and the notebook we'll find out. If I may. Oh my god, jumping into these voices really. When originally people began referring me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe that the power to imitate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations provided conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. Then who's the Reaper then? One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There is simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head? He's like so over it. I had spies at the yard, keeping me abreast of Gregson's movement, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So, I've been able to check the most recent entries in his book. I know the locations. You knew it said Gruce? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate alone. So that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there. You guys gonna be reading from this game? No, we're gonna be reading from the original. So the reason why we're reading from the original is simple as no one's actually played the game before. And my goal is to get them to have it so fun and intriguing that they want to continue to play the rest of the Ace Attorneys, because I just love this game. I love this game so much that I want to see the reaction of people solve this case themselves, and I just want to be a guide because it's fun. It's super good. So we're gonna do the first game again, and hopefully if this continues, we'll be able to actually finally proceed to the next Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, maybe as a group and not by myself for once. That's my goal. That's my goal for the YouTube and for the stream. Anyways, but of course, the inspector was not there. I feel like my voice is gone. Because at all the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked in the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then. Back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seem a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Wait. Over the last 10 years. I just want to be a guy. Well, I got good news for you, Larry. Wait, what am I? What am I, Storm? Hold it. Names of the victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victim's name, this other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? Is it Assassin? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again. You mean Assassin? Assassin. Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin. God, I fucking hate this pun. That's the worst pun. That is the worst pun in like Ace Attorney history. That's worse than Mr. Saw It. Seriously. That's gotta be. Oh God. What was another really bad pun in Ace Attorney? There's a lot of bad puns in Ace Attorney. What? Like a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack.
He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans were someone else, you say. You're saying, if that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes.
Then perhaps what was said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been?
Clearly, the assassin, who is meant to take Seshiro's Jikoku's life.
Gina, can you confirm that against the final entry that listed Grusen Seshiro Jikoku? What name was written?
Well,
That's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens.
what?
It's just like a question mark or something there, I think.
In other words, Gregson himself don't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not?
Oh, how infuriating.
A nameless assassin?
It said Grues for the place and date, and then the name of the mark.
Oh god, I'm already losing oxygen.
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seshiro Jikoku? That's what I said. Funny name if you ask me. I thought your name was odd. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there.
Mr. Jikoku is presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judiciary.
Gina, your name's odd. Oh, Gina Lestrade? Sounds like lasagna.
I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying in international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was an able young man, I must say.
So, Lord Strongheart was Judge Jikoku's mentor.
If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago, after that fateful case.
Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor's case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery on why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the mood here is got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. There was a note about M being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in the court 10 years ago or something. What do you mean a criminal? Judge Jikoku is no criminal. What? Don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? Hey, Sky, you made it. You didn't miss much. I'm literally just battering Lestrade. That Judge Jikoku did once appeared in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure.
Yes, of course. You're right. Seshiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away.
D&D's going on. Alright, gotcha. No problem, Sky.
But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I've forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it so happens.
You did? Of course. Yes, Strongheart gave us permission.
I was considered to be a junction to the professor's proceeding, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparations for the damages caused to the stand.
And there you have it.
Have what?
Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No. Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jikoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after the trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work.
But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that? Isn't this the whole premise of the Reaper is absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But objection? Wait, who said that? Roy, I've just had about enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's clobbers. Come on, Odo. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw like you do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You gotta walk out who it is. Please, for the boss. This is interesting. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. You take that back, you piece of shit. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear? I have it with you lots. It lies every bleeding place you look in this world in it. Well, I've had enough. Gina. Oh. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not going to let Gina's plead for help fall on deaf ears.
Hold it!
I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Blah! Blah! Really, Odo? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Oh, what? What? Wait, what? Hold on. What the fuck? Well, I don't think Gina said something inconsistent. I think it was... Wasn't it? Isn't it just Van Zeeks that says something odd? Of course, by you, Lord Van Zeeks. Me? What? Your face has turned ashen. How could he have known, is what you're thinking. Oh, I'm wrong. If my face has turned ashen, is because I am thinking. How could he? I don't know where you're going with this, but... Maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show, the court will clarify. Oh, wrong voice. In that case, the defense will present evidence to substantiate its claim. To which piece of evidence does this alleged inconsistency relate? Isn't it this? It's the boat. That's not the evidence, then. Your feelings were correct. Presenting that evidence was a mistake. I suggest you withdraw it. Well, sorry? Good advice. Because you've turned decidedly ashen. Ah! I only hope the Reaper doesn't hold that against you. Oh god, fingers crossed. I think this line of argument has run its course. I suggest that you learn from your mistakes before you make a fatal one in the eyes of the Reaper.
I better listen very carefully to the testimony again.
Hey Larry, ooh woo, sup Scribbles? So that's what we have to work with.
It may help us that Lord Van Zeek is in the stand too.
Yes, perhaps. I'm sure Gina knows nothing that she hasn't already told us. There's no point in trying to get more out of her.
Did you notice how Kazuma-san reacted to Lord Van Zeek's words?
When he called him out an even more sinister Reaper, you mean?
Well, I'm sure that Kazuma intends to eliminate any shred of doubt that the man is guilty.
He's looking for revenge against the person he considers to be his father's killer, after all.
I do worry that if we fail to find a discrepancy in his testimony somewhere, the trial may end and a adjunction won't go in our favor. Let's listen carefully again to what everyone is saying.
Investigating the Reaper in secret, and the notebooks said what we found. If I may, when originally appearing in front of the Reaper, I didn't object. I leave paragraphs. Okay, but you carry your own investigation onto the true identity of the Reaper. Yes, I investigated. My investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. Okay, the Reaper victims were extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them alone. The Reaper's organization, with you at its head. At spies in the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movement, let me know where he was elsewhere. So I'm able to check the most recent entries in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Groose? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, he went in the day in question to investigate alone. But of course, the Inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked to the north coast of France, as shown by the passport in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony. Is there something? Okay, so Van Zeek said something weird, and where's the inconsistency? Inconsistency is something that Van Zeek said. Because he was investigating. Take that! Inconsistently relate to. It's not the autopsy report, it's the passport. There's blood on his trunk. His identification, his watch. Is it the passport?
Take that!
No, it's not. Is it? Oh, okay, hold on. I'm really confused. Hold on. An inconsistency. I don't know what it means yet. This inconsistency is something that was said by Van Zeeks. Van Zeek says something interesting. An inconsistency somewhere. There's an inconsistency that lies within evidence. That's something that Van Zeek said. He said he went to go investigate. He knows everything in the content of the notebook. He knows the content of the notebook because he had spies. He thought it was the Gentleman's Club, the Groose, which is why he went to the club. People know he was there, but he wasn't at the club. He was at the boat. He did. He was an arm of the Reaper, and he was an organization. He had spies at the yard who kept abreast of Gregson's movement, letting know where he else was. So I've been able to check the most recent entries in his book, and I knew the location. You knew it said Groose? Yes. Believing it was a reference to Gentleman Club, I went there the day in question to investigate alone.
Of course, the inspector was not there, because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Okay, very well then, back to testimony. Did we ever presented? Did we ever presented the... A passport document was in Inspector Grex's possession. It was issued for travel to France the day before his body was discovered. Travel was removed from the scene. It was removed from the scene by the old man. Couldn't it have been altered because it was in the old man's hand for like an entire day? Kazuma who said something weird? I think Kazuma said something weird. I feel like it was a Kazuma who said something weird.
Take that!
It is Kazuma. By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt to filibuster counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I presented the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you realize what you've done. Very well, counsel. Go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency to something that Prosecutor Asogi said? Why does he know about the passport?
Take that!
Was that not it? So, my initial impressions were correct. This is nonsense. What? You accuse your best friend and back it up with that? Clearly. The Ryunosuke Naruhodo I know is dead. Ooh, that hurts. Go back to something someone said earlier while everyone's waiting. You just got like notes. I believe what you intend to point out, Mr. Naruhodo, was when Kazuma said, because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the north coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Yes, that's exactly it. He knew exactly about his movements. I take it from your expression that you're not going to let this go. Correct, my lord. I made a mistake, that's all. What are you suggesting that said inconsistency? Yeah, how did he know? Yeah, he knew. He knew everything. I presented the passport already, so... He was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. Arrival London, November 1st of November. Called Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before. I think it's called Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before arriving in Dover. So just... Is it the date? Is it the date? I think it's the date. It's either the letter, it's either the ticket itself, or the metal trunk. But I'm starting to think it's the ticket. Because how did he know?
Take that!
I was wrong. Okay. But I can't piece it together to head the position of this box. When was this box presented? You know? Two sheets of paper. What? There's no way. There's no way, Aang. There's no way it's this. Mr. Asogi describes that the only weapon I have left. There's no way it's this. It didn't even cross my mind. And all my material possessions and what? Don't backseat me, Aang. I gotta figure this shit out myself. But why? I can't seem to process why this makes sense though. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death that all of my material possessions and what belonging to me in London will be delivered to my son Kazuma Asogi in the Empire of Japan. With the deep sadness, I accept my faith in the foreign land and knowledge. Accept my faith in this foreign land in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland again. But I got nothing. Well, it's wrong, of course. Well, yeah, that's not right. Like I want to understand why it is before I select it, you know? I don't want to just be like, "Oh, here's a guess." I just realized something. What is this? Do you see that? There's something stuck inside the trunk there. It's glistening. It looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. I didn't even know that was a piece. I knew it was cut, but I didn't know there's a broken sword in there. Okay. Yeah, there's no reason why it would be the Asogi paper. So why does Kazuma has so much detail about that? Why did he know? He says as indicated on the passport, but did I ever show the passport? I'm so confused. I'm like...
Take that!
I don't think this is it either. It's not. Let me read this one more time. You let something slip that you shouldn't have. He says something that's inconsistent. You want to point out the time because at the time he was making his way to a steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Because we clarified that in court already. But where is that inconsistency? Is this his alibi? Well, let's just do the trunk itself. I feel like it's the trunk itself. Okay, it is the trunk, but I can't understand this trunk. Was it because there's no possible way of knowing it, but we clarified it in court? All right, anyways. Okay, this one's weird. This one's weird. Okay, so this is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction it is. It's certainly very heavy. What is this? A blood stain. It's relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from the boss's fish and chips? I mean, of course it's not grease. What's wrong with you? Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There's no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's reason for that. Immediately after the inspector bodies was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with that trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it, me, with me nose for trouble. Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Yeah, I was gonna say, he shouldn't have known about the trunk because it wasn't in the report. Okay, so I was on the right track. Okay, that makes sense.
Because Kazuma said, because the only thing we presented was the passport. We never presented the trunk. That's right. We just presented the passport. Now it's making sense. God, days of not playing this really fucks up my memory. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. Oh my God, is that... No fucking way. Is that his sword? And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship docked at the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Oh my God, his sword. So, the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip in France. Where else would he have put his passport? Objection. But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On the 31st October, where exactly were you? Oh my God. At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Groose. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... Oh, this is crazy. I haven't considered the possibility before, but if Kazuma really was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruto, surely you don't think... Ha 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 ha! Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. And so do I. The only thing that's really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. What are you, fucking Edgeworth? As I understand, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him whenever he traveled. So, as it stands, you prove nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day in the same place as Inspector?
He was there with Gregson?
There's a clue that you overlook, a secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it, but I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right.
The accusations being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify the car with the trunk. Where in this trunk can this alleged clue be found? Where's the evidence that ties prosecutors argument?
Open that shit up. Dude, it's it's his sword, isn't it? Got it. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the walls of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. A blade? Kazuma, slug around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade of Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it here in this courtroom for all to see? No way!
Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Oh, wrong voice. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asogi like a hawk.
That won't be necessary. Oh my God, it is broken. Oh no. Fuck. No, there's gotta be more to this case then. The tip is broken. If the fragments of the metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed. Agreed, Kazuma Asogi? Did he really commit murder? There's no way. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved.
Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asogi?
Yes, on the 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel, it wasn't Gina, it was him, was me.
And the mission was
the assassination of the Mark. What? What? Are you telling me he's the Reaper? But the Reaper's been killing people for a long time.
You mean that you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Shikoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk, but I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it?
We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Shikoku arrived safely in London the following day.
On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk, and we boarded the SS Groose and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan.
You went to Judge Shikoku's cabin?
Exactly. Oh, he wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but you already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyways. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night on a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning.
A boarding house in Dunkirk?
My signature will be in the registration books. It would be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Shikoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. I don't know. That doesn't sound too right. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. Objection. But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. Ooh, whoa. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case, and accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Ah, shit. Be that it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. The great sword of Kuruma has been entered into the courtroom record in the illustrious blade passed down through the generation of the Asogi clan. The prized sword tip has a small piece missing. We must take immediate action now. Oops, wrong button. To verify, whatever Seshiro Jikoku remains unharmed.
What? Remains unharmed?
I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to the Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. Ooh. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Chikoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal, and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? He's just sipping on wine. If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Wow. Holy shit. A twist after twist. This fucking gavel. Order. Order, guard. Order. Let me investigate the sword before shit happens. As he's drinking his blood because he's a vampire. If you go into his house, if you go into his office, there's actually bats in the hallway, Mark. It is actually, he's literally a vampire. Kodama, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. I bet there's something in the case. There's got to be more in the case. I bet it's like a secret message because he passed down the sword to his son.
The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. You can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have taken a real swing for that to happen. Is there nothing else I can investigate on the sword? I guess that's it.
We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes.
Now?
Guess at the symposium, they have been told to maintain regular contact with their organization's office.
Did you check the sheath?
See them on dick.
Sheath? You mean the sheath? The sheath. How you spell sheath? Did I not check it? I'm pretty sure I checked it. Yeah, I checked it all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I checked it all. Yeah, there's nothing else. There's something else I can investigate on the sword. Maybe it will come to light. Okay.
This man can't be located within half of an hour. We will have to assume the worst.
Oh no, not Judge Chikoku.
No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I'd have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake.
My lord.
I sincerely hope we are successful. If we are unable to confirm Jikoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes.
Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Oh, they just left me here alone? Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin? I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either. But on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful had happened to Judge Shikoku, then I feel as though things would only spiral down further and further out of control. I feel it from the moment I stepped into the courtroom this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there are anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options. Actually, there may be one last hand we can pull. Or rather, one last ear. Of course, the little Mr. Shlom's doll that Iris gave us. I wonder what's in here, yeah. If for some reason that you can pull we out of options in the while today, then just pull on Widow her ears as hard as you possibly can. Bum, 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 bum. Perhaps now is the time. Should I do it? Should I pull on Hurley's ears or not? Pull it! Here goes then. I'm just going to do it! Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. No looking back. Heave! Ho! Ow! What? That scream sounded like Mr. Shlom's. Mr. Shlom's? Where are you?
Here, my dear fellow, here.
Wait, what? What do you mean here? What does that mean? Wait, what? What do you mean here? What's here? Where are you? But it felt the felt doll's talking. Pull the ear again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. All right, then I'll pull all my strength into it. Heave! Ow! Oh, what the fuck?
Please, my dear fellow, you no need to pull my ear off.
Mr. Shlom's, where are you? He's on a ship? He's on a ship.
Myself and my trusty partner.
are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Groose.
The SS... The SS Groose?
She left Dover last night after the final piece of cargo were loaded. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to an underway again in half an hour.
You've taken a ship to France?
Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time.
So, you mean you've already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place?
Mr. Naruto, pray, what is my name? Who's your daddy? Does he look like me?
Wait, hold on. Check.
I think it's like this. There you go. Sherlock Sholmes, world famous great detective.
Recite to perfection. Well done.
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it.
Ow. Mr. Sato, gently with the genius's ears, please.
Oh my, I'm ever so sorry.
If I may, Sholmes.
Oh, there you are, Mikotoba. If you may have remembered that it was in fact that I who made connections with the SS Groose. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook, I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I convert to that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name.
Yes, you did, didn't you?
We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say...
Do not fret, please. It is precisely that purpose that my partner and I has made this journey. I have no doubt that we have welcome news for you within half an hour.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful.
Until later then.
Yes, you'll be hearing us first. You'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first.
Ow, bro! I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion.
Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operate in that way in the first place, Mr. Sholmes?
Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine.
Well then. Looks like we know who it is now.
Was I know how much you enjoyed being the hero of the hour, Mr. Sholmes. We have but half that now, because the Groose puts to sea again.
If we don't conclude our investigation rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long.
There are some times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin.
Wow, I'm doing an investigation on this boat? Holy shit.
First class cabin, number ni.
Yes, this is the one. I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. Oh, this guy. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow.
Why are you loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? That's the question really ought to be, who are you? Do you not recognize a world-traveling great sailor? Taken strong enough when you see?
I'll give him that voice.
Huh? Great detective? Ah, I think not. I don't think so.
Does that say Sholmes on his arm?
Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine.
Why do you got Sholmes written on his arm? Oh, that's not Sholmes. That's a number. Hold on. 5, 6, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. Is that a number? Am I tripping? Am I tripping? That's a number, right? That's a number if I haven't seen one. Let me boop 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 beep 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 boop beep 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 boop beep boop 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 boop. Beep, pop, 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 pop. Beep, 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 pop, pop. That's definitely a number. Oh, wait. Almost there, almost there. Huh. 5631045. Turn your switch upside down. Would you look at that? Beep, beep, pop, 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 pop. All right. My goodness, is that a tattoo that says Mr. Shloms? I must say, with such adoration, it's flattering naturally. It does not leave me a little cold. Wait, what was the voice? What are you talking about now? Leave! Now! How distressing. My lord devotee knows me not only by name, but not by appearance. And yet already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. Oh, how should you know about this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was.
Larry, that's a 2. Oh. It's a 2! Not an E.
3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Chikoku.
Oh, there's no one with that name on board.
We know that he purchased a ticket for passage.
Oh, you mean the Eastern man? Oh, he left by ship 2 hours ago. He's here at Duncan. He said something about an emergency, I think.
What? Nani? Are you sure? So Shishiro realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. Or a guy.
No, I've had the order not to let even the mouse in.
Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area.
Did you just say that right?
Doesn't the great detective see that even sailors have ears both left and right?
Yeah, I was like, did you just say that out loud?
Curses, the plan is ruined. And you only have yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Mr. Shloms.
Oh, forget it. The cabin door is locked. Even I am not here. You cannot get inside.
Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Oh, opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typical accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typical, unappealing request, old friend?
Is he gonna flip him?
So, I need to distract that burly sailors for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot.
Wait, am I gonna like flip his ass? The fuck is this on the floor? Is that a mousetrap?
This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow.
Let's try it. Snap. Like a mouse.
That sounded like a big mouse in a trap. I should bring a bucket of water later and put out of his misery.
I don't like the sound of that.
He's gonna drown the rat? Thought it was a bear trap.
In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh, really, Mr. Shloms? And pray tell, what do Russian mice make?
Beep beep beep.
Naturally, although it's quite unconvincing, I'd readily admit. So go ahead, Mikotoba, do a
Beep beep.
this time. No, thank you. No, I'm sure I can come with an alternative solution.
The fuck is that? Switch for electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off
the lights, the crewmen would be able to see what we were doing.
Flick the switch. Click.
What is happening? Where's the lights?
Now, Mr. Slomes. Oh, wait. No, Mr. Slomes, no. Oh, Slomes. Thump. Oh. Click. Nobody's there. That was a close shave. Quite a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. Do be quiet, Mr. Slomes. I shall have to think of another approach.
Keep calling him Mr. Shlomes. Alright, let's just ring this fucking alarm. Loud as shit.
This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it.
Set it off.
Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. You, what are you doing? If we were at sea, there would be a very bad problem. What's going down there? Seaman Stroganoff? Report at once. I'm so sorry, sir. Nothing to report with that stupid twig. Not by me. By world famous. No, as I told you. Now, Mr. Slomes. Done. Not even in 5 seconds, eh? Don't just stand there gawking at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. He's not gonna be dead, is he? That's gonna be fucking creepy. If Shikoku's dead in there. What is that? 3rd November. The SS Groose First Class Cabin number 2. A tea set? Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did disembark rather early. There's a lot of clothes. These clothes on the floor there. They're Seshiro's, without question. Well, it seems that we're just a little too late. Yes, about 2 hours. Still, while we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may be, 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman may return any moment, Shlomes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling.
What is that? What is this?
There's a speaker tube here. Look. It looks like it's been stopped with some kind of cloth. So voices that the crewmen on the bridge are an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed that the voices in the cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could that something happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or it could have been to prevent snakes from entering.
This is a good one. This is a good OS. It's because of Mikotoba's investigation theme.
That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it?
The snake one.
These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are several severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes or traveling cases. I feel the rules have increased since the last time I read them, probably just in my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
It's to cover up a bloodstain.
You...
Sorry, wrong voice. I need to drink some water. Bum 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 bum.
Ooh, okay. You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotoba? There is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off.
Yeah, I definitely yawn more too because I'm fucking breathing. But it's definitely gonna be a lot easier once I do my group reading.
That wall is slightly different color there. Do you see? Indeed, what you have arised from a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now that's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may be, an elusive thief who have been plagued France's galleries of late. But I think we should focus on our attention elsewhere, Shloms, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere.
Oh, so we have to investigate that and then investigate this, right? No, it's not gonna. Okay, they're not gonna do anything else. Okay. What about the trunk?
Oh wait, is that a Oh my god, that's the number. That's a very sizable. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Cicero is partial to all things large. A rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but it's still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Oh, pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation would be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present.
But I know the code. Why is it written on this dude's arm, though?
That is a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirt, a dressing gown, momohiki, work trousers, a tanzen robe, a haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hoodie. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps? Oh, I'm sure you made a mention of packing a few too few. I am very likely drown in one of Cicero's shirts. No, I buy any extra I need, I think.
They emptied the suitcase to put something else inside of it. And the question is, what is inside?
Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... What the fuck? Is something wrong, Shrooms? You suddenly trailed off.
More clothes, of course.
Ice, Mikotoba. Ice.
What a pluisance the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks.
Pardon?
Could it be that this steamship is equipped with an electrical refrigerator cold room, do you think?
Oh my god! We just confirmed it.
There's ice, meaning there's a fridge, meaning there is a way to alter the time of death for the body.
Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, bro. Well, it is a luxury liner, of course. After all, they have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce, such as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
That's interesting. Wow.
This is a waste paper basket. Look, there is still rubbish inside. Indeed. Indeed? Then let us pry. I've discovered recently that I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper basket. I sincerely hoped only for your work. Oh, is this tissue? Oh, it's still wet. Is this a sock? Oh, it's fresh, like used fresh. Oh, a piece of gum. Is that chocolate? It doesn't smell like chocolate though. I think I'm gonna be sick. Here, we have a notice. I found this paper. Here, we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago?
I'm driving over there right now to bully you. Too bad, Egg.
When I was still aboard myself. Abroad.
Following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the... I didn't finish reading that.
Yes, there was an evacuation drill. I remember now.
Wait, I didn't get to see that?
For our safety and security, all the first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So, it is a welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
The evacuation during later has been entered into the courtroom record.
A notice about the practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of the SS Groose the night before the ship arrived in Dover. It was found in Judge Jikoku's cabin. Oh.
Sure, you are still here.
Ah, Able Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again.
I was beginning to think.
I was beginning to think you never materialized.
You was waiting for me.
Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity farce. Oh, he's Russian. Oh, he's Stroganoff.
Why am I giving him like a evil professor German voice? Stroganoff, he's Russian. Oh God, I don't remember Russian accents. I would be like, oh, that's Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, that's German. No, that's my Arnold Schwarzenegger. Stroganoff.
I was in trouble with the captain because of the trick you played.
Yeah, are you about to have a crisis? I'm gonna have a fucking crisis because I don't know what a Russian accent is now. Fuck. Hold on, Russian accent. Russian accent. How to speak Russian. Russian water. There you go. The Russian water. Okay, alright. This is the loss. Not this, but this. So it's kind of like... Oh. Okay, how to speak with a Russian accent. This is a video. Stretching out syllables. Z's. Brother. Okay, brother. Everything. I was in trouble with the captain because of the trick you played before. That's still my fucking... the other voice. Poor innocent Tikin, whatever. Hush, 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 hush. Whatever. I can't do this. I'm bad. I'm bad at this. Okay, whatever.
This is all your fault. A ship is leaving the port soon. Get off now.
Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there's something that must be done.
What are you talking about?
What is all you? You can have two Russian people. I can, but my Transylvanian voice is not Russian.
Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the borrowing of the truth.
Какой?
I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Joku has not left this vessel at all.
Ah.
And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you?
How? How can you claim? How could you know that, Mr. Slom?
Good gracious, Mr. Slom. You mean you worked it out, all of it? It's really been too long, has it, my old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join for a dance of my inimaginable logic and reasoning? Nothing but to please me more.
What is this? What is this?
We have but minutes, but the vessel puts to sea. No games now.
Wow, what a fucking crazy event. Oh, it's me. I can't do a Russian voice, Adobo. I'm like really confused with it.
Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku has left the ship sometimes 2 hours ago.
That is what I said.
Sadly, that is a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it.
Dance of deduction. Let's go. What?
Ah, yes, of course. I see you notice it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jikoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills, Mikotoba. It has been 10 years since we last did this, Shloms. Not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues here in the cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answer becomes clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that.
What contradicts that Jigoku has disembarked 2 hours ago? What in this cabin shows impossible of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Impossible. It's the water?
Take that!
I don't think it's the water, but... Oh, was it right? What the fuck? That was sick!
Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago? It would appear that the man here was in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand.
It's a real dance of deduction!
Get your mind off the refreshments, Shloms. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff?
Dude, is Jikoku actually the killer? What if Jikoku's the killer and he's trying to get away? Anyways.
But why would Seshiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins in the SS Cruise are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jikoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Oh, that's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seshiro's was... Yes. 15 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see... There are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Jikoku had to hide. What traces?
I don't know. I know nothing about this.
Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Shloms, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activities. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure haven't escaped your notice. Something out of place in here? That's the key of this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deeds that took place in here are masked by something quite incurious. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction again with you, Mikotoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as well we know. Now then, let us see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, yes, you are the four, my dear fellow.
Bitch, what the fuck is this doing over here?
It's the rule of the passage in the frame here. They're overly at the place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here, and the shape and size are a perfect match.
She was right. When did the frame move?
Hardly the most observational crewman, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think that your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability.
Gar!
Oh dear, that really seemed to have touched a nerve. So Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall?
There's gonna be blood.
Oh, it's a bullet! Whoa! That looks like a bullet hole.
What? Who has been shooting in the walls?
I see. The projectile had been removed. Clearly and carefully, occupants of this... And clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already been disposed of. It's a glory hole. No, egg. I said some pretty sus shit. Come on. A glory hole? Someone died in this room. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff. Aish, I have a distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I like to protect an Ishan, a stranger? More like a gory hole. Maybe for like a finger? What is wrong with you guys? Ah, so we're talking about the same man. I see. Good. Arsh. I'm sure that we can get to the bottom of this in no time. Aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Shloms. Oh, my dear Mikodaba. Simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. And I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it. So, I am to glare at the fellow from all sides. Well, I can certainly do that. This guy's belly button showing. This guy got belly button showing? What the fuck? Got some chunky arms. Man's got cake. Look at this curve. Man got cake on him. Oh, he got money. Oh, what the fuck?
Take that!
Bitch, you got paid. He got cake and he got cake. You know what I'm saying? It is almost too obvious for words. Quiet. The universal language of this world. Money, moolah, dollar bills, yen, pounds, cash, dollar bills. Oh. And I'd wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seshiro Chikoku, yes? So I presume that you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin, and the way you're going, sir, you find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Jigoku is hiding in this precise moment in time. And Tish. As always, Mikodaba, in the matters of deduction, the Furcher's glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Shloms. I think I found the chink in this bully fellow's armor. Bit on the nose, huh? Yep. The slight flickering of the pupils, and a minute delay's blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Holmes. This man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe a future at glance. It's almost too obvious. Well, I shall let you tap your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. Motherfucker's hiding in the goddamn trunk.
Take that!
You've turned immediately to look at his large trunk, didn't you? Oh, the truth is Seshiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance for ourselves for quite some time. I think it would be best in everyone's interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't even know the 7-digit code. The combination lock can be opened from the inside of the trunk. Therefore, he must have had an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside the trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. And I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. I know nothing about the combination lock code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Oh, God. That sounded weird. Zelda, what are you doing? You're just staring at me. Hello? Want to sit in my lap?
Man, I'm getting sleepy. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Naomi Kotuba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. Oh, that is not. No, it's refusing to open. Tell me, what number did you use? Well, to begin with, I thought I'd try my birthday. Your birthday? Interesting. Since of the day with that absurd guesswork, you're dead to me. I measured that in the response slums. What is that again? 5, 4... 5, 2, 3, 1. There you go. Thank you. Five, 2. Fuck your recording. Fuck you, Z. Suck my wiener. How about that?
Take that!
Take that. There you go. Thank you. Clearly, the password is to throw shlomes into the trunk. Click. Is Jikoku really in there? It's open. You had some metal, didn't you? What the fuck?
Well, Eugene, you found me now.
Seshiro. The Gok 3000. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know.
But you're not entirely surprised, I take it.
No, quite. I just wish it was some other way. Well, are you even going to introduce me?
Oh, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Slopes. I've read stories of your cases.
Excuse my manner, Shloms, but this is Mr. Jikoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour.
I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Well, Seshiro, are you going to explain all of this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here at this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey, yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now.
And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we'd arrive in London to find the symposium was postponed until good knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it?
I'm afraid, yes, of course. I realize now that I really ought to have confidence in you.
It's somewhat surprising, I must say. Wait, who's that? Oh, Schlumps.
What is it? What is?
Well, the first-class cabin aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
So, you said the protagonist of some colored short story. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket, and here I am.
I've just seen it for myself, the obvious remnants of the incidents in this cabin. So, you already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, have you? To prevent anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it?
Yuji, I have nothing to say to you.
Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off to its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once.
You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seshiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Oda Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Yuji. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Mr. Slomes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that, Seshiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the looks on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket up this small souvenir of our beliefs orange in a France. In Francais! Small component has been entered into the courtroom record. A small machine, part of Mr. Shlom's found in Judge Jikoku's cabin on the SS Groose. I know what it is! It's a pocket watch! Well, Mr. Young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on your shoulders. And your assistant.
No problem, Mark. I think we should take a break here. Small break-a-rako. Breakerino, you know what I'm saying?
3rd November, 12:10 p.m., the Old Bailey's courtroom.
I think I'm gonna cook up a pot pie. I'm getting hungry. I need to wake up. Also, the coffee might be hitting hard, so I think I might need to get a soda or something.
Kazuma Sogi, I know you and I know you. I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt. You're holding something back.
I know more than what you're saying. You know you're more... I know what... Fuck! During the past 30 minutes when this car was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended.
Ooh. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown? Like what sits on top of a monarch's head? It's a very grand name for a tiny part.
But actually, yes, Mr. Naruhodo? If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here with this very same head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
The following departure of the Port Dunkard, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evaluation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. The crew will resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Evacuate no drill 31st of October. There it is right there. The key is the one at the bottom, but the crown is missing the crown up top.
What do you think, Miss Susato? I feel sure and I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. We're about to see the little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Boop. A perfect fit.
I knew it. I knew it. Let's do it. Do it. Do it. Screw him. Fuck it. Alright, perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this new information at once. It was now clear that the missing part of the crown is very...
Bastard with the faces cracked really badly. Look.
What a shame that the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Shlom's could repair it, don't you?
Yes. Excuse me. Oxygen.
Yes, I should think so.
He's very adept at things like this. Very useful man to have around, in fact.
But kindly remind that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruto. Not an odd job man.
Okay. Break time. Oh, we ought to take a break. I want everyone to go grab some food. Take a small break. Eat a pizza pie. When the moon hits your eyes.
Yeah, we're just gonna take a small break because I need to eat and I need to grab something to drink that's gonna wake me up inside. So I'll be right back. Everyone take a pee pee break. 10 minute. 10-minute pee pee poo poo. Get some food break. Lurkers, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Yo, Utada, egg, 0 calorie, Adobe, Z. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I'm gonna punch your eyes. How about this?
Fuck you, you. How about you fuck yourself, you?
I'll fucking kill you. Beep, 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 beep. Everyone's playing Lost Ark, dude. Not that it's annoying, but like, man, everyone's playing it, dude. The game looks kind of cool, but at the same time, I'm like, man, I don't give a shit. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, do, 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 do. Wah! Lemon bitters. Okay. I didn't bring my stir stick. This is a lot of fucking. This is like 2 shots worth. Holy shit. Oh! Oh! Fuck! Add some lemon bitters because I like a nice soury citrus drink. Okay, get that to stir in, baby. You know what I'm saying? Did I really sleep through all the events you just played through in the past 2 hours? Yes, you did, Bog. I don't know if you were here last night, but I did say that I was going to do an early stream of this. Because I really wanted to beat this game today. But we're in the break time. But as you know, you can see, we are definitely past a lot of the important part. Unfortunately, so you did miss quite a few. Oh, you were at a mini mart? Oh, gotcha. You good, Sky? You in the wrong chat? I don't think I have a roll D40 command. I only have a roll D6 and a D20, by the way. Wrong chat, oh good. Yeah, I am playing the most exciting part of the game. But we're taking a break right now. Quick break, you know? Ooh. That's the taste of a smooth screwdriver. With some lemon notes. Yeah, I have been playing forever. I've been playing for quite a long time. It's been quite a long time. With that being said, I've now finished my drink. I'm just gonna leave everything over here so I can make more in the future. Because I definitely want to make more today. Meow, meow, meow. He took 7 damage in 1 round. Oh, that sounds like a lot. How I said that I was addicted to sriracha? Yeah, I put sriracha in everything, including my chicken pot pie. How's everyone today? How's your day? Bog, it's great to see you're here. It's great to see you're here. You did miss some pretty big parts that even got me shooken. Of course, we're at a break time. When I get sleepy or read a lot, obviously I need to eat. My hair is terrible. Don't mind me. My hair is bad. I hope everyone who's lurking and listening and watching is enjoying your time here. Is a functioning bowl of sriracha. Is that a fucking bowl? It's a chicken pot pie with sriracha, you idiot. Fucking idiot. That's why you're my mod, because you're dumb. Not you, Mark. So I made a screwdriver with some lemon bitters. Eat more sushi, but it's so expensive to eat. I don't know how you're able to pay every week, man. That shit's rough. But as usual, I do need to take my daily intake of food because I'll get hungry. I mean, I get sleepy and hungry. Sorry, I get sleepy if I don't eat. I usually eat about 4 to 5 times a day. They may be small meals, but I still eat. I think I've already had two food today. I woke up, ate cake, and had coffee. And then after I finished all the chores, I had a small burrito. The dance to deduction, that was good. That was a great part. It was good to see you here, Bog. How's everyone else today? It's a break time, so you gotta go get your food, use your bathroom. Really? My God, Mark, you became a regular? I genuinely want to do that. I want to go to a restaurant once a week and be a regular. And have someone be like, oh, hey, it's you again. Hey, welcome back. Do you want the usual? I'll be like, yes. I would love the usual. I'm too poor. Can't do that. Can't do that. There's a new place that opened up next to me. And it says Paris Baguette or something, right? But I walk in there, Mark, and it's just another 85 degrees. And I'm in love with it. The bread is there. It's so good. Everything in there is just amazingly good. You don't want to let the people down? That's funny. That's funny as fuck. Maybe you can just like slow down on what you eat there. Who am I talking to? Smart. Can't slow down on what you eat. You have work tomorrow, Mark? You have work tomorrow, right? You don't work you don't work Sundays and Mondays, right? I even see the sushi chef too, because they're right in the middle. Well, that's nice. Now you're overeating? Damn. I feel like I overeat a lot. I eat a lot of small meals throughout my day, Ig. Like a lot. And it throws me off. And depending on what I drink too, it also makes me use the bathroom extremely quick. Like if I drink coffee, I guarantee I would need to use the bathroom. Gotta be careful on what I drink. Especially for like work and shit too. I can't drink I can't drink coffee when I'm at work because I'll have to use the bathroom. Caffeine in general, got it. Man, I took a sip of that. Dude, it's actually hitting me really good. Most of your expenses are food. It really usually do when it comes down to it, Mark. Most expenses is food. I got so every year, because of school first, they send me a letter and it shows you your expenses throughout the year. My food expenses, half of all my money I made went to actual food, went to groceries and restaurants. Like, it's ridiculous. So I need to cut down on that, especially that I need to save it for a car. But life's tough right now because I'm basically living paycheck by paycheck. I barely have enough to save. It sucks. Yeah, you know, life, that's what it is. I'm trying to get a different job right now, and so I'm just applying to places and talking to people. So we'll see. Cheese and risotto will definitely weigh heavy on you. I feel that. You know what's really cheap and easy to make and really fun? Is carbonara pasta. Sound like I'm not the one buying G Fuel. That's Diggy. Since I'm not married with Diggy or anything, I try not to like involve my my finances with her, and I try not to get into her finances. So I don't know anything about Diggy. Obviously, I shouldn't be talking about it. I don't know anything about Diggy, which is good. But man, my stuff, it's like I'm really trying my best. And man, I'm with you, Mark. I spend a lot of money on food. A lot. When I go grocery shopping, I spend almost $200. I still remember the carbonara pasta was good. It was good, right? The carbonara pasta was so good, so easy to make. It's just egg yolks, cheese, and bacon, and some parsley and chives. Current BOGO is bad right now for G Fuel. Your risotto's cheap already. Yeah, I think risotto's cheap. Generally, a lot of pasta dishes are very affordable. I mean, like ratatouille. Isn't ratatouille a Isn't that like a peasant dish? It's supposed to be made using really affordable ingredients. It's the vegetable. I think it's a bunch of vegetables in it. One of my favorite dishes is gumbo. Gumbo, is soup. I make gumbo soup. So generally, I eat too much gumbo when I make it. It's all soup, so it goes through my body really fast. Not your restaurant meal? Gotcha. Alright, I hate to bring up this subject. Okay? Well, Diggy was thinking about having a Valentine's competition with me. Her competition was asking people to be her Valentines, and for me, asking people to be my Valentines, and how many people I would get to actually want to be my Valentines. And that was the competition between me and Diggy. Obviously, I didn't take it because I knew I would lose. Oh, okay. I see, I see. But, what are your plans for Valentine's Day, everyone? Anyone got any cute plans with a special someone or a special self? This is fixing a competition, and Lee, I cannot actually do it at Valentine's. I'm not gonna take her on that competition. I'm clearly gonna lose. Moon loves her, Kiva loves her, Shamu loves her, Cloudy loves her. I definitely would lose to Diggy immediately. I'm sure Egg, you love Diggy. You would choose Diggy over me. Not a competition, but if it was, I clearly lose. Z, you would choose Diggy because I'm a fucking idiot. You wouldn't want an idiot for a Valentine's. But I choose Zelda. That's your plan? That's your plan for Valentine's? I have a whole plan for Valentine's for Diggy. I have a whole plan. But that's... I would still enjoy just sitting down eating. Oh, Mark, you choose a Discord to be a Valentine's Day? Weak. Weak. You never celebrate it anyways. Yeah. I got a whole plan to do what to do for her. I don't know if I'll stream Valentine's Day because I'll be gone for a while. And when I get back home, I'll cook. But I hope for Valentine's Day, I hope you guys all have a great Valentine's Day at least, you know? I hope all the homies, all the VTubers, all the streamers gets a collab with their favorite partner, their best friend, their Tomodachi of life. Gotcha. From who? From who, Mark? You post a picture of them? From who? Who are you talking about? From Webverse? Webverse? Did you write that right? Need more manga pages? Gotcha. An early member of what? Wait, I'm so confused. Official fan community where fans and artists interact. Korean mobile app and web platform created by South Korean entertainment company. Oh. It's Blackpink. Oh, you're getting like a... That, you're so funny. You're so funny. You interact with the band. That is so funny, Mark. Wow. Are Yutada Hikaru and Blackpink now on your list? She did have a new album that month. I saw that there was a podcast about her talking about her new album, and it was like a mixture of some singles that were already released, but as well as some new songs in there. It was fire. An ongoing effort. Gotcha. Mark, I'm so sorry. I don't stream early enough in the day to talk with you, and honestly, I feel like shit. I always gotta work at 7, and when I get home, it's like 4. And then by the time I start streaming, it's 9 because I'm always doing chores. I think I should honestly just stream the moment I get home on those days I come home early just for you. Because, Mark, I've been thinking about you for like the last month. And I'm like, fuck, dude, I haven't talked to you in so long. I missed you. You're literally my fucking best friend from Cali. You're my best friend. So sad. Over time, then she adds them up to, oh yeah. I would send an old childhood friend of mine a card or something for Valentine's, but other families go through some shit right now, so maybe it's not the best time I got it. Whip it out for Mark already. I would always whip it out for Mark. Dude, Mark was my eating buddy. Mark, me, and my cousin would always go out to eat together when we had the opportunity. We go out almost once or twice a week. It was like, no, I feel bad, Mark. You're my Tomodachi for life. You know, you know, you're one of the reasons why I want to come back to Cali, so I can live with you or live near you. You know? I'll be right back. I'm gonna clean this up. I cannot believe that chicken pot pie was $1. Shit was awesome. Something happened and now they're no longer. Maybe was gonna get married like next month and all of a sudden. You know, I had a very similar experience, Storm. It's kind of saddening to hear, but yeah. I know how you feel. I know how you feel because you think this person that you know is gonna become part of your family, and then things happen and then they're not, and you're like, damn, that shit sucks. Let's go. Yeah, with you and Jeremy again. You come to visit. Yes, we are visiting in April. The plan is April. I'm gonna be there for a short time though, so whatever happens, I have to be snappy. My trips have to be, my plans have to be snappy. Generally, when I'm there, it's literally for vacation reasons. I have no reason to do anything but vacation. I'm not a big streamer. I don't have these big collab IRL plans. I don't have anything to meet these people that I know on stream. No other streamer that I know that I really want to do collab with IRL are in Cali. It's just gonna be you, me, my family. The biggest thing I want to do is do a cooking stream with my mom. And that's going to be difficult because I need a really good laptop or someone to move their entire set into the kitchen. But besides that, it's impossible for me to do. And I wouldn't know how to do it. So, yeah. That's like the most I want to do. But yeah. Anyways, I finished eating. Had a good talk, had a good break. I got a drink now. Really strong. Oh god, it's really strong, but it's really good. It's really good. Alright, I got a big forehead. Let's go. Alright, let's do this. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Whoops. I miss your cooking. I know, I've been a while since I cooked. Maybe you can do it with my mom on stream. Anyways. Okay. Let's continue. Let us continue with this endeavor. During the past 30 minutes while this course was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. Can't help you there, my laptop is over 11 years old. Fuck! I don't know whose laptop I can probably use. But sadly, Mr. Jikoku's whereabouts cannot be ascertained. We must accept this unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper had already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for immediate verdict.
Objection. Objection.
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. No, that's not how Japanese men work. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. It's funny though, she and I were totally different people, but whenever we were together, we were both reverted back to when we were like 10 and crushing on each other. Anyways, that one ran. Lol. Gotcha. Wait, you mean your younger sister's boyfriend? Or partner? Or oh no, the friend you were talking about that you're gonna send him a postcard to. I feel that.
The court has already presented all of this evidence and heard all the relevant testimonies. And there can only be one conclusion: that the accused is guilty.
No, what? Yeah, you're talking about the person you want to send the postcard to, right?
All relevant testimonies? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony.
Is that the case? Call your witness to the stand at once, counsel.
Yeah, the friend of mine. Yeah, gotcha. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible.
The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is this crucial witness? Oh, you're good, Storm. Seshiro Jikoku. The very man alleged murdered by the Reaper. Judge Shikoku? You found him? I bet him and Judge Shikoku are in on this.
But the investigation of every policing resource in the capital suggests that Shikoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess at the port of Dunkirk, thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Shlom's famous deductions.
Herlock Shlomes. That's not the right name.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Sogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seshiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Groot on the 31st October.
Well, I found myself a body double. Beware. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to a junction at this point.
The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jikoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony have been considered.
Clank.
In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side?
No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. To be continued. Wow, I ate food right before to be continued? Shit. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Override this solid state. This state. Boo-boo-boo-boo. An unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within it, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Shlomes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Wow, look at that dinner. 3rd November, 8:07 p.m. Shlomes Suite. Oh, look, it's an early Christmas, Thanksgiving. We have returned, my dear fellows. Welcome to Britain. Thank you for your timely help.
Think of nothing. I believe you had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no?
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So, this prosecutor Asogi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's like your best friend, you say?
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse.
when all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Shlom still hasn't told us about the truth of what really happened back then, about the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it's another country, Mr. Shloms. So, what news of Judge Shikoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigation detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Oh yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Slomes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you had a reply already? What was so urgent though, Mr. Shlomes? Such a matter can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for the involved conversation at present. That's why I ate on stream. Well, that's good news because supper is ready, everyone. Oh, and what a feast it is. If I was none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding? Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurry, not there. Why ever not? Are we in a set place this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. Daddy? For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. Mickey? Out of all names, Mickey? Mickey. That's kind of cute. Oh, I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. She thinks she was his dad. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believe that Susie and I will have sisters, I mean. Oh, that would have been pretty damn cute. Oh, wait, she knows? Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened in the conversation you had after I tweaked you all into thinking I'd left. What? Oh my god, the way he fell. What? Hey, Mickey, you're so fine. Hey, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. The misunderstanding arose because of the autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually... it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Wait, what? Wait. It turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Then who's Iris? Welcome back, Mark. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by a way of apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Oh, then why don't I get an apologizing pheasant? So just, who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'd be finding out today. Oh my god, what if she's fucking Kazuma's younger sister? Wouldn't that be a trip if Genshin fell in love with someone? But then there's no hint to that. Wait a minute. I doubt Gina and Iris are together. There's nothing talked about Gina's parents. No one else has talked about actually having a wife, and these people are all useless people. Who is Iris then? Huh. Yeah, she know who's only 18. Gina is 16. 16 or 18? Oh, she's 18. Gina's 18. Mikotoba is 16. She's younger. Iris is 10. Shloms is pretty old. He's actually 34, and I think the main character is actually like 26. Whoa, Egg, don't say that. Nah. Gina's pretty young. Gina's a pickpocket. Gina's a pickpocket. So then, let us dine while our largely pheasantly plate are still piping hot. A fine idea, Shloms. It looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Kazuma. Gina's pretty young. We try not to sexualize here. Her here. Yeah, her here. Yeah. We try not to. Fuck off, Gina, guys. She's our widow mascot character. She's our Dick Gumshoe, okay? Our precious one, but Dick Gumshoe got hella looted. Anyways, I can't let this opportunity slip away. What the fuck? Bruh, what are you doing over here? Bruh. There goes my community reference. What do you mean community reference? Mr. Shloms? What are you doing here? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotaba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on hungry eyes. Huh. Sorry, Hurry, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I played the role of father to you for far longer. It's kind of weird to think about it, but Shloms is like way older than Iris. It's a joke from the line, the TV show Community. I didn't know. I never watched Community. I think Egg here watched Community, but I might be tripping. Can I discuss something with you? Yeah. Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in a mood for a spell of conversation. You did not? I don't know who the fuck watches Community here. But no doubt you're hungry to learn more about my deep love of game. I could probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Disgusting 3D. All of us are dead is a good TV show. You told me about that one, Mark. Okay, before I continue, I do need to take a quick whiz. I need to take a quick whiz, Khalifa. So give me a second. I need to take a wizard in the water closet. I need to take a wizard.
meow, 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 meow. I was looking at a few people's that I follow channel recently, and I realized that some of these people have trailers on their channel, and I have never made a trailer for my channel. And I was like, man, I think I was looking at Fang. I think I was looking at Fang's trailer, I believe. He had a pretty cool trailer, and I was like, fuck. I didn't make I have a trailer for my YouTube, but I don't have a trailer for my actual stream. See, I don't know. Fang is someone I follow from Bedu. So you guys remember who Bedu Bunny is? I followed as a friend of Bedu, and I was like, ooh, cool. Cool streams. Cool guy. I watch him whenever I can when I lurk him for him. But yeah, I was watching his trailer channel. I was like, fuck, I need to make one. So after stream, if I finish this early, we're either going to raid Cloudy, or I'm just going to be chatting with Cloudy while I actually make a trailer. But I have a lot of Valorant clips. I'm trying to figure out, make your Death Stranding Louisiana purchase clip of your trailer. The Death Stranding Louisiana purchase clip. Wait, is that still there? Larry's cooler. Don't at me. Oh, fucking not choose you. Anyways, back to the game. I'm cooler. You think I'm cooler than another streamer? I'm your favorite streamer, and you appreciate it. Anyways. But yeah, hopefully if he's ever live after I'm done streaming, I'll definitely raid so you guys can check him out. Plays a lot of Apex, but then again, like, I barely met him and I haven't caught him streaming often, so I think he streams super late at night. Larry's Louisiana purchase. Wait, did I actually talked about this? I have a Dude, it's America, look. Whoa, look at all those craters. Holy fuck. That's the Louisiana. See where all those craters are? That's where the Louisiana Purchase.
What is up with you with the Louisiana Purchase?
The Louisiana Purchase extended America by 1/3. What do you mean?
History lesson you know about America.
The Louisiana Purchase is just as important as the mitochondria of the cell.
Okay, now tell me one other thing you know about science, biology.
Yeah.
And America.
Yeah, in America, the Louisiana Purchase increases the land mass by 1/3.
I know about the Louisiana Purchase.
The mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cells. That's an old clip. Yeah, that's an old one. That's like all I know from fucking history class. The Jim Crow laws counted every black person as 3/5 of a person in voting, because that was fucking wild. And the Louisiana Purchase increases America by 1/3 of its size for, like, I forgot how much it costs, but that's like all I remember. Anyways. And that, Hitler tried to Hitler did the same mistake that Napoleon did. Napoleon Bonaparte, whatever his name fucking was. So, what was in the telegram that you received back from Japan then? Ah, this? I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Records found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Wait, Gregson's on that list? What? Those 4 names. Attack Russia during the winter? Yeah, they attack Russia during the winter. We've come across that exact same list before. Right here, this is part 1, right here. The list in part 1. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of abrogating murder turned out to be a masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. Exposing the means by which those secrets are being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, Ashin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over. And we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are these names coming up again? Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Shlomes? I have here a message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communications from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Huh? I sent it to a detective. I sent it to a detective that I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. You asked Inspector Hosonaga. Hosonaga. You've asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an
interest task for you?
And in my name?
I wonder what guys he opted in for this time. That's right, I kind of forgot about that guy.
My dear fellow, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names were found in Seshiro's office, as Shlomes predicted.
So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jikoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Shlomes looks deadly serious for once. Wow.
Hosonaga. Like Sherlock Holmes, right? I want to say, right? It's fucking... I'm gonna start saying Shlomes when everything is Sherlock Shlomes. Oh my god. Sherlock Holmes. That tragedy that we had to go through on the SS Bury. It was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all.
He wasn't dead. You fucking lied to me. You fucking piece of shit.
We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie.
I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerns me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost.
What?
I capitalized on the event that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Miss Susato. And then I made sure that someone else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my, you mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accompanied on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended by Mr. Asogi, I would have successfully prevented the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least.
Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in the aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you...
Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who was quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England?
The terms of his study tour was negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. I haven't talked to Hosonaga in a while. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid that the study tour can no longer go ahead.
Oh, my dear fellows. The majority of the problem have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely, Lee.
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Shlom. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer.
So, you manipulated me.
I often remark on the extraordinary lengths to which friendships would drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend.
I don't believe it. You still listen to his music from time to time. This is epic-ass music, bro. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. What was happened was treated as murder as theory. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose came of her?
Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought.
I sure remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her.
Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure.
I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Shlomes? Why are you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh,
An omen that at this very moment in time is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? Need to find out exactly what Mr. Shlomes know. Yeah, what is he talking about? There's no room for doubt with your instructions in your telegram, Mr. Shlomes. You're very clear that it was Judge Shikoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that where the list of names would be found.
Kei Asogi, Ashin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
But we only learned of these 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communication that were leaked. That's true, yes, but at the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that, approximately this time of year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy, I'd even say the word, on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between Britain and Japanese government.
You're perpetually doing what? How?
Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Shlomes when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Shlomes, what a fabulous line.
Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names were wired to the recipient Jikoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Shlomes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which how they're all somehow connected.
Yeah, what about this Bounce of Haskerville story? I don't think we clarified that yet.
The 4 names. You have death, hunger, war. No, just kidding. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names. Because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased.
What? Who?
Shin, that's right. As it was transcribed in a Japanese script, in actual fact is Miss Asa Shin. It was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer.
Oh, I see.
But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And according to, I became fearful of the lives of the remaining 2 people on the list.
Kei Asogi and T. Gregson.
Owing up to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain.
Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to provide his study tour from going ahead.
Exactly.
So you already knew who Kazuma-san was, Mr. Shlomes.
Oh yes, I'm still here. Shlomes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris, I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad.
I think I might be her dad still.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Shlomes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts that there's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah, yes. You mean about Assassin, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she?
She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the name of Giselle Barrett.
I'm glad you keep up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of this fact 2 days ago in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I formed surrounding these 4 names was completely turned topsy.
What? Topsy?
Topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy.
What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Shlom?
I'd believe that all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Oh my god! Oh my god. I think it's starting to piece together. I think the professor is Jikoku. And he's the serial killer from 10 years ago. I think Asogi, Shin, Gregson, and Wilson are the people that work under him. I think that's the case.
So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Mr. Wilson.
Oh, so it's victim and kill. Oh my god, what does that mean? T. Garrison, Wilson. Oh, Shin was supposed to kill Wilson, and Asogi was supposed to kill Gregson. Oh my fucking goodness.
Her visiting student status was merely a front.
Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by assassin is because he was the target of the assassination.
And Boron, with that knowledge, fresh consider of this telegram, puts the list in a very different perspective.
What do you mean?
Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student.
Wait, you mean...
But of course, a name you know only too well.
You mean Kazuma? Oh. He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on the 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark.
Young Master Asogi accepted the mission a year ago now.
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sort, an international agreement, one might say, dealing an assassination exchange.
An assassination exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved with something like that? Got involved because his fucking dad.
So let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinctive individual. These 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination target, which would then be an assassin exchange.
So to begin with, the British assassin dispatches a visiting student in Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
Oh, yes.
Such jurisdiction can be null and voided under the terms of the new treaty between the 2 countries, so the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the highest level.
The highest level? Holy shit, dude.
These murders were 2 sides of the same coin, linked, not by a common motive,
but a contractual agreement. As such, they appear utterly unrelated, yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular, devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motive behind this plot. But wait a minute, Shrooms. This telegram literally describes of the exchange of the assassin as you suggested, and my fucking mouse is dying. Then I need to change my fucking mouse. Give me a second, guys. I need to charge it.
So who is Jikoku talking to here then? That's the real question. Bum, 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 bum. Alright.
It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Cosmo was here for Gregson?
Judge Jikoku actually wasn't the mark?
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Shlooms.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with a young pickpocket in tow.
Yes, Gina.
Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibit. That he'd be transferring to Paris Police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in.
I can't stomach all this information.
All right, everyone. That's quite enough of all this serious talk for one day. Delicious. Isn't it, Hurry? I mean, look at the time. Oh, golly.
Oh, you're quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow.
What preparations?
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
Oh yeah, deep discussions.
It is a little bit sad, though.
Honey?
I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? Aww. But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
Aww, that's cute.
What? Will we?
At this point, yeah, he's already her dad, yeah.
Oh yes, without question. So, you teach me all the ways you know to throw Uno to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you can be my big brother if you want, Uno.
Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your Oni-chan.
Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well.
Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Guys, my views. Oh my god, I just realized how much views I have on my channel. Hold on, wait a minute. So I gotta snip this. I got the best number. Look at announcement. There you go. It's an announcement. Nice views. Nice views. Nice cock. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sonic. Chili dogs. Chili dogs. Oh, my back. Oh, my back. Give me a second, guys. I want to check something very quickly. Alright. We are ready. Nice wiener. My god! Fucking, you ever seen that Game Grumps episode? Or that Game Grumps animated with Sonic? He was like, it's over, Sonic. I have all the Chaos Emeralds. He's like, ah, my cock! He's like, your cock's mine.
He's like, oh no, my god. You ever seen that, you? It's a Game Grumps animated. It's over. I have the higher ground. He's like, give it up, Shadow. I have the Chaos Emeralds. You'll never get the Chaos Emeralds, Sonic. Oh no. You've seen interviews and that shit fucking made me laugh so hard. Oh no, my god. Anyways, right. I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing for what? Hee hee. You'll just have to wait and see. Oh, okay.
Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance.
I'll do my best. Of course. I'll do my best. I'll do it. So the overnight break and the trial is over, but seems to come a crucial turning point. Exposing new truth while posing new conundrums. That's a list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge. That didn't rhyme. In Judge Shikoku's office. And the extraordinary assassin plot in which my best friend had to be involved. I need to learn how to do a Christopher Walken one. I felt as that I've been plunged into a great darkness of all of a sudden. But at the same time, I failed to assure I feel the light again soon. All the pieces are coming together. They are. Thank God Mikotoba isn't involved. I'm gonna be extremely sad if Mikotoba was like involved to be a bad guy. But who would imagine that Judge Shikoku would have something to do? Am I peeking the microphone, by the way? I realized that I think I'm peeking the mic. All because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Aww. You got family. My Tomodachi. Ayukena yume wo takiasume. Nasagimoro sagashi miyuku no sa. Poketo no coin. So do you wanna be my friend? We are on the cruise. We are. Meow, 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 meow. 4th November, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey's courtroom. 2 best friends meeting each other with their daughters, along with a family friend. That's right. That's kind of cute. Yeah, thinking about it, Shlomo's is technically her dad, in a sense. It's kind of weird to think that's his dad, because he doesn't look like he's in his mid-20s, but he's actually fucking 34, while Iris is 10. The power of family. Bang. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. With the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelations that were well-known Raper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. Antioxidants in the herbal tea is true. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at the heart of it until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the old truth behind these disturbing findings. I feel like he's involved too because he's such at a high level of court. But anyways, counsels, we want to take the trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve? Yes, that's my intention. Is Kazuma really a fucking assassin? My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds did Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He had admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone being led the prosecution. That's kind of true. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgression be delayed by 1 day.
You did what? You told him? You gave him an IOU note? Huh? Is that what you fucking did? You think you can get away with killing my brother? Huh? Huh, you piece of shit?
In today's proceeding, I intend to expose everything. My whole life is for the last 10 years. Has all been leading up to this one day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. That should be actually dialogue, right? He's like, no, fuck! Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression that we're heading into a very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma standing before us? Yes, Susato, it is.
An extreme exception to normal practices. I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defendant finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. All rise. We resume the closed hearing. Upper rack, fan 6.
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Very well then. These preambles have been taking long. Enough. You two Japanese boys take a little seat. The prosecutor Osogi. Again.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seshiro Jikoku into the courtroom. At last, then, we've reached our final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line in order to get the truth. Trial by Denny's parking lot fist fight. Shark, want me to do some squats? Alright. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for the steady resolve because this is going to test its limits. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Ha! So, it was you who issued this, was it?
I'll just give him a super deep voice. 2 sheets of paper. Shut up, Aang. I'm trying. Fuck. Stop spoiling it for me. Your subpoena. I did what was necessary.
Ha 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 ha. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day where you take that tone with me, I must say.
My cocky pig. Goddamn it, Shark.
The witness will ensure his response are presented to the questions answered.
They don't fuck off. Don't fuck up.
My name is Seshiro Jikoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jikoku and his preempted roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. God damn, that's a fucking sentence. Also, he played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese and Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ha ha ha! It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Shikoku, I must ask.
Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turn up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation of the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was invited a guest may be questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to the case. I cannot be bound to testify.
I gotta give him a little accent. I keep forgetting.
Unrelated, you say? I appreciate the respect police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences.
Hey, good night, Mark. I love you. Mwah, mwah. I'll see you tomorrow.
However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I am in no position to testify. It is as simple as that.
So you would run from all of this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is far more reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Shikoku,
You are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Ryunosuke, I see the look from your eyes. Then you're resolved to carrying this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seshiro Jikoku is involved in this case?
Well, obviously from the test telegram.
Take that!
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between British and Japanese approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Sashin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
Hold it. You little...
Oh my god.
Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Shikoku.
What? How on earth did you...
What is this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follow a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and Ashin are the names of assassin. Killer Associate, is that his name? Kazuma Asogi, Killer Associate? Is that the joke? Is that the joke? You can't tell me that's the joke, right? You're not going to tell me that's the joke. Assassin and Killer Associate? You're not... Like, tell me I'm not the only one, right? Anyways. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. Kazuma Asogi. It's like far-fetched. Anyways, the culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Barrett, but her real name was Sashin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
Ashin and her victim, J. Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart of that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson.
K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What? Oh, wrong voice. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Okay, so we established all that last night. Or should I say a few minutes ago. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Shikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Shikoku? What is this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During the investigations during yesterday's proceeding, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Shikoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killings contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. Oh, excuse me, I need to change my sitting.
But actually, I didn't lie. What? Check out these hips. Oh god. The name of the targets that I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The identity that Seshiro Jikoku was the mark came entirely from you. So he's throwing... Oh shit, I'm throwing my own shit out the window. You deliberately avoid saying a name? The defense's claim that these foreign names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange? I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. I'm gonna crack my back, hold on. Ugh. Alright, here you go. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point to this very new development bringing to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Groose. Judge Shikoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court.
There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to all, I will tell you everything I know.
Ass change. Shut up, kid.
It seems that this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassination exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now.
As you wish, my lord. As you wish, my lord. Lord, the Zoran armor.
The assassin. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned to assassinate the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. It was a condition of the British Statito. However, in the end, something happened that meant that the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the event in questioning, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have hurt it. So clearly, I can't be involved.
Wait, how do you know Gregson died of a gunshot, though? So you admit it then? That this communication suggests that there is really an assassin's exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan?
A political end-over at the highest level, not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce someone into committing murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling. Well, it isn't easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
Oh, what?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
I mean, technically... Yo, what up, Cloudy? It's Cloudy Clouds at twitch.tv.com. My good friend who's going to be joining us for Ace Attorney reading tomorrow and is currently going to be doing their 12-hour stream starting very soon. What's poppin'? Anyways, Kazuma-sama. Judge Shikoku, if you are the mastermind behind all this operation in Japan, then tell us the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. If I beat this game in time, yes.
I'm not obliged to delude that information.
Huh? What? As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night of the plan was to be executed, I backed out. Thank you. Thank you for the work. I appreciate it. In short, this assassination exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he has been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Beric Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seamlessly innocent foreign exchange programming was a facade for such a Machiavellian and dealings I can't read. Clearly, it's a plot that only the government minister and high-ranking judge such as a witness could ever hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassination exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Dude, I think it's Strongheart. Bro, I actually think it's Strongheart. Like, it's gotta be, Strongheart's gotta be the other one. He has got to be the other one because he's been pushing his dream of wanting, of like the future of forensic science. I don't know why he killed Dr. J.H. Wilson, but if you think about it, he was a medical doctor, you know? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. But the thing is, Tobias Gregson was the one who also pushed for that shit, so why? Oh, give me a second. Let me check something. I want to clean some stuff up, and then I'll be right back. Bam, 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 bam. Bim, 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 bim. Bum, 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 bum. Boop, 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 beep, boop. Oop. Beep, 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 beep. All right, be right back. Okay, so cool. We're here now. Be right back, like 2 seconds. Yo, quick question. What's up? What's up, Cloudy? Before I need to go clean my cup. Do I have Undertale? No, I think Diggy has it, and I think let me check real quick. I'm pretty sure Diggy owns Undertale, as well as she's asleep. That's why. I don't have it. I think I have it under my cousin's name, but I know it's really cheap. Yeah, yeah, it's from Diggy. I own it from Diggy. Yeah, so I don't technically own it. No worries. It's $10. Yeah, full price. Full price. I'm sure you can cope a copy from it from somewhere. But you should. Do you want me to wake up Diggy or no? Oh, look, pre-purchase coming across. 8 packs. Oh, that's a new girl people were talking about. I got some friends who want me to play Apex. Do you want me to wake up Diggy? I can wake up Diggy. Yeah, you can do that symbol that Sky's posting. I don't recommend it. No, it's okay. I just want to download for a stream. Okay, good. All right, I'll be right back. I just need to quickly clean this cup. Okie dokie, I'm back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, my dick. Ah, my dick. Oh, my god. Because mine. Alright. I want some bow merch, man. I want to get some bow merch. Get that whale. Alright, anyways. Larry dying live on stream, you know it. It's true that Kazuma Sogi was... Hold it! Who? Say what? A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination... Oh, it was the examination center for applications for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. Omelette du fromage. Sorry. He said omelette du fromage, and that you just came out and asked me forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. What? He asked you like, so you agreed? Just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? I don't know, I wouldn't want to kill someone to go to Japan, just to, you know, be in Japan. It's kind of weird. The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the other to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But, behind the scenes, the chosen student were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Yeah, why was Jigoku being blackmailed? Oh, this is all about the fucking ties to the fucking professor case. It has to be 100%. 100 goddamn percent. British acknowledgement. Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you to not make scrupulous allegations, foreigner Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyways, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. I'll make it sound like he's always constipated. That's gonna be my voice for him. He's like, my teeth are always gonna be closed. Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as an assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants. In addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi. I guess you can say he really made an impact on his life. God damn it! I wasn't going to make an impact joke, but that was too good. It was too good to pass up. Literally. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. By that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust, be that. Oh, wrong way. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying minds, Asogi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Well, there are orders from Britain. I am in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some sort of connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? With the facts that the assassination exchange has absolutely nothing to do with this case under scrutiny here. Yes. Excuse me. A lot of liquid. I got a lot of liquids in my mouth. Yeah, I need a lot of water in my mouth. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. Nothing suspicious so far. However, something happened. Yes, we knew. I don't really think I need to press it, but I gotta. Presumably, you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. That awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Words arrived at the ministry. It took some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shore. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had been somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details of his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
Oh, interesting. So Shlom's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen.
Months later, my memory returned. I have never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyways.
So, you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to do in order to get myself here into Britain.
This line of questioning has gone long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder.
All right, I'm calling it fucking right here, right goddamn now. Strongheart's the other guy. Strongheart's the one making all the shot calls in the British assassinations, 100%. He's the only one who's actually involved with the professor case. 100%, it's him. It's Strongheart, and he's obviously trying to not to get people to talk about it.
In that case, I've already made perfectly clear I have no connection to the man or his death. And you have some sort of means of substantiating this blade.
Hold it. Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Gruce, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because of this murder of the student passage earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner's operator had been taking a posting of crewmen outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewmen guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I've gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Shikoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there of his capacity as the Reaper. He was intended to take the witness's life.
Exactly. As I said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of sceneries, really.
In truth, those who were my thoughts too. But anyways, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it.
So how do you know about the shot fired, though? That's what you sent me, Sky. These nuts got him? You motherfucker. How dare you send me a D's nuts photo? Look at this fucking guy. Is D's nuts me, dude, in DM? What the fuck? That's not fair. That don't count. The crewman who was standing directly outside of your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But, as it happens, he is a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engine? No, I get it. Okay. I got it. He was stabbed, okay? And then they mask the stabbing with a gunshot somehow. The noise of them could have been drowned out by the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh,
You will recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship. God, his voice is so hard. Which is, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that anything like steeraging where the judicial assistant goes.
I didn't mean. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Shikoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh yes, you're talking about the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday. I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't actually find an actual bullet.
That's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewmen to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin at the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot and would have never made it to Britain in the first place.
More squats! God damn it, you shark. Can you guys make shark do squats? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh god, my fucking hips, dude. These hips that always lies.
Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshots was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
Wait a minute. You don't get to walk tomorrow, Larry. I don't want to walk tomorrow. I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by someone else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable, using Kazuma-san's feeling to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Shikoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear, it's hard not to see it as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean
Judge Shikoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Destroy that fucking guy.
Oh wow, so there was actually nothing there. There was nothing. No extra evidence. Okay, it's true that, he was assigned. The target was Inspector Garrison. It was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the event in question, a crew member was on duty outside of my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. Oh. Got it. I already got it. There it is.
Objection.
There it is. I don't even think about it. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shikoku's cabin. However, we can't be sure that contradicts to the witness's claim. The guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Shlomes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Shlomes again.
According to this itinerary, I don't know if that's the right word, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crew members of the SS Grus were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crew members were away from their posts? And during the 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshot emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. Oh, shit. In summary, Judge Shikoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Damn, I don't give a fuck, dude.
Objection.
I'm fucking wild, dude. I'm wild today. Look at me. I'm fucking out here judging a fucking judge? That's crazy, dog. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That my mouth is so like wet. I don't know why. I'm constantly swallowing my spit. I'm so sorry. There's like so much saliva. 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But amounts to nothing. Well, you can't just say that, bro. Why? You can't just do that to me. Because the witness clearly states in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel.
Alright, if there's evidence you want. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Shikoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it.
You'll present the evidence of the defendant at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Shikoku's cabin on the 31st of October?
This small component. You motherfucker, Judge Shikoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? A crowd of a pocket watch.
A pocket watch? If you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding on the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Shikoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grr. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. And the cabin is occupied by you, Judge Shikoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you? You young murderer.
Wow, you can just call me murderer, bro.
Objection.
Objection. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. Wait, what do you mean at first? But rather, like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. Bro, you can't just say that. That's his favorite pocket watch, man. And I believe Judge Shikoku feels the same way. Look at him.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier this year.
What? Sorry?
If I had known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this devil, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast.
Whoa! What the fuck?
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happens in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewal testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this is part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. I would not pronounce you man in court. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony in marriage to the courtroom. And about exactly what happened in the cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. I had the guests wait for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with the Ippon Sei throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It was nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. Ippon Seio. A common jiu-jitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now. Can't you? Yeets Larry. Yeah, that's a yeeting move. That's a yeet technique. Nani? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin is in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ah! I've no doubt that the inspector intends to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely a tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Ah, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my dear gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if his testimony holds, Yoshikoku would deem to have no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Owie. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Well, damn, dude. Don't have to bring my whole country involved. Shit.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
I gotta say it like they're actually not from Japan. I need a snacky. I feel like I'm hungry again, guys. This sucks. I just ate like an hour ago or two. Anyways. Okay, I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing evening meal in the dining room. Alright. Because the so-called guard posted your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have to have his identification with him, though.
He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
But the man accompanying him would have been 2 swords slung around his waist. Please do, Ig. That sounds good. You mean me?
Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sights of a few swords might have set alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, I left the cabin before the occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly. All I can tell you is that the one inspector was the one waiting for me when I arrived back in my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever.
Mustachio Englishman was there foolishly waving a gun at me. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in my life. Anyone would think the man who has never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyways, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Ippon say throw. He couldn't wait to run away after that. Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
My Ippon Seio is a lot faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip by him to make it escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there weren't any situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Sei throw.
Imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It's nothing to do with this murder. More squats, you motherfucker, Shark. It didn't pick up on the stream, sadly. Bro, I'm getting so sleepy. I might just need to sit up or stand up for this case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. God damn it, fucking hurts. Alright, where was I? Oh, my back. Oh, my back. Oh, my back. Okay. I'm gonna stand up for a second. I'm gonna stand up for this one. Wake up! Wake the fuck! Alright. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferably the man's head being pulled off, or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say?
Did that work? No, I'm standing up right now. Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place.
Absolutely not. The watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about? That was which the star. That's what the star of your lowbrow detective story told you. Well, I don't care about such fiction.
Hold on, let me adjust the mic.
There you go. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
But there's no evidence that proves that the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think of the idea of that now, though, stripling.
What?
If the inspector was killed on a steamship in France, how on earth could he have gotten back to Britain? When people die, they're killed, and their body remains in the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
Just how exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Oh my god, he carried it in his suitcase. That's why the thing was found in the suitcase. Well, yes, that's true, but
All passengers' luggage is inspected when it's unloaded when we're arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the boarding policies would be clear if the corpse of the English gentleman is hand luggage.
if a murder had taken place across the ship, you would imagine that the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh, that killed the idea then. But perhaps not. Miss Susato? We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body at the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you?
That's why he had to take all his clothes out. Because they put a body in the suitcase. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay.
I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony with your consent, of course, my lord.
Crack my back again.
Oh, there you go. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now.
There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. It was the suitcase. It's the suitcase.
Hold it!
Hold it. There is an idea.
Think about it, stripling. All the passengers and crew disembarking at the same time and pass through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
I didn't give him his accent. I should have been giving it to him. And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time?
What? No.
We are just in agreement then. I couldn't have possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they develop some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that. Professor Hairbrine's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course.
The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat that might have happened to me if I break another one? The fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the living room in Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Chikoku's cabin, then the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for a majority of people. So there must have been some sort of special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. There must be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. I know how you did it. Do I have the evidence to back it up, baby?
Objection.
Nice. Cool. It's just a photo. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. Hold on, my back. God damn it! Why does my back hurt so much? Hold on, I gotta torque my back off. Hold on. Oh God, there you go. Oh, thought that hurt. Okay. All right, there you go. I stretched out my back. Like, what if you push? Like, what if you push your body on a sled and push it down a hill, Scoob? And what is that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. And transport the Inspector's Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which means he's exempted from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Yep. I'm piecing it together, baby. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a long time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Well, I didn't think much of it until now. I presume you recall this, Judge Shikoku. Photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you a very large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... Oh yes, baby. I'm afraid I am. I'm suggesting that 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with a new arrival from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Chikoku's trunk. That's fucking dark as shit, dude. Holy crap, man. Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Chikoku? How do you get no blood in that trunk? Anyway, but inside his trunk? That's horrifying. And after we've spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, in the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on a large ocean liner. Such ships are equipped with electricity fridges, refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Groot is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Chikoku? Oh my god, I mean, there's no way he can get away from this, right? However much you prolong this debate,
You can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Oh, 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 oh. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on the study tour. What are you talking about now? Logically reasoning, of course. All courts proceeding will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundation for that already.
Judge Chikoku, please stop diverting the attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Sounds like a reporter. Respond? There is really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact, a motive. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street, where the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barek Van Ziek shoots the victim at point-blank range. Since there is no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense deductions amounts to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that is how the logic reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in the little room on Fresno Street and died instantly?
I'm afraid it's the prosecution claim that's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
How can you say that? I try really hard to come up with this shit. Shit.
Quite simple. Because the claim directly contradicts...
Oh, whoops. I brought that a little too soon.
Because the claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession.
Oh, shit, does it? Very tantalizing, Counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
The prosecution... Oh, God, fuck me. Hold on. Fuck me. Give me a second. Okay, there you go. The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. That he died instantly? The autopsy, right? Ow, my fucking knee. God, my fucking knee! Isn't it that? It's this, right? The autopsy. We already said we can't determine. Oh, whoops! A curious breed. Bro, you can't say that shit. Not in this day and age. What the fuck? Something that says he didn't die of instant death. Okay, Kazuma's claim was that he died instantly there. But what can prevent that? What can say that he didn't die instantly? Is it the watch? What is it? More squats? God damn it. 2 sheets of paper! Shut up, eh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, God, my legs. 2 Pete. God, now I'm thinking 2 sheets of paper. That's the motive. That's the motive. Okay. Let me move this mic down. I don't want it in my face, but I also need to read properly. Apparently a suck.
apparently a Sogi, because describes the only weapon. God. There you go. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, cool.
5 p.m. 5 p.m. 5 p.m. 5 p.m. 5 p.m. It's not the autopsy. Which evidence clearly contradicts it? Yo, oh, what's up, Parrish? Which evidence contradicts it? Isn't it the case? It's the case. It's the suitcase. Because there's blood on it. Right? What's up, Parrish? I'm trying to disprove the death, the where he died. Kazuma's claiming that he died over in Fresno Street in the room, and he died instantly from a gunshot wound. But it's not. That's false. It's clearly false. Isn't it the watch? It's the watch, but it isn't. They already gone through that. Doesn't prove anything. But I feel like it's the watch because of the time of it.
Take that!
Nope, that was wrong. Yeah, they've already disproven that the watch doesn't give hard, concrete evidence.
Take that!
It's not the case either. Because the case, there's not enough history with the case. All it was that he took it with him. He took it with him when he went to the bureau, the ship. That's about it. God, I only think about these fucking papers because fucking Aang. That's all I can think about. That has nothing to do with it, at least for now. What evidence shows that it's this one, right? But we've already disproven that this doesn't amount to anything, yeah. Can you show the log? Right here. Oh, you got a clutch game in your Yu-Gi-Oh game? I feel it, Parrish. Some good heart of the card moment. The prosecution stand is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street where the gunshot was heard as the accused Baran Van Zeke shoots the victim at point-blank range. And then I said the victim was shot in the little room of Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid the prosecution's claim that's a fairy tale here. How can you say it? It's quite simple. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. It's not that. Let me think this through. No hints right now. Got powered up. He had dark hole. Oh damn, that sucks. Okay, so it's not that. It's not about this, because it doesn't have anything to do with the murder. It's something to do with the sword. But the broken sword doesn't testify to anything. There's also no blood on there. But the sword was on his case. And supposedly, Asogi met with him on the day of the ship. Oh, magicians don't get... He was so shocked he did it twice. That's fucking hilarious. I didn't know magicians don't count as monsters. What? Like dark magicians? Okay, let me think about this. The passport. No. But if he was there at the passport, then... Huh. When did Gregson give him his identification card? I don't think the firecrackers still come into play. Well, we didn't prove anything with the firecracker. We just said that there's a theory that they could fake the gunshot. I don't think that's anything to do with that contradicts him dying in that room. Maybe it is something I wouldn't expect, but why? Why is it something I wouldn't expect? The candle, the candelabrum, and the firecracker was used, but that doesn't prove anything. That just proved that they kind of altered. They forged the gunshot. What about this one? It's clearly not that, yeah. Because we already proven that in the last case. I swear to God, if it's the two papers, I'm gonna be actually pissed with Aang. This has nothing to do. Disappeared after the convict's execution. Apparently, Mr. Asogi described it as the only weapon I have left. Is it really the sword?
Take that!
It's not the sword. It's his body's possession. Is it the wig? There's no way they're actually going to bring out the wig. Now that I think about it, why is this wig here? Well, that policeman was found next to him. He has a wig. Why does he have a wig? Why does he have a wig? Bodily... Alright, fine, whatever. I'll take the fucking hint. Alright. Body's position. It's his body's position? Oh my god. Oh my god. He was frozen in a case. And his body has stiffened from rigor mortis, which they brought it from last case ago. Holy shit. That's too big brain. That's too big brain. That's too big brain. He would have ragdolled, not be in a balled up position.
Take that!
That's fucking huge, Aang. There's no fucking way you've thought of that. There's no fucking way you thought of that when you first played this game yourself. There's no way. Bog, was this what you were thinking? Because I know you played this a long time ago. There's no way. It just clicked to me now. You did? Wow. Wow, it just clicked to me. After you said body's position, with rigorous mortis setting in, he froze the body. If he were to get shot at point blank, he would have naturally flopped to the floor. Yet, he's in a curled up position. Rigorous mortis set in and hardened his body, so when he came out of the case, he stayed in that position. Oh my god. Holy shit. A photograph of the victim, the very location you claim he wasn't killed? Holy crap, yes. But the point is the posture of the body itself. My goodness, that's fucking crazy. God damn it, Shark. That's fucking crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's hard. That one was hard. That's hard. That's a hard one. I would have never figured that out, honestly. Because generally what they always do is they always bring up past things that happened in the past, and you have to remember these things. Anyways, like when the game intends to teach you an information, like something actual scientific, they tend to use it again. I should have known. Anyways, yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there, in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like this. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could have easily adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot was subsequential provided fatal. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I was thinking. Like he just, you know, technically he could have got shot and be like, oh my stomach. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Chikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less been able to draw himself into that position. Well, that technically makes sense, yeah. Oh, which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting.
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right in the shape of the body. It looks exactly as it's been kept in a confined space. Wow, that's fucking crazy. Oh, my tummy dies. Yeah, that's what I thought, but yeah. But most people when they get shot. Yeah, but the thing is, he died instantly. Supposedly, the autopsy report that he was shot in the chest and died instantly, like instantly, perished instantly. No time to curl up into a ball in pain. He did. He gone. I mean, gone. Judge Shikoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Oh, we got him. There's no way he can get out of that. He's gonna break the stand soon.
Present my trunk? I refuse.
What? On what grounds?
Oh shit, I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling, baseless accusation.
In other words, Judge Shikoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have a privilege that allows me to...
Objection. At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in British highest court. Damn, fucking got him. I don't care who you are or what your status is outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Ugh, wow. Ugh. He's not gonna do something insane like breakdown.
Order! Order the car. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what will it be?
Sorry if I move my mic a lot. I'm always trying to get the right position. It blocks the screen, which bothers me. You can't be serious. You did it? Wow.
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Sogi?
What?
Very well. I admit it. I did bring the inspector body into the country.
Oh, he's gonna blame it on Kazuma, this motherfucker.
Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense.
What?
You. Dear God. Outrageous.
So it was you. You admitted to Inspector Gregson.
No. I admit nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is this cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judiciary assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me to dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth killed the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity.
Whoa, he's gonna blame Kazuma? Holy shit.
And moreover, he had already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
That's right. Who else could have it been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You.
Holy shit, this is getting crazy.
I never thought you stooped to this, Seshiro Jikoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you can pin the crime on me, did you? Very well. The prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less.
You wouldn't.
So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and now that's all I have to say on the matter. I admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witnesses. assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer is right in front of me. It comes down to Shikoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. It's like a 50-50 Among Us game. If I'm just a step away, and I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Shikoku. The idea that the victim's murder who could have been committed by the prosecutor Sogi, the idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by prosecutor Sogi is impossible. Judge Shikoku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process.
It is, no question.
Well, logic reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime.
What? Psh, the court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So, present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement?
Is it the sword or the trunk? Dun, 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 dun. Wow, this music's fucking good. What the fuck, dude? Is it the sword or the trunk? I'm pretty sure it's the trunk, right? You're making the evidence weep here. Oh no, that's the wrong one. I ruined the mood. I'm a mood killer. Oh fuck. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruto. Oh no. I can't accept Sada. The crew was on centenary duty outside the first class cabin all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. And that very much narrows down to when the crime could have been committed. Catching Dr. Sithi. No. Well, he was killed by a gunshot. So...
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Groose, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? I do remember that. It was only given to the people of the crew. It was only given to people who are staying or who are actually on board. That's what it is. Give me a second. Dun, 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 dun. Is that my audio? Hello? Hello? Okay. Has different implications. Yeah. Judge Shikoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman's centenary was on guard duty outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary, whatever, I can't remember.
Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far.
But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Oh, that's right. Here, see, it's making sense. That note is the murder window, and that murder window gives us the time that he could have been murdered, which meaning he could only been a murder itinerary. Oh, that's how you pronounce it. A-T-N-I-D. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, clearly, the murder could have only been committed by someone who's aboard the vessel that time. That's right. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceeding, I didn't come to the Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night on a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. That's right, he has an alibi. He has a solid alibi. I'm going to break you, which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Gah! Cool, nice, I'm on the case. Hold it.
No, absolutely not. I didn't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy is just saying that to exonerate himself. We cannot trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby in the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back.
Objection. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify in undeniable proof.
Oh, no,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Grr, he's gonna break it. You've killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look like a murder had just happened there. This is what really happened, isn't it, Seshiro Chigoku?
it was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when it all began. He's gonna go nuts. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already.
Wow, who would have thought Jikoku would have came back and fucking be a bad guy, right?
Ah!
Holy fuck, dude, he's strong. What the fuck? He blew it away.
It's over. My life. It's over.
That sounds like a really familiar line from Larry Butts from part 1.
It's over. My life. It's over.
A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan, and a Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins were used diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homeland.
The assassin's exchange request arrived in Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. You found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Kazuma's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be the safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
The what? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper.
No, it's not. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart.
How about you go buy these nuts, bitch, bot, get fucked.
Anyways, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned from my cabin in the dining hall. I didn't give him the time to attack me. I choked him until he lost conscious.
Oh my god.
But then there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bid my time waiting for the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a restless move. Bang! I received a British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of judiciary as a visiting student. I'd never imagined I had to use it for something like that.
Wow. That's his fucking gun.
So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Yeah, it's an old gun. That's right, 16 years ago. The guns are all licensed, but that gun wasn't, so it's old. So when the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Gruce, which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judiciary assistant over there had already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over to the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered from the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentry returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced that the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known.
You must have made an intimate detail of the Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterparts sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock this afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Booney, from whom he'd take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hanky-nay carriage over with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you in the hotel then.
Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there, and then I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece was found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so that the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
So, that... Oh god, what's the voice again?
So that Mr. Boney, who was due to arrive at 5, would be whacked straight up into a trap. Except, at last moments, I made the careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish.
Ew, that's kind of nasty.
Anyways, that's everything. All the sorditos of what I did.
Ooh, wow. But it's not over yet. There's still more mysteries in. They're not gonna leave the game like this now, are they? Wow, man, Joshikoku. Fuck, I didn't expect that. Thank God it's not Mikotoba.
I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days for a crime of such vile nature as you'd expect the most severe penalties.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jikoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough.
Oh, God.
I've already told you that I cannot say.
even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again?
What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finish. All of it.
Is he gonna say his name? Damn, look at the way he stands, dude. It's fucking crazy.
I'm finish.
Dude, it's gotta be fucking Strongheart. It's gotta be.
There, in the name of Her Majesty and the Queen, I now pronounce the finding of this court. That this man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Gosh.
Seshiro Jikoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. Guilty. And may I remind you all that present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
Is that really it? No, that can't be it. No, there's more. There's more. Can't do this to me.
Moments ago, Mr. Jikoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled. Yeah, it's not over by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey in this extraordinary assassin exchange will remain in the dark of these mysterious. It will remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as an indictment brought about the defense in this trial, we have reached a conclusion.
I had every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor.
As you wish. Now, for formal education. I hereby declare the defendant, Barack Van Zeeks.
Objection! I knew it. He's gonna say, like, fuck you. He's not done yet. The prosecution calls for the education to be deferred. Oh my god, he's really going for it.
Counsel.
This accused innocent hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. Wow, he's really digging in, isn't he? This is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jikoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Barack Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Well, it would appear that you have information to the court that needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi.
Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seshiro Jikoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into the sick, merciless assassination exchange. Oh, he's still gonna press about that he's the Reaper. That may be true, but so what I want to know is who coerced Jikoku? Who is pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we already established, the Reaper himself.
Well, certainly, that would appear to follow.
The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barack Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Ow, this gotta hurt the back.
Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting that you have some new information with which to build a case?
Oh my god, Cosmo's gonna get something from his father. The two papers! The two papers, man! The two papers! Scotland Yard has already investigating Lord Van Zeeks through very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to sustain the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What? What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated by Jigoku with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitely the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say, I am surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name.
You are guilty of an unforgettable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explanation Cosmo's silent. That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Well, it's extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunities for witnesses' testimony. The defendant will disclose all involvement he had with the Reaper in the assassination exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely.
Please, it's my pleasure. I hereby declare this court to be in session for supplementary hearings.
Excuse me.
Pray I turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation has ensoured the contents of my hollow chalice.
Lord Van Zeeks.
I first had to suffer the procedium of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that gone with it. He's done. He's like, I'm no Reaper. So, I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all.
Good. Let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusations brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of Bailey.
And what does the defense? And what says the defense?
I'll eat noodles after this. Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer, and as his friend. Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objections, my lord.
Excuse me.
Very well, defense. You will take the witness's stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin's exchange.
As you wish, my lord.
Wow.
Wowzers, this is crazy. Oh, I love doing his voice. This is my favorite voice in the entire game. Seriously, this is my favorite because I feel like this is the best one I do. Anyways,
the Reaper and the assassin exchange. I have never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
Wait, why'd you bring up Dr. Wilson's name?
Certainly, therefore, there are no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Dude, is he really the Reaper as well? Bro, what if he's actually also the Reaper?
So, you deny all accusations by the prosecution. Both you and the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassination exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy which I alone am in a position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accusation may be untrue. To be untrue.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Because he's my boyfriend.
He's my boyfriend.
A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out.
Why are we here? Why are we here? Just to suffer? What is a man?
Chance to win a GoPro. What are these ads that I'm getting? What the fuck? So, it's been my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Dude, is Van Zieks really the... There's no way Van Zieks is the Reaper. There's no fucking way. There's no way he's the Reaper. Anyways. Unless Kazuma is the Reaper and his dad passed down that legacy to him. Anyways.
Enough deliberatory chatter. Counsel of the defense proceeds to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere in this man's testimony. Well, we already know that's false. There already is a connection. Here, Gregson, Dr. Wilson. This is the connection right here. That's already the connection. Like, I don't even need to say anything more. I don't even need to press everything. I'm pretty sure the connection, that's the connection. But I'm going to say it because I'm not 100% confident.
But why not have fun pressing all these statements?
You know what? You're right. Let's press everything. Like, I'm 100% clear, Bog, that was definitely the statement in the evidence. But let's right. You're right. Let's press everything. So, you're not what the general public refers to as the infamous Reaper, the Bailey.
Exactly.
Don't imagine it for a moment. That the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this.
I realize that.
If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who've been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed?
Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who have been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Well, that told me.
But even though I am not the Reaper, that does not mean I ignored it all.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly?
Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom, 10 years ago now.
And your investigation lead you to somehow to the Inspector Gregson, you're saying? Whoopsies.
I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past.
A friend, even.
I felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Which is when you found his secret notebook, isn't it?
It is when I learned of the location he noted only as Cruz and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. Though I didn't know the significance of these details at the time.
So now we're at the nub of the matter.
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
You went to the wrong Goose, that's why.
Hold it!
Meow, 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 meow. But why didn't you go to that specific location?
I thought that it was what the Reaper headquarters Then, by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was waiting for me was the inspector's corpse.
Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into that trap set by Jigoku.
Exactly. Jikoku had intended to implicate huge Buni, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first.
Ha! A ridiculous, careless blunder. Move on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Yeah, he's trying to get him.
Think what you will. It does not change the truth.
Meow, 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 meow. There is a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course, we were close acquaintance. We worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sort. He taught me a number of important lessons.
He did? Such as what?
That fish and chips go better with lemon. Where to buy good fish and...
Why did I fucking call that? I'm a fucking... Bro, I should just write the next Ace Attorney script. What the fuck? Dude, I'm too much of a fan of this game. I'm too much of a fucking diehard fan of this game. Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, but of course, that was some time in the past. In any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
Implies that he also eats fish and chips. It does. And not suck blood all the time. Damn, I want some fish and chips. Why are fish and chips so goddamn expensive at places? Anyways, that's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yumi University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the ocean to kill the man.
It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me.
Clearly, therefore, there is no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Hold it! Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you can kick-a-dee-dee-dee the scheme. Objection. But as it stands, we only have the accuser's inconsistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there's some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange, and if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, then the accuser's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yes, that's true, but... Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case. So if we don't identify something first, he'll gain the advantage. This could be dangerous. A convincing testimony by Lord Van Zeeks. Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. This testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh, dear me, what's with that bleak expression? I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them at first glance, but with the inclusion of one other person. I must be overthinking things, surely. I'm not overthinking things. I want to do a perfect Monokuma voice, like Aaron's Monokuma voice, and Monoko Adobo does an amazing Monokuma impression. Another person, Mr. Naruhodo. I need to think this over with all the information we gleaned so far. I need to... Alright, I'll interview my notes and all the cases of the in the courtroom record. Could it be that Lord Van Zeeks had something to hide after all? I need, like, if I can perfect a Monokuma laugh, I think I'll be able to do Monokuma's voice. Because if Aaron doesn't play Danganronpa 3, I'm probably going to play 3. Because I'll skip 1 and 2 because I watched the entire playthrough. Anyways. Right here, I got the autopsy report. Everything's all together.
What is this? An autopsy report. Wait, this is 10 years old. The autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report?
Why is Cosmo? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. There, I know, there's the link, bro. Clank.
Order the car. Order the courtroom. What is the reason you do have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report to your counsel?
The autopsy report and the professor's final victim is an undeliberate link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
Not that accursed name again. The professor this, the professor that. I'm so sick and tired of the professor.
I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's soul, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the power that would be allowed to the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who concluded the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible in on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Osogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moment, he mustered all of his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key of indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a miraculous victory in guard.
A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true.
What the fuck you say to me?
Could it be the same? Could the same be true if it turned out that key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death.
That is outrageous.
And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret had been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassination exchange. Interesting.
Order at once.
10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it's all a sham, and I swore myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. Oh man, he just sitting here drinking wine like he doesn't give a fuck? What an asshole.
You'll have to forgive me, as I feel compelled to toast to this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However,
there goes another cup.
He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Cosmo, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see this that without evidence, there's nothing more than a wild accusation. He has evidence, doesn't he, by his father? As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seshiro Jikoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth.
What truth?
The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I've already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on that autopsy 10 years ago. I never thought it was going to be fabricated. There's no way it's fabricated.
What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret.
Dude, no, you're not gonna. You're fucking kidding. There's no way Mikotoba is actually involved with this, because Mikotoba was the one who wrote up the report. So technically, Van Zeeks, Dr. Courtney Stevens, who's now City, Dr. John H. Wilson, and Mikotoba is also involved in it, right? Hold on. While we wait for my supposed mark in Jikoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrated sword, Kuruma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what, you're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That would very much depend on the answer you give my question. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the prosecutor. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But, unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? Oh shit. It was for the good of the country. Anyways, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! Holy shit. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baron Von Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have a cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it had been the Reaper himself who lays with Jikoku in Japan to arrive the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baron Van Zeeks. Von Zeeks. Von. Wow. That's kind of hard to deny. Objection! That Kazuma Asogi. What? What you just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? What? Wait, what? Lord Van Zeeks? I've gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrowed down the remaining possibilities to one. Holy shit. If Lord Van Zeeks is the one behind all of this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like this. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was gonna come up. Oh no. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Oh no. Is it really... Courtney's not in this one. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, it can't be.
Take that!
Please tell me it's not. It's really palpable now. Oh no! That overwhelming pressure that's making it almost impossible to speak before this gargantuan foe. But I can't back away now. There's no time.
What's the matter, Counsel? I take exception at the look you're giving me.
I was just gathering my thoughts. I'm ready to voice the defense's opinion now.
Very well. But before you do, a penalty for time wasting.
Oh, thank God. Oh, okay. Okay, okay, I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm wrong. Thank God I'm wrong. I thank God I'm wrong. Okay, thank God I'm stupid, right, guys? Thank God I'm actually stupid. The Reaper of the Bailey. If it's... That means it has to be Courtney Stevens, right? Oh, wait. Sorry. Then it has to be Gregson, right? It had to be Gregson. If it's not Baron, it has to be Gregson, who's dead now.
Take that!
Oh, wait, that's wrong too. Wow. Hold on, wait a minute. It must be Sandwich. Oh, the Sandwich. Wait, am I dumb? Hold on, am I dumb? Sandwich. Kinda, yeah, I'm dumb. Hold on. The Reaper was Klimpio for 10 years. It's not Gregson. Someone who had the power to command Gregson. Not these people. They don't have enough information on them. Dude, is it... It's got to be male, right?
Take that!
Yeah. There you go. Okay. So I was thinking a little over the head. I don't know why I was thinking Mikotoba. They never really mentioned him, but technically Mikotoba was like there. But okay, I was thinking of him. He's technically the only one who could have done it. But yeah. Okay. I'm just thinking like way left field when the answer was clearly in front of me. Anyways, the only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy result is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mel Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate of jokes in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks?
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I plead for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplications of the Lord to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all of the evidence I was given, the autopsy report, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now I was very much mistaken.
Wow, he was used. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector in the corner to break the law 10 years ago. That same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seshiro Chikoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The mastermind. Holy shit, dude.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense.
Wow.
It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utterly nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim that there is some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy report? That is truly untrue.
Objection.
Objection. But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted it.
And where's your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stash.
You mean to say...
I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the court of the great British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intentions of entertaining some wild fantasies that can't possibly be sustained by anyone or anything.
My evidence.
Oh, he's told everyone to shut the fuck up just now. Everyone shut the fuck up in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So, that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the goals of the case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Fuck, we can't do anything. Kazuma, he's more or less waited this whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there nothing... There's no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened all these years ago. If only there's someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's whatever, and Dr. Sithi won't say anything against Strongheart. But there is still one ray of hope. Objection! Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. Wow, what an asshole. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is... Was it her daughter? Oh, wait. Was her daughter there? I don't remember. Her daughter told stories. But technically, Eugene was there, right? Because he wrote the report for Dr. Wilson. But Dr. Wilson signed. So technically, he was there. I'm pretty sure it was Mikotoba.
Evan helps us. Another Japanese.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I was right. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Now I'm thinking. So Mikotoba wasn't officially recognized that he was there during the autopsy? I guess that makes sense because the autopsy was done in secret with Dr. Courtney Stevens and Dr. Wilson. And Dr. Wilson had an apprentice, which was Mikotoba at the time, Eugene. Okay. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord, Professor Eugene Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seshiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student.
And what could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedures. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness, as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in the autopsy laboratory 10 years ago, it's something only he can tell us. He's gonna try to deny me, bitch?
The defense's demand is denied.
What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We can summon him to the stands in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Sargo has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defense of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassination exchange.
I did, yes.
So, present your evidence for those claims, and make your case complete.
I... At this time, I don't have the required evidence, but that's exactly why we need a witness testimony.
The professor's case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you had appeared to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
Holy shit, what an asshole thing to say. Don't talk about my dad that way, you fucker.
Now, I've stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by a Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seshiro Jikoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection. But we all know what will happen. We just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover up his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will remain following these proceedings willingly, I trust, since you gave your word.
That's right. My wimp voice is coming out now. Fine.
This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asogi.
Oh wow, he looks like he's given up. Holy shit, he's mad. Oh god, this is so fucking crazy. We know he's right there too. Fuck. He knows.
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over.
Bro, like hold it, man. Wait, who's this? Who said it? I was Slomes! I fucking knew it! Mr. Slomes?
This is no place for amateur deductions, Mr. Slomes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection. Mr. Slomes was instrumental in the apprehension of oh god, I bit my lip. Of Seshiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Like Lord Mel Strongheart, it is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may.
We will stop at nothing to uncover. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? Wow, he really just called his ass out.
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important member of judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been here invited to attend? To nod along to this prevariance of your superiors? Dang, he got the fucking court on his side. Holy shit.
Order. Order the goddamn court. Everyone shut the fuck up.
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. After all, a jar can also be a door. If you open up the lid and you think that the lid is a door, let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. I can't pronounce that word. And for you and you alone, my dear fellows, you have the power to push this door open now.
The agitators in the gallery have no right to express an opinion in court proceedings. Silence! Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, he must end. But will that really do?
I sense dark things occurring beneath the scene. Dark things indeed. There's a single person here presenting an Aussie saying he doesn't say the same here. What's... The trial should go on. Summon the witness! That's right. We need to clear this up before this young Japanese fellow is ripped dead in custody.
Wow, this is fucked up. I can see why people say this is the best game. This is like history. This is history, because this is how they changed the legal system. This is fucking crazy.
My lord, you insert those presents that you would uncover the whole truth! Vindicate yourself to Atlanta's accusations!
The truth of the whole truth and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of the British law.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery! On with the trial! On with the trial!
Testify. 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 Testify.
Holy shit.
Well, my lord, you hear the voices of the British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it. It will be really rather awkward to silence.
Wow. The court will recess briefly. I need to take a shit. I have no intentions of shrinking from all these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. God, I'm fucking hungry.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikotoba. Oh, Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is willing and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact.
What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courtroom? Or the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I wasn't asking for the fun of it, you know. Dude, he gave him no time to rest. He gave him no time to rest. Holy shit. Oh, hold on, let me adjust my fucking... I was gonna say strap on, but that's not the right word. Let me adjust my pants strap to tighten before this fucking shit, because this is fucking, like, this court is, like, flying my pants off, dude. Literally, it's fucking insane. Shit. He reads the script. He reads the script. He reads the script. It's scary to think that Mikotoba was able to stay alive this long because his name wasn't on the autopsy report when you think about it. That's true. That's true, Bog. You're right. Yeah, think about it. Like, his fucking information was not there. That's why he was able to fucking live. It's so crazy. Well,
I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
Dude, I think without a doubt of my opinion, I can agree that this is probably the best Ace Attorney out here. I feel like this one is one of the best Ace Attorney next to Miles Edgeworth's Investigation. Have you played that one yet, Bog? Miles Investigation 2? 1 and 2. It's not like a crazy long-winded one because this one is a duality chapter. There's 2 games for it, but the Edgeworth Investigation is so good in my opinion. Like, I genuinely think that one in the Rise of the Ashes case, this entirety story for this one, and the it's been spoiled, so I don't know if I play. Yeah, and the Miles Edgeworth case is so good. The first game had a really long final case. Yeah, that first, so you know about that case, right, Bog? That case, the Rise of the Phoenix, was actually an extra case that was added when the game got ported to America, because the game originally was on the Game Boy Advance in Japan. So when they brought it to America on the DS, they wrote up another case. And that case was the Rise of the Phoenix, which is a long case, but introduced Emma Sykes, as well as Lana Sykes, or Sky, and which is one of my favorite cases in the game because literally Vortex is literally Grant. It's so good. Oh, the first Edgeworth game? The first Edgeworth game was really long, but it was so good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes.
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Yeah, I have the Switch port too. We're gonna play it off the. I have it for the Switch, I think. No, I have it for Steam, so I'm gonna play it on Steam with my friends. Anyways, yes, of course. In that, sorry, what voice was it? Wait, what voice was he? In that case, no. Wait, holy shit. Hey, Peter, there you go. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailey, show the witness to the stand. Dude, I gotta finish this so I can fucking eat, because I'm so hungry. So, it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. I'm sure I was here for less game than I wasn't here for, but I've also been here for the whole finale, which is amazing, which is awesome. I'm happy you're here, Egg. It's insane. This is insane. Just how deep am I about to plunge into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head straight into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. The last chapter, here it goes. Dude, do I eat? Do I take a small eat? Do I take a small foodie break? I don't think there's a food I can quickly heat up. Oh, there's a Hot Pocket. I guess I can eat a Hot Pocket real quick. I need to eat a Hot Pocket. Like, I feel like this last one is gonna be fucking long. Dude, this is fucking crazy. Bing, meow, 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 meow. You think I should eat something? I feel like I should eat something. Do you ever truly manage to heat up a Hot Pocket? No. In fact, the Hot Pocket that I bought today was actually dry. Objection! No Hot Pocket is dry. Objection! This Hot Pocket flavor is actually the driest I've ever bought. This is quite literally the final stretch, right? It really is. You know what? You're right. You know what, Bog? You're right. I'm not a fucking pussy. I'm not a pansy. But everyone's here for the final. There's no way I can give up now. I would drink water. So, witness, I would drink water and stay in the courtroom. Please, state your name and the occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotoba, lecturer of the forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. I get some food and settle in the show. So I say go get some food and settle in for the show? That's right. You think I should get food, Bog? You said I should get food? Gory, why is Gory here? And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... You think I should get food, Bog? Yeah? Oh, okay. You said I should get food. Okay. Okay. This is the final stretch, people. This is the final stretch. The final stretch. So please, if you've been with me this entire time, I thank you. I thank you for those lurking. I thank you for those who've been with me this entire session today, as well as this entire game. If you were here for the entire game, my god, thank you. I appreciate... Dude, I look like... I got like a long Iwata here. I thank you. I thank you very much. This is one of my favorite series ever. And the fact that I get to stream it and you guys are interested and you guys are here listening, I love it. You guys call me stupid, and as I solve this with my dumb, small brain, but still yet just figure it out, I appreciate it. I'm gonna go get a snacky. I say one more snacky. I want to make noodles, but it's definitely gonna take a while. So I don't think I should make noodles. But what I will do is I will make a Hot Pocket. So I'll be back.
And everyone, go get your food. We're about to finish this chapter. For those lurking, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate your company. I appreciate everything you stand here for. And, more than anything, I'm kind of surprised Aang is here. Aang, I know you're fucking here listening. I know you're here watching my reactions and shit. Aang must think I'm cringy because I stream video games and do voices for characters. I'll be honest, Aang, if I shared a room with you still, I don't think I'll be able to do this. Because I would feel like you would make fun of me, because you definitely would make fun of me all the time. And now I can say that because I don't share a room with you. In fact, I'm more than 500 miles away from you. So I decided that I'm going to make noodles instead of a hot pocket, because the noodle sounds really delicious. It looks delicious, so I'm going to do some noodles. So I might take a bit longer to make. My hair is super long. Holy shit. Some coffee candy? Bog, I'm so glad I met you. I don't know, but I don't know about you, but I enjoy your company a lot. I hope, obviously I play a lot of Valorant. I'm sure you've seen me like get on live and then I play in Valorant and shit. But I hope you come for like other stuff that I play in the future. I do know I have To The Moon on here. And on Saturday on the Discord, we announced it that I am finally going to be, I got a group together to do a group reading of Ace Attorney. So we're going to start with the first game. And my goal is to hopefully they enjoy it enough where they want to keep going, and to the fact that we play other Ace Attorney games, because I've never been able to get Diggy to play the second one with me, ever. She was supposed to be here with me with these, but she's not interested enough. So if I got friends who were interested enough for her and friends who were interested enough for the game, then that hit both my goals, to find people who are interested to, you know, explore the story with. And eventually, you know, it's just another scent of collabing with people, which I think who are great, who are my great friends. It's great to be here. I appreciate you, Bog. I hope you come here more often, and I hope you come here for other games. Of course, I'm sure Valorant may not be your thing. I'm sure Minecraft may not be your thing, but clearly enough, I play single player games here. So I do hope you'll, you know, I play a game that you're interested in. You know, maybe Pokemon, maybe I intend to play Sifu in the future. Maybe Aang or Jeremy got it, you know, my cousin or my brother. Sifu is a action game, you know. Since I do own 1 and 3, I probably should sit those out, because I definitely intend to play it. Yeah, definitely. Chrono Cross is on the board, you know. It's like fucked up. It's only in Japan. Demon Souls. Before I play Elden Ring, I'm going to play Demon Souls 100%, because I've never actually played Demon Souls. If you ever see me play a Souls game, Sky loves that shit. Sky is actually where I met Bloodborne. I met Sky with Bloodborne, and Sky's been one of my good friends here for a very long time. I don't like to call people followers here, because generally, if you come here enough, you're more of a friend. I'm very open. I'm very personal. Not that I like to get into your life personally, but I'm very I don't really mind sharing a lot about myself. So it's weird to call people followers. I'm not. It's not a parasocial relationship until I become some huge big wig with a wig and who's big. But yeah, unless I fucked up, I'm gonna die. I don't think it's only in Japan. There's no way. But yes. Yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Bog. And for anyone who's lurking, if you're listening to that, yes, I hope you guys come here for more in the future. And for those who wish to collab for other reasons, who are listening, I would love to collab. I've been doing my best to talk to other people and trying to get to play games with them. A good example is I plan to do a It Takes Two stream again. As you guys know, I did a 24-hour stream with the 2 games. I beat Resident Evil Village, and I have beaten... I think I smell the thing heating up. I've beaten Resident Evil Village, as well as It Takes Two in 26 hours. I did a 26-hour stream. It was crazy, Bog. I did it with Cypher. I plan to play It Takes Two again with another streamer that I really like, and that she said she's down to, as long as we schedule it properly. Anyways, I'll be right back. I think my water is boiling.
All right. Oh. Okay. Let me set up some more lurks. Let me check who's streaming right now. I gotta like lurk for the homies, you know? I gotta show that I care about my homies and that I really want to assist them and give them that boost in my views. Oh, Bedu's streaming. Cool. Abby's on. Jim. Barcelo. Turn off some other ones. Turn off the big boys. Cloudy, Sheepfuzz. Ooh, Q's on. Harish. Okay. Oh, Nick's on too. Wow, a lot of people are on tonight. That's cool. Alright. How did everyone get food? What did everyone get to eat today? I made a quickly instant noodle. It's like a packaged noodle, but like you just gotta boil water and then mix the powder in it. I'm just gonna sit here and just talk to you guys. So I don't like, you know, I don't want to be distracted. I don't want to like watch a food show. I'll just sit here and talk with you guys. How are you today, Egg? How are you today, Bog? I know you came late. What happened? Did I start it a little too early for you? Very tired for some reason. Exhaustion hit me like a sack of bricks this morning. Probably should have slept after work, but I felt more compelled to work on these pages, I guess. I feel I worked 5 days in a row, which is normal for people, but like, man, dude, what's up with me? I think I need a break again. And I'm like, bro, I already had like a nice break with my booster shot. I don't know. After playing Ace Attorney, I'm so sucked into video gaming. Like, I just want to play this, you know? I wish I could always just stream a game a day. I wish I could just stream every day for a long period like this. 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. On some progress. Gotcha, gotcha. I was gonna continue streaming after this, but seeing how long the case is, I think after I beat this whole game, I think I'm done for the night. And I'm gonna start working on my channel trailer. Because I saw other people had channel trailers, and I think I need one. So I'm gonna start working on a channel trailer for myself. Probably just gonna be like good clips. I need to find music that matches. I gotta sync it up with the song. Oh yeah, if you were to play this game, yeah, I'm sure you get burned out. I'll have you know, I played all the Ace Attorneys back to back. It was crazy. The first time I played them when I wasn't streaming. I was a wee boy who wasn't a streamer, and I played it all on my own. Oh, even the pages, okay. I've been playing this game called Moonlighter off stream. You guys want me to stream that? Do you guys want me to stream Moonlighter? What was Moonlighter? It's kind of like a roguelike, but you're also a shopkeeper. So you sell the items you find. But your main goal is to beat all the dungeons and then solve the and collect all the keys and beat the end. Like there's an ending to it. I've been playing it off stream, but it's not really exciting. You know, it's not an exciting game to stream. And I'm not doing any challenges, so yeah. Oh yeah. You did say you did start that, huh? But yeah, I've been playing Moonlighter U, like super late at night. I just thought maybe I should stream that game too, because generally I would stream everything I play. But you know, it just depends whatever you guys feel. Alright. Cowboy Bebop Bot. I never finished it. Okay. If I'm ever in a point where I can't stream, generally when Diggy goes to bed and I still want to stay up, that's the game I play. I don't really like streaming when Diggy's asleep in my room, that's why. But if I get a chance, I'm not doing anything, I'll stream it. Generally, the biggest reason why actually I've been playing it off stream is because when I'm playing that game, I'm watching shows. I can't really watch a show when I can alert people streaming because I don't really watch them. I just give them a number and I listen to 1 or 2 streamers while I'm streaming. But generally, I'm watching anime at the same time, which is why I don't stream certain games. Like right now, I'm watching Cloudy playing Undertale. I'm listening to her. I'm listening to Nick and Bauer. Maybe I should listen to Bedu. I haven't listened to Bedu in a while. I do lurk her very often tonight though, because she streams late. With that being said, alright. For those watching YouTube, you're now here. Congratulations, you skipped me eating, which is good. For those who didn't, I didn't say much, and if you did skip me, you didn't miss much. I was just chatting with chat. Yeah, let's continue.
This is Dr. Maria Gori. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. City, I understand.
Yes, Dr. City.
I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Oh, she did she?
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy, but you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there, too.
That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. Wish I was in the antechamber too.
Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations of Dr. City that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceeding. The Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
I thought about finding something Deep Space Nine's in English and particularly focusing.
Yes, it has been so long, Lord Strongheart.
Prosecution understands that you were a visiting student in forensic science in London until 10 years ago.
That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at Street Center.
Oh, really? It's always that hospital, huh? It's only one hospital?
So, you were present at the autopsy, my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Yes, I was. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion.
And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe.
Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings when we were done. He read through the documents and signed it.
Poor Mama. As a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson?
Yes, of course.
If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would have never happened. Nah, that was the wrong voice.
But he is absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So, Lord Strongheart had to entreat the noble to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murder was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time. You must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on.
Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Who will then?
Oh, wrong voice.
Yeah, give your testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
Witness's testimony. The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. 10 minutes. Who's still good after 10 years? I know, right? Maybe it was so impactful. Like, I remember my scooter crash. And that was like, what, 6 years ago?
From my own observation, I couldn't say that there were any indication of an autopsy result having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. I was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Beautiful but dangerous. Presumably to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of post-studium identifying his assailant.
What did he swallow? These nuts? Fucking got him, dude.
Your father died of these nuts.
These nuts?
My God, he's got him.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that?
Well, Nothing that I could have possibly identify as such, much less swear in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Sogi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? That man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence on this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with the testimony we have here, without question, I uncover the whole truth of the matter.
We'll never let you forget the scooter crash. No one ever will.
If I may, my lord, there was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the fact of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. That's right. The Hound of Baskerville. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. Was he? He was, right? Wait, I have his autopsy report. Did I never read his report? 31st May, between 9 p.m. and midnight. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicate of a duel. Recent scarlet inks. The scarlet inks is what's throwing me off. On the little and ring finger of the right hand, but no documented corresponding ink was found.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. If that's the case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right. I have the right to cross-examine every witness after a testimony, and I fully intend to exercise that right. Wow, that's like pulling it back all the way to fucking the first game. Ryunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, and as I'm sure if every member of judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Let him touch the end. Let him cross-examine witness. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the establishing facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Oh, he's gonna be like one of those assholes. Yes, my lord. Yes, you fuckhole. I mean, you asshole. I mean, you... Whoosh.
The autopsy at Clint Van Zeeks.
Hold it. You couldn't say?
No, certainly not.
But then you couldn't say that there was any indication either, could you?
No, true, I couldn't. But I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to go fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something.
And at those times, what did the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's order to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Professor Mikotsuba, think! Was there nothing at all that seems out of place to you?
Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
A Western sword. In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled?
Correct.
And yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victim?
There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigator carried out at this time.
But
Genshin Asogi confessed all his crimes upon his arrest. He admits to have taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Ugh. Yet the beast that used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept the dog.
A true hound of hell.
Everyone's neck was mauled? Hey Ace, we're at the very end. There was no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I mean, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Sithi, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what was written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that to myself at the time, that's true. Besides, the stab wound, there are no other signs of eternal trauma.
I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said that there was nothing of note in Eternally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean?
Was it Updog?
Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? What is Updog?
Ha, fucking got him. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Like flowers? Well, it was a sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps a ring?
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
Interesting, okay. My father's ring? Was inside the victim's stomach?
At the time, Genshin wore a long ring on the digits quarters of his left hand. The fourth or ring finger. I understood that it was some sort of keepsake.
When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It's a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where they had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? I brought the ring along with me today.
Oh, you got the ring? What?
Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores.
Oh, good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen it in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. Removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
She's like, "Oh, up dog." However, it came to be here. The court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceeding.
You got fucked there just now. Very well. You may submit it.
Asogi's ring has been entered into the courtroom record. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. The ring belonged to Genshin Asogi, found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claw glassing the gem looks sharp enough to cause some nasty scratches. There's no else on there. You tell me this was used to claw people's throat? That fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I think. I should think. Ow! God, now my finger is bleeding. Claws really are sharp. Oh my. That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you. Ugh. Who'd make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun is about the size that would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on something on it somehow. Okay. It's not the sort of ring to see normally in Japan. Alright, I read that. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
Did I not examine this enough?
Hmm. The ring belongs to Genshin Asogi, found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claw clasping the general. Okay.
Hold it!
Maybe it was the opposite. Maybe it was Genshin who got the ring from the professor. Anyways, and that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest?
Correct. After further investigation by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was no killer. Barak Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes.
Your hatred of me does not change the fact that that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop on his little rampage. In the way only a man my brother caliber could.
That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he had such suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to make use of this cross-examination to prove what really happened, to remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. Even if what we might uncover could lead to a total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. That beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence. Whoops, wrong button. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. You want to read about the ring carefully. I assume it has to be the ring. The ring belonged to Genshin Asogi, found in Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the autopsy. The claw is clasping the gem, looks sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. The death results in a wound made by fire, which I found a little strange. There was no other signs of internal injury. Whoa, wait. It was found in his stomach? Stomach during the autopsy. And the Western-style sword fixing the heart that I found a little strange. There was no signs of internal... Oh, here it is. I was like, they just talked about how if you swallowed that, there would have been a shit ton of scratches. So yeah. Yeah. I knew that part, Bog. Like, I just need to clarify. Because they made a big note about it. So it was very obvious. I just need to make sure. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson has requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whenever this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson? Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it then, there, and then in the victim's stomach. Suspicion, as best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not really sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed this enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have been remained as internal trauma. No! No! And you have arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the finding myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation. Oh, wrong voice. The conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day.
Wow, would you look at this? Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you?
That's not the right voice. He's like a burly man. But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed the ring of that size, those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you expect to see some damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membrane at the least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen.
No. Let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence
to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the result of the autopsy to implicate my father. What is it, Zelda?
I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculations.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinions.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membrane of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead. to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
She's like, shall I fucking kill you for the truth? But Mama, she chose to stitch up her corpse. To stitch her corpse up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Whew, that's how many glasses I broke this game.
Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The other one I recounted to you before about a memory that I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back street at a late hour. All of a sudden,
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us, mate.
all of our assailants were armed with pistols and their face obscured by scarves.
Bang.
Bang into the room. The next thing I knew, there were silence all around. Genshin laid on the cobble street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He's shielded me.
He got his fucking hand cut off. Oh my god.
That it was his ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear the ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question it. Perhaps I wasn't the intended target at all.
Wait, but
Genshin was arrested 2 days after the attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
you mean the ring was stolen from him? You think those thugs were after that night?
Objection.
Objection. Ugh. You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You were the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you can paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you are so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much that you apparently blinded to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What? What'd you say?
Though it is extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that was the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then, oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then that would surely mean that there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hammering your ability for logical thoughts.
God, I really need a fart.
Genshin's Asogi's silence at his hearing can be meant only one thing. That there was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ugh. No, he was silenced for a reason. That's why the other guy was threatened. But if that autopsy was all above board, then there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma? Kazuma? What is this latest absurdity, Council?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sentenced to his death? If the autopsy results with an invention, there is no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question about that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to that autopsy had been assassinated? If I force the grievance I feel for my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Oh, his brother was the Reaper. His brother is the Reaper. I think his brother's the Reaper. Or not the Reaper. I think his brother was the Professor. His brother was the Professor. I'm pretty sure.
Me?
Kazuma has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show that there's a reason for his father's silence in this trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough. Oh wait, Peter. Enough rhetorics. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my faith in this foreign land, and the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path.
Take that!
Is it the 2 papers? This is the defense answer to that question. It's not. Fuck.
Then get it before my patience as rhetoric is growing thin.
Fuck! Oof. You can at least accompany that penalty with an explanation on why the answer was wrong. If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I would have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. If we're right about the autopsy result, then there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? That could be it. Is it the sword? He wrote that letter, and only one person knew of that letter. This girl! I seeing anything suspicious here? We need evidence that deals with the past case, not this case. Passport. Is it really the sword? I'm just gonna assume it's the sword, right? Maybe it's the sword.
Take that!
Nope, not the sword. Sorry, I'm brain farted, man. I'm brain farting, bruh. Why did he need to stay silent? Let me think about this. Let me think this through. Why did Genshin Asogi... What proof that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court? A telegram from Japan details Goku's office. No. The ring. What about his ring? If he said that was fabricated, then why?
Take that!
It's not that either. Is it really the photo? It's the relationship. It's definitely the relationship then. I'm thinking Clint is actually the professor. Because he wanted to change the royalty system. He didn't like it.
Take that!
No, that's wrong too? Oh my god. Was there a third page to it? Is there? Am I tripping? Is there a third page to the autopsy report? Am I tripping? Oh shit, there is. Oh shit, there is. If vital evidence recovered from the victim... Hey, thanks for the hint, Bog. Credit to Inspector Grayson for petitioning so dogly for the autopsy procedure. No trauma noted anywhere in the body. John H. Wilson. Death from a single stab from the heart. Observation. Superficial extended wound indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains on the little ring finger of the right hand. So he had ink stains on the ring finger of his right hand, but no document ink was corresponding. I don't understand this part though. Why would it be this? Autopsy findings. Is this why he needed to stay silent? The credit was to Inspector Gregson for the petition for so dodgily for the autopsy procedure. But in my head, why does that explain his silence in court? It can only be evidence that has to do with the professor, but...
Take that!
No, it's not that either. Okay. So why did he need to stay silently? Let me think. You're just curious? Okay, I thought, yeah, okay. Okay, you're curious. I thought that was like a hint, because I know you played this before. What proof could explicitly explain... Here. If it were me, I would have protested my innocence. I was blue in the face. So we're right about the autopsy result. So if we're right about the autopsy result, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Clemency. Like, I would assume it's for his son, Asogi, but like, it's not his son. He kept his silence for someone or something. But for who and what reason? You think you know why? I'm trying to think about every evidence. So it's not the ring. It's not the telegram. Is it the telegram? But this is very recent. This doesn't have anything to do with something that happens now. It has no relationship to the sword because the sword happened to prove that, you know, he swung it at Gregson. This is just something to do with Gregson. It has nothing to do with the thingy, and that has nothing to do with it either. We already checked that. It's not Clint. I thought it was a testament, but it's not that either. The only weapon I have left. Before, during, after. Something that traveled with the professor this entire time. I don't think there's anything like that. There's no way this is evidence of now. This is about the reefer. Alright, this has nothing to do with it. Crime scene, autopsy. Gregson's body. It wasn't this either. We just checked this. It's not the candelabrum, nor is it the red hairpiece, I'm pretty sure. Is it the gun? No. Asogi's silence in court. No, that was just a gun that Jikoku had. No, it's not that. Oh! That's why, because he already had a plan to escape.
Take that!
It's true that oh my god, I just had to read the evidence. I totally forgot. That's right. That's why he didn't care, because he was already planning to escape. It's true that Genshin Isogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he's been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe that my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certification. But did I just... A false execution, falsification of a death certification. Certificate. Certificate. Oh my god. A fake execution of falsification of a death certificate and a jailbreak inside of a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working at the prison at the time. The note reads, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiating between Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given the assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clemency's agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would even go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mrs. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Oh, so they wanted to condemn a Japanese man so that they could assume that the professor case was over, but the professor is still alive. But what happened is he ended up taking the fall for it and actually killed him. Holy shit. Order. Order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course. Because it's all intimately linked. Intimately. The prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand. Witness. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Oh, what? Governor Cadden? And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governors of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? Father? My dear friend may appear to be a little rat-beated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He warded both Barclay in the local prison earlier, asking Governor Cadin and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Shlomes did that? Wow, he's quick.
Are you telling me that
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Wow! Fucking Holmes set his ass up. Holy shit! My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declare at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the truth behind these disturbing findings. Wow! This guy is getting fucking steamrolled left and right.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Witness. Make no mistake. I, too, would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Wow! Wow! I can see what you mean. This is a fucking roller coaster, Bog. We are literally not letting this man get away. This is crazy. We literally just solved 2 cases at once. This is insane. Would the new witness state their name and occupation for the court, please?
I, Baron Barry Cadine, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Huh, and everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits, but your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. At least right? At least it kind of goes.
No, the professor.
Oh, wait.
Aye, the professor. We've already been doing all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything towards happen.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward.
Aye, well.
The convict's death certification was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could have never been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Cadden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot of breaking Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gods, hold it there, laddies. All I did there was...
Witness?
Governor did. Witness.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that the intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witness give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know. Everything of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. The jailbreak plot.
It was on the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warden division here, and I put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plots.
I didn't care if there was some negotiation between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for His Majesty's Great British Empire.
Okay. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I don't know that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there was a thing about that professor's case. That nothing unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutioner's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi's admitting to the crime that he didn't commit.
That counsel is nothing more than a speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh yes, my lord.
I fail to see how the witness have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Fuck yeah, I do. Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Tenacious D. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
The jailbreak plot. It was the day that the Japanese jock was found guilty. The direct came from the prosecution's office. Hold it! Stop that bibbly babbly rappity bitty bitty doo. You said you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that they're official.
But if it was from the prosecutioner's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away.
And it wasn't me.
I cannot even say with certainty that it didn't originated from the prosecutioner's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who's behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us in the ground, as it was, didn't bother with speculations. We just get the job done.
He sent the convict to the chief board official, and he put the plans to action behind the scenes. Wait a minute, so Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My one role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right. Isn't it, Governor? That's why you're so sorry.
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Alright then. Who else knew about the plan?
I know the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's another folk in the prison service who will be given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved? Way to give him Arnold Schwarzenegger. Thank you for recognizing it as an Arnold Schwarzenegger voice, Ace. I try my best.
Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
That was like a...
Dr. Stevens.
That was a different voice. That was a completely different voice. Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Cynthia, she's known now.
I get to the chapter.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Meow, 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 meow. I was responsible for Asogi right up the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot. Oops.
I didn't care some negotiation. Dylan! Orange. Melon.
Oh, whoops, I skipped that line. Look around. Hold it. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man who terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who has taken the lives of 5 of the country's noble.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Losh, Vijay, I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what happened. I tried to kill myself because you, asshole, blamed it on me.
He's like, I'm sorry. I can give you a kiss. Maybe some Valentine's Day chocolate.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kadin?
Ha. I didn't clean this from the Ivies.
Wait, what did you just say? You already acknowledged that order from the prosecution office to arrange for the man's escape? There must have been some sort of negotiation. That's the only explanation.
Well, that may be. I didn't keen nothing up new about it, about the bed. The witness stands a place for not telling what you don't know for sure. I keen that much, I do.
Then presumably you knew this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man who was still killed illegally, even if he wasn't condemned a criminal, may as well be found and complicted in murder, Governor. So that's what it's be, huh? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
All I did was carry out my duty.
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to get with the joke at the end of the jail, nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me. Oh, my voices. Mr. Visual, something to add? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? He's saluting now? What? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaden was saying seems to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all this shenanigans of an escape? That's kind of obvious. Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. It is a mystery.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that never quite made sense to me.
Oh, it's gonna expose it.
If you believe that there's some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Kadin, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
God, I go on then.
Strongheart's like, you motherfucker. You backstabbing piece of shit, no ass, looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger, wannabe butt chin, motherfucking mustache, thick eyebrow ass, bitch ass, incredible looking ass, red fucking. I ran out of jokes. I couldn't keep going. He's like staring. Seems to me that the Japanese fellow had nothing to do with the bargain. Interesting. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely.
I cannot say that to myself. After all the prosecution had no conclusive evidence against the Kali, eh?
This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility that this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutioner's office.
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about the misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you cannot establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one is going to listen.
What he said.
That's right.
So, what I'm trying to say is that I lost my accent. The convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all.
The witness makes an astute point, logically. It would have seemed no negotiation could have taken place.
And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. He was armed with something to negotiate. The Asogi papers! It's here, Ing! 2 papers! So Asogi-san agreed to confess the crimes because he was assured that he would be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma's father would have engaged in such negotiations. And then perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't. It smells like doo-doo. I can't quite put my finger on that doo-doo yet. I don't want to, but I'm scared. Well, in that case, you must keep digging until we identify the problem. I'm pretty sure it's this one. There you go. Because he's not supposed to have a pen and paper, but he wrote that in court. Or he wrote in jail. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredible risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop a British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyways. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
This fellow cannot possibly anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. You know the Asogi papers. Names given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay Prison. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now. Can't touch me now. I'm having such a good time. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convicted cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper?
I lost the will and a testament.
Make him sound weak, you know.
This will is the only weapon that I have.
Well, I feel like throwing up talking like that. I feel weak. I feel weak talking like that.
A weapon?
And after the convicted had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all of the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, it's an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Isogi Papers. Governor Kadin, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Isogi Papers had the potential of making great waves somehow?
Jinkies, what in blazes are you babbling about? The will was found right and proper in the fellow's cell. I said it'd be.
Ow, but how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, and ow, from top to bottom.
When you do a proper job, you pee while you got good.
You can't criticize me now.
I saw it to you before I was in there. Did I know you're a lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the documents here. It was written in Japanese, and it reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi."
Which means everything in it should be as placed.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convicted any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend,
He haven't called me that in a while.
that the last will and testament stored at the Barclay prison all these years is actually a fake?
That's what I thought too. I was like, there's no way this will means jack shit. There's no way it's real. As it clearly has been demonstrated already, what went down at Barclay prison was far from above board. That is like I had.
Peter,
My voices are like mixing up.
Peter, that last allegation by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's words.
Better strong heart.
The man could quite possibly be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? Oh, no. I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Look, clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers.
A waste of time. If the will is fake, then where's the real document?
Does he have it? Oh my god, does he have it? Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life.
Oh,
And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself?
it's clear that Barclay prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by one of the Barclays. It's clear that some elected negotiation took place.
Is your lordship going to gloss over the obvious facts and reasonable facts?
What did you... Wrong voice. Peter. What?
Holy shit.
Peter. What did you say?
Oh god, I can't. That was so weird.
We should hear more. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. Everyone shut the fuck up. It seems that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify. Again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord. Wow, they're actually giving him a chance. I'm surprised he's letting it go on. The Asogi Papers. As the warders responsible for condemning convicting convicts, I attended Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. Oh, the night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution. But to no avail.
You take whatever. That's the red one. Yeah, that's fair.
I only found the 30 Asogi papers when our directive came and told him to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in the cell. The kimono, I think, is gone.
Want to take my nice pens?
In his kimono, that is a lie. Ow. We search every inch of the man's cell. We look through his clothes. It can't be true.
Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh? Are we of you little lady finger nugget?
There's nothing you can do about it now. We don't have to hold it over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take off my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared?
He's shaking himself. Little and large. What a double act. We compiled with Asogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy of the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged.
I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely.
Aye, and you can't deny the handwriting of your old man, eh?
Yes, there's no mistaking that that's my father's brushwork. Really. And this is the last will and testament. That was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. How many times I have played every single Ace Attorney game except for the Professor Layton one. Lycenthia. I have played Phoenix Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, Trial of Justice, Ace Attorney, Troubles and Tribulation, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, Ace Attorney The Spirit of Justice, Miles Edgeworth Investigation 1, Miles Edgeworth Investigation 2, and the great Ace Attorney 1 and 2. I've played all of them. And to say it's one of my favorite series that I've ever played. I really love the game. The only one I've never played was the Professor Clayton one, because I'm not interested in puzzle solving, because my brain is tiny. Generally, it actually doesn't... Okay, for the Great Ace Attorney, no. This has no bearing on the other Ace Attorneys. However, for Ace Attorney, yes, I recommend playing them in order. Literally all of them in order. Because it is in a timeline. If you were to play the Apollo Justice, you would completely not know what's going on. You would be like, why is Phoenix Wright lost his job? This doesn't make sense. I don't know what's going on. If you play Trials and Tribulation 2, they're going to be like, oh, I've met you before, Wendy Oldbag. And you're like, who's Wendy Oldbag? She's from part 1. So I highly recommend you at least play them in order. Generally, there's not a big impact, but it definitely enhances the experience. So yeah. It is on sale. I believe the triple pack is on sale right now. So yeah. I think we could safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing his end was nigh.
You calling my dad a fucking crazy asshole?
So, counsel of the defense, your cross-examination, please. Let me get over it.
Gotcha. I really got all of them, so I was wondering. Yeah, I recommend playing in order. Yeah, it would definitely... It's like Spider-Man. If you didn't watch the rest of the Spider-Man, the newest Spider-Man isn't going to be as great. You got to play all the Ace Attorneys in order to keep it enhanced. Gotta enhance the feeling, baby. Like, if you played the last case for the third game with not knowing who some of these characters already are, you're gonna be tripped out. You're gonna be like, oh, I don't know who these people are. You're gonna feel bad. You're gonna be like, fuck.
Soggy papers. At the water response like attack by the time to start the dog and get wiped off its house.
So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi?
Yes, certainly. Though there was a precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet, he confessed in full of his crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. And I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of an unforgettable crime of another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in a mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you say you saw with him? What can you tell us about that? Oh, God, my legs. It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very clearly. Ow, my hands.
Hold it!
Hey, Zelda. Get on the bed, bitch. You okay? Need more pens?
And he pleaded with you to not report him, didn't he? Yeah, that's right.
I like the Babuya, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was.
I could see the man had a noble spirit. I'd find myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing material whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right.
So when exactly was the will penned?
I was before the man was abandoned in Barclay, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family of his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutioner's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely? Yeah, that's true. It's curious. Oh, by the way, they said here, this is the last case in this game. I don't know if you want to be here, because I know you haven't really seen the entire game with me, so. And this is a duality case. Like, you need to play both the games to know what's going on. So, I don't know if you want to be here. Well, by all means, please, if you want to be here and support the G, then I by all means, you know. Anyways, there doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it's subsequently found in this convict cell.
Oh, don't you way.
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
I'm sweating bullets. The prison and government cannot be expected to keenly in the works of the prosecution's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter.
I am unable to offer an explanation here now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
Boo, you bitch! The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what's expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicit mystery, then. Now, why is the will in his cell? Well, the thing about that will is...
Hold it!
If it was the governor who ordered the search of the will, as I understand it, is that right? Yes. And I reported back that we couldn't find it. He grabbed me by the crevice and yelled,
I have this in
my face.
I will. It's down to the governor to keep everyone working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But if it proved impossible to find... That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, the blood-curdling article. The executed mass murder who risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Deborah's experience in the Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Anything else? These nuts, bitch! You could have done whatever. You could have done a bunch of things.
And that directive came from the same source as one instructing you about the jailbreak?
Aye. From the top level of the prosecution's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't care for it. I didn't know now. Oh, I didn't know then before I didn't know now.
I didn't know before, I didn't know now, is what he said.
All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find the document. The directive said that it had to be somewhere inside of the fella's cell.
Document. What was that word? What was the wording? Document, not will?
Aye. That's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it really was Genshin Asogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony, witness. That's the wrong voice.
The document was in the photos that he wrote and lifted his kimono.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asogi's kimono.
I was the one who bought him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Kuruma, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I didn't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget about the soul of the clan. Could the man have been more obvious? Could that man have had more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Rinosuke. Respectful silence?
The one that carried the firearm at all times, and the inmate had shackles around the ankles.
I need it. Sorry, I'm adjusting the mic right now. Do.
They forgive me.
Because I'm getting sleepy reading all this. It's hard to keep up. All right, okay.
He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Why? Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing material?
Aye. He wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see.
Dr. Mikotsuba was asked to bring a necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A scissori inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hashin rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say that the letter just looked like squirmish masses of jet black earthworms to me.
The fuck, bro? You cool? Bruh, you cool? Bruh, you cool?
Excuse me.
Bruh. Oh, I'm losing my voice, fuck. Can anyone tell that I'm losing my voice? I'm actually losing my voice. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Visual? Mr. Visual! Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. Scarlet? Damn, we still going? We still fucking going, Ig. I think I crashed. It's the final chapter. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt out like that. The ink was red, wasn't it? Less swaying, more explaining would help. Is it something about the testimony we've just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possible or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted. ...
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. He's gonna tell me the ink was scarlet, wasn't it? I remember the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course, but even by the dim light of the cell, I can remember thinking it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Cut himself. He cut himself and wrote with his blood. He had to. Oops. Give me a second. Whoopsies. I did a poopsies on the side. I pop. 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 Poopy pop. Pop. Congratulations! You have you have $5. There you go. The fuck is going on? Sorry, I had to pause at a great time. I'm sorry. Witness. Is that really what you saw? Well, sir. Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Dot dot dot. I apologize. Continue. There you go. Okay, I'm done.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Long Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Oh, then Hammer, you can plainly see the writing here is as black as the old hell waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the contents of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night?
Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
But it was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possessions. There's nothing more to add.
A will writing in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Visual really see Cosmos holding? I wonder. If he had an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, he must present it to the court at once.
Bro, am I tripping or like, was that really Kazuma's father inside? I'm starting to think it wasn't. But like, hold on, I'm confused. That testimony doesn't give much anyways.
So this really was penned by Kazuma's father. I wonder what he possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
It's starting to sound very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing.
But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Asogi might have actually had something.
Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding this all. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail.
Absolutely.
Damn, there's 6 statements in this shit. It has to be this one. This is the part that bothers me. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little ring finger of the right hand, but no document in the corresponding ink was found. I don't think he was writing a document. I think he had that document already on him. Because that thing kept bothering me, scarlet ink. I was like, when is scarlet ink going to, you know, make a play in the story? I don't think that document was another will he was writing. I think it was something that Clint gave him. But the question is, what is the contents of that document?
Objection.
I know, it's time to find out. Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Visual. I believe that's exactly what you did see.
What?
High times again? You have no evidence to say that.
That's the wrong voice. Have a look at this report. That's my brody's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that bothers me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. I need to make their voices different.
Scarlet red inks.
Now,
I'm not familiar with the habit of the British oh my god. Aristocracy? Dude, what the fuck is wrong with me? Aristocracy. I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy. I freely admit. But I hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wits is not appreciated. My brother was a well-known bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have been clean. He would have cleaned them immediately.
Air is to rasi talk. Sorry, I know how to pronounce it. It just took me a bit.
What is your point, Council?
I want to slam my table like that. My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing in that unusual colored ink must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hands.
What?
Don't mind me. Yeah, you grammar correcting person. How dare you correct my grammar?
I remember something that troubled me all this time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink was there in the inkwell was ever found.
So, documents have disappeared. Are you suggesting that the documents that my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zeeks was writing before the moments of his death?
Then it was.
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to believe, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil. Sir, when you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words was as follow. Were they not? All right then. But what is on that paper? A last will and testament.
This will is the only weapon that I have left now.
A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we have now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with the will, but it wasn't that of Genshin's Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
No.
What? It was his will. It was his will. It's his brother's will.
This is madness. This is not Sparta. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No. Impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Zeeks, I need to close my door because I'm like standing up and screaming into my mic now. Definitely giving this my all, guys. I'm giving this my all.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would have never abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Asogi came in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly, something that could have been made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that to be intact, that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be. Wait, what is it? Do I have it? I don't have it. No, wait. Is it the Reaper? It's the Reaper. The Professor is the Reaper.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom that nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection. No, my lord. That's unacceptable.
What did you say? What did you say, Council? Kazuma.
The last will and testament that Genshin Isogi had in his hands had in his possession was of that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimonies and evidence presented to the court has been logically led to us, and this led to us to that of a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
What's wrong with Van Zeeks? A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is the unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you're resolved to do when you enter the courtroom this morning, if I am not mistaken, Miss Susato.
I've been in this fucking courtroom for fucking 7 hours, shit!
So hold your head up high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Isogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the wills were related to the professor's case.
The defense's last statement, it's merely a conjecture. What are you getting at, man?
That was the wrong voice. Ryunosuke! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. Is it what I think it is? I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact a confession. It's a confession. It's a confession. It's a confession. It's a confession. It had to be. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. If that ain't the right lines, I don't know what is. I believe what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murders known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection.
He's gonna. He's flipping out.
Enough. Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the professor. That would mean.
Oh, he's gonna go. He's gonna lose it. He's gonna lose it. Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard for you to take in. Yeah, he did, yeah. But it's the only explanation that fits.
What is a man?
He starts becoming Dracula, like legitimately. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to be a murderer, to have murdered 5 men of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Isogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to be the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. Wow.
No!
Wow. So what compelled him to do all that?
Oh, it's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zeeks family, they've been thoroughbreds of the brothers of Lord Clint Van Zeeks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital, but he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator train of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the government public have from down blown or the graduate may finish. My brother, my Oni-chan, my Aniki.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
It's not over though yet. This is not. I don't feel like this is close to over too. Though I wonder though,
Did he never suspected Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barack Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
or oh, is that a raid? Oh, Taco, what up? Thanks for the raid, dude. I appreciate it. If you're here from the room, my name's Larry. I play everything and anything, and currently we're on the very last chapter of Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney 2. So if you don't want spoilers, I highly advise that you leave. But if you're planning to stay, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm just doing a bunch of voices. It's been a long 7 hours of reading. Thank you for the raid, Taco. I appreciate it. We are at one of the most tensest part in the court. I'm pretty sure we're almost done. It is getting insane. Insane. This is literally the very end. So if you don't want spoilers, I highly suggest you guys make it. But Chaco, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. I really enjoy your raid. What are you doing? Please tell me in the chat room. I would love to hear your stories. But that being said, I'm going to tell you on with the story. Order the goddamn court.
Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? I was playing a quick game of Civi 5. You know, a quick 5. Oh, yeah, you know, Civi. Be quick.
Yes, he did. Bullmug. He was a very known hunting dog. People call him a giant.
I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Bullmug. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of a jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar?
That's right. Though sadly, some year ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
A jewelry-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! It's the collar from part 1. Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! Oh, you guys, I know you guys, the camera's not on. I'm like actually like leaning on the table. Like, oh my fucking god. It's all coming back. That collar had the transcript, the Japanese transcript note of the assassination plot. Holy shit.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too. It's made of pure gold.
That's the one. Oh my god. Holy shit.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ordinate, capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initials B for the beach.
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What?
Wait, oh, sorry, voice. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? The Hound of Baskerville. The fucking case Arius is working on.
B for Dracula.
Shut the fuck up, Bog. No, that got me. That actually got me.
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That superior gold emblem was their heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then that collar you describe was Bullmug's.
The family's insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a
Wrong voice. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But
It could have equivalently been from the human prey.
So it's true then. Good advice. I watch our professor.
Impossible! These Japanese are making it all ashore on their own! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of the nobles and royals was the noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably disestable British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charge brought to him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That thought his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth.
Who is the Reaper still? Then who's the Reaper? Who's the current Reaper? That is the question we need to answer. Is he really the Reaper? Is Strongheart the Reaper?
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals, he'd become Batman, an even more fiendish one himself. Clint. No, you could not have become Batman, for would have been your Robin.
Yes, whatever, Macron reflect. Oh, fuck.
The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, indeed, and indeed the whole world. New industries, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order.
I'll use his voice. I like his voice.
But these dazzling new developments meant an even deeper shadow that were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crimes growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat the darkness.
It's supposed to be it's supposed to be Strongheart saying this.
But at times went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually it was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up to my office one night. The professor.
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. That man comes from one of the country's most illustrious families. He is a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, but he's commits these atrocious crimes behind the scene, like Batman, because he's rich. With a butler.
Do you have any evidence?
Nothing definite as yet. But if he keeps as an enormous savage hound under the estate, we need to fully support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard into this based on the tester's accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asogi's plate. He meets with me at the clam every night for drinks. Q Sogi, what is your evidence? Wait, what? What, Pog? As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieg's mansion on his own. We can only imagine what now had happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Clint Van Zieg's perished.
Oh, he killed him.
I don't believe this. I don't!
So, in actual fact, Cosmo's father did?
He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate.
He put a permanent end to the professor's killing by taking the drastic measures of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. The accused Peter Van Zieks and his dog, Brian. Shut up, Bob. God damn it. The accused Peter and his dog, Brian. In the custody of his child, Stewie, and that other girl that he has, his daughter. His wife also now belongs to me.
And what about his will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time.
And then he waved it around his face as a thingy. It started saying there as Bullmog, so it couldn't work.
His dog, Brian. Clint Van Zieks had a dog named Brian. I was the only person that knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
But you knew? So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if it meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this. Oh, then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it, while keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? That was the wrong voice. Obviously, he'd oppose me at first.
What the hell are you doing over here?
Are you your rockers? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yeah, well, I no doubt that it was that Japanese fella. But you haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so short of a murder weapon to boot. Then, we're short on time. Oh, wrong voice. We're short on time, Gregson. You must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So, we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So, that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back street, the Genshin ring was taken. That was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help.
Then the detectives handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decision, that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he hadn't actually already struck a deal with his accuser, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
His Tobotachis. I mean, isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What?
Though, I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate. I accept your guilt without contention. And you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whatever you choose, wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by the order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might have to make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason why I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what will it be, Asogi? Kazuma.
He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Wow. Wild.
Objection!
Objection.
I've never dared to let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey, was it you, Lord Mel Strongheart?
He's gonna confess it? He's gonna say it?
Voice beater. A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barack Van Zeeks?
Holy shit, it is him.
That's the spirit of your late brother. That paragon of justice should have returned to reap justice for his siblings. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's mass, I ask you?
What brazen?
I knew that you played the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who have cooperated... Ow. Those who have cooperated with me already were only one too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was... What the fuck happened to me? But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protégé after that. Dr. Courtney City.
Dr. City?
So, what's with the excursion of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything.
He's the Reaper. He's the fucking Reaper.
My lords and ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who stirred the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Holy crap, Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, yeah, he killed... All those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyways. Yeah, he committed murder. If it was all in aid to keep London safe...
I am the true Batman of London. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. Hold on, Peter. I trust you all appreciate the importance of the request. It is, of course, the good of the country.
Well, I still want to shut the fuck up, dude. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? Ow, my hand, after all the slamming. I have one last question for the accused, Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I can't say that I'd never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were pleading the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
His brother's Batman.
And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor's killing, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. I still believe it that now. Do you have any more evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it is unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
Oh shit, did he kill one person and then someone else tried to replicate the murder? Holy fuck.
That will do. Peter, that will do. Neither Clint nor Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi will still walk this earth. However much we will debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But, no buts. There are only two extant base of evidence from this time. The We Be Gone ring that acted as an incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament pen in black ink left behind the mat. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
No, the sword, I'm telling you, the sword!
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That's all. Court is adjourned.
No way. Where's that objection?
Objection!
Objection, baby! It's not over yet until I sing. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this the 11th hour discovery. What discovery? We have the same voice. My lord! I'm afraid I must insist the trial continue. I beg your pardon for the 5th time? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeek and his recollection of his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So what on earth is this contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Oh, fuck. Was it Lord Van Zeeks? I think he said something. It was Lord Van Zeeks, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was a little jarring. Come on, Yonosuke, go over it. Find it. He said Clint wasn't the culprit. He said Clint wasn't the culprit, and that was his conclusion, because the third victim. That's so weird. It was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. Because during that time, he was a prosecutor. Strongheart was a prosecutor. So did he kill him so he could take his seat? Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain?
What exactly am I supposed to make of those beautiful Nipponi's eyes?
When you were recounting the information of your brother and the third victim just now, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we'd have here.
Inconsistent? Inconsistent?
And even though that the inconsistency arose from the words of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation.
What are you playing at? I fail to see the defendant's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore this new development. What evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words?
What inconsistency? What the evidence is consistent with the defendant's words? The defendant's words were him saying, the third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. He was the one who recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. Am I wrong? Rather, and prominently in Inspector Gregson's office. The person on the left is Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Worker taking the floor of the Great Waterloo. The person, okay. Passport, Asogi's will. Okay, I get you Asogi. Okay. 2 pages. Is it with the dish of silent? Midnight. Okay, the dead was down. The British ink was found. Okay, honestly, bruh. Shh. I got this, baby. I got this. My big brain's activating. This ring belonged to Genshin Asogi, found in the Lord Clint Van Zeek's stomach during the outside club. I don't think it's Lord Van Zeek's then. I think I'm wrong. I can only imagine it's this photo. Yeah.
Dear me, this evidence makes it very clear indeed. There's no contradiction. I have the distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was a mistake of my life.
And don't you dare to show your face ever again at my door once this trial is over. Wait, what the fuck? It's gonna be lonely around the Naruhodo dinner table in the future. As long as I'm alive, Naruhodo. I'm sure we'll need to think again to fix the situation.
Oh my, Miss Susato, yes, of course.
So wait, is it Van Zeeks? Oh, well, whoops. Well, to begin with, Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we draw no further useful conclusions here.
Was it Lord Strongheart that said something wrong? Am I tripping? Well, I guess he said something wrong because that's a speculation, but Lord Strongheart didn't let him finish. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, think back to his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint nor Genshin still walks this earth.
Neither Clint nor Genshin Asogi walks this earth.
However much we debate in this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extensive pieces of evidence from this time. The web-begotten ring that act as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the
Three-page last will. 3-page last will. There it is. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Council? Fuck, that my voice is wrong?
Among the statement you just made a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent.
2 papers! It's here, Ing! Ing, are you still here? 2 papers! 2 papers! This motherfucker finally brought it! 2 papers! Can I get 2 papers in chat? And was inconsistently remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Yes. 2 papers! Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statement you're making, Council. It may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence may I ask?
2 papers! 2 papers! I would have definitely caught that. But 2 papers! 1 + 1 = papers. Here is a will left behind Mr. Asogi. The 2-page will.
What?
He's like, huh? Yet a moment ago, your precise were the 3-page last will and testament. 2 pages! 2 papers, guys. Holy shit, he's hiding the 3rd one. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Kadane.
Eh? Oh, I'm still here? I can't do it for you, sir.
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
I was there for sure. I remember the Black Richard like squad that day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that they were a 3-page at the time.
What? What?
Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd page was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, all he required is will.
And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about the British to get back into Japan. So, it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent.
Objection.
Ought not to be sent. Not to be sent, right? Not to be sent. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's last words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Council.
As it happens, I had the 3rd page of the documents with me now.
Holy shit! Holy fucking shit! We have it. That's my father's message.
It'll be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last word to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitability molded in words can be no consequences now.
Objection. That the prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of the message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then.
Wow, he really just agreed like that. I didn't think he was going to agree like that. All right.
Very well then, Governor Gaiden.
Excuse me. Need to drink some water. My voice is giving out. 2 papers! God damn it, fucking Aang. Honestly, that was fucking funny because I thought you were giving me a hint until like all the way. He literally said that 4 hours ago. 2 papers! And I was like, what about the 2 fucking papers? And now it made sense when he said the 3-page will. And I was like, 2? I was like, 3? I had 3 papers. That's 2.
You'll read the 3rd page of the document. For all present here.
Yes, yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read with that language.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Wait, who's saying that? Oh, it's him. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father,
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I translate Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Appreciated.
Kazuma, the truth is...
I'll give him like the most thickest accent I can think of.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. The darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Kurama twists their head and watch them fall. All thy mighty mortal froze.
Oh, here it is. It's in the sword. I'm telling you, it's in the goddamn sword.
That's the end of the that is the end of the message, it seems.
A haiku poem? Twist thy head. Father.
One is Kurama. Is that the fox from Naruto? I mean, the show that never came out yet in the 1980s?
That's the name of the Asogi's clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in the proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. The details of the Asogi paper has been added. 3 papers, everyone! 3 papers!
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adornment of this court is long overdue. As a presiding judge, I've been accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he wasn't already devoted of his normal fallacies.
I know, right? It's in the sword, dude. I'm telling you. I was saying at the beginning, it's in the goddamn sword. We're gonna check it out in a bit. I wanna press through until we need it.
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much as time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appeared to have been lost forever.
It's in the sword. His will is in the fucking sword, for sure.
Ugh. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state your time and again these proceedings. That everything you did was in interest of protecting British law and order.
I stand by that. Clearly, standing. Without the Reaper, we could have never achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection! What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? There were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikotoba, were you not quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will?
He's like, fine, I'll fuck off. Shit, ass.
In this courtroom, no arguments carry weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, objection. I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Naruto. I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Present evidence! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection.
Objection. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention.
Wow, he's doing the point, dude. He's doing the fucking point, dude.
Nonsense.
What is it, Rinosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you?
Decisive.
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it so. Let it be so. Present whatever you think that you have that could settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Give me a second, guys. Bing, boom, boom, boom. Here it is. Here it is, baby. Are you goddamn ready? Because I know I fucking am. Mighty Kurama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurt my neck. That's the trouble. He's like, Kazuma, can you give me your fucking sword for a second? He's like, no, what the fuck, bro? I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. I once studied the history and development of katanas some time ago, and I'm sure, as you're probably aware, the sword's head is part of the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira.
So Mr. Sogi Woods really meant twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Oh, there it is, baby! Let's go! Look what's inside. Is that a tightly wounded sheet of parchment? In red goddamn ink, baby. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink.
I pen this, my last will and testament.
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Oh wait, that's the wrong voice. Mr. Naruto, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks, and the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kurama, and no one knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. It's a trump card left by Genshin Asogi, his weapon. Oh god. What does it say? What does it say? Oh, they're not even gonna let me read it! Holy shit, I can't, they're not even letting me reading it.
Take that.
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! Wonderful astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it escaped your notice, the document was lost long time ago.
Yeah. I kind of found it. It's right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Impossible. That can't be.
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Wow, dude. For 10 years, that sword was with Kazuma. For this very moment.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this. Inside Kurama? The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undistributed in the hilt of the sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth.
The signature and seal certainly looks official. My God, it's true. My brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
It's just a bunch of chicken scratches.
That is my brother. He was once a chicken. We did the science. I've forbade the contents of the document from being read out loud. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Fuck you. You can't do that. This document can explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. It's like telling I'm Batman, he's Robin. I demand that you hand it to me at once. At once!
Why? What are you trying to hide? What is he trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What? What are you implying? Card is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the card room.
No, fuck you.
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon for the 7th time.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason? It's not any trial. I close trial by order Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Wow, dude, we're fucking triple banging this guy, dude. Holy fuck.
Okay, fix your partner.
Read it out loud, now. I want to know. We have a right to hear what's in the will. All right. Anadori!
Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you hoped. You fools.
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives you its full support. Oh god, what does it say? Is it gonna say he's actually the killer? Is it just gonna be as simple as that? Is it gonna be as simple as that? Very well then.
No, for God's sakes. No!
I pen this, my last will and testament, and the final moments of my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. I sit at my writing desk in my office. A good friend, Asogi, stands at my shoulder. He is expressing his intent to invoke the dying ritual of a duel that I may depart this world with honor. In honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. Oh my god. This is intense. I, Clint Van Zieks, author of the manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear the discourse the corruption rifle among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them. So wait, I would not discourse the corruption rifle among the aristocracy, which is to me one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the Preferency, a demon who has habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is imposed against such vile avarice. Only a few demons could rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, who I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter in some experience, I am a poor fellow, it seems. Oh, he killed his own dog. It's so sad. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held me over the threat of exposing my wicked crimes to my beloved wife and brother. That's when Lord Van Zieks threatened him under the threat that I have done this man's bidding for months now. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demand I kill. I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaw of the hound I commanded. I realized that I have lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. So he killed the first 3 people of his own volition. But by then, Maelstrom caught what he was doing and threatened him to blackmail him. And then he ordered him to kill the Chief Justice at the time, which allowed him to take position. Fuck. There's no path in the light. Be it May, be it I, or my dear friend Asogi, who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beasts at your throat every time you swallow. There it is. He was blackmailing him. Holy shit! He's smiling. He was fucking blackmailing him. Yes, the professor. Yes, now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Melsom Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives that you sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me. The third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? Eliminate the man who stood between you and the office that you set your sights on. You've used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut up at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say. Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crimes he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I explained countless times already, I am Batman. It was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Objection! Objection! Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intend to send him back to Japan as we agreed. I don't believe it. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Oh god, don't tell me it was Van Zieks. Oh no. On the night of the following his mock execution, I went to Lowgate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jikoku. What the fuck? It was Jikoku? There had been a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repreparations. Jikoku had fierce ambitions. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. He used Jikoku and Jikoku had the fucking pistol. He shot him! Holy shit. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he cut it a gray fast enough. Hold on. That voice is really scratching the back of my throat. I've also been reading for 8 hours, excuse me. Seshiro, you fool. You baka. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh yeah, the guy found him. There was an unexpected visitor in the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves.
A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
So why didn't they just kill Enoch Deborah? Enoch Deborah.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequent London cemetery. That grave on particular night. Blast. If people find out that the convict wasn't really executed, it's gonna rock the very foundation of the empire.
Then what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Chikoku. Shoot Asogi at once.
He can't live now that has happened.
He has to go.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Well, you had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Chikoku, do it. Pull the trigger.
Wow, you actually pressured him to kill your friend. What a fucking asshole.
Shoot the man.
Holy shit, he made Goku kill his fucking best friend. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude.
Chikoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close that the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Chikoku and I put Asogi's back in the grave, from which he just emerged. That's when I later learned of the waxwork model's presence at the scene as well. I made her swear 2 things.
Am I missing something? What the fuck is going on here? God, is it really one? Oh my god.
Never to remove the professor's mask, and never speak to the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse.
Oh no, it's 3. I know, right? It's so late.
So now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night.
Wow, but she broke that promise. She unkeyed the helmet. Wow. That's the truth. Wow, he pressured Jikoku to shoot him? That's fucked up, dude. So he was actually going to be free. They were going to wrap it undercover, and then, like, you know, the Reaper is going to be a mystery. You know, the thing is going to die, but yeah.
It was Jikoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Jikoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jikoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what had happened if it came to light that he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. Everything. And I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
Easy, with my eyes closed, laying down in my bed. My $3,000 comfy bed. These past 10 years, I fought tight like a baby, like a babe. I slept like an easy exit from the ceiling. These past 13 years, I fought tirelessly in the darker recess of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that the justice prevail, the law and order resides supreme.
That's a different voice.
As Peterman.
That couldn't be any further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you? I've saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor and his death.
Objection!
Objection? No. What is behind the scene? You systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. There's only a way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defense up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more?
That Enough! Do you have any idea of the convicting that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts cannot function without a reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing.
Oh, what is this?
Email. It's Lord Van Zeeks here who's worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper's name.
Oh, Japanese man. Oh, I'm starting to like you.
And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having to sully his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth that you tried to hide. This is it, Larbo. I'm making a note here. Pooh success. Oh no. Oh, Japanese man, you make me blushy here. Making a note here.
You little. When will I get through to your thick skull?
It was all for the queen and country. I'm tired of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who are willing to twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest that you don't ever talk of justice again. Excuse me. My voice. My voice. My voice. God damn it, dude. Holy shit, bro. Oh, wait, what's happening? Whew. Slow clap. Can I get a clap in chat? Oh, he's speeding up. He's speeding up. He's speeding up.
Well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance.
He's going full Gant, right? He's going Gant, dude. What are you talking about?
These delightful grave expressions. They're beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Oh, really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industrious.
You fraud. You keep your mockery.
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recess of London underworld. And how do you put it? Done nothing? I confess, it's a little embarrassing to have pointed out quite so starkly. But yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No?
What? What?
Ugh, it's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I have merely been surrounded by fools who acted very rashly indeed.
Whoa, what the fuck? You little shithead, you can't get away with that. You constantly prey on people's weaknesses.
On what? Threatening them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Whoa, what the fuck? He's really being Gant.
I'd like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. I need to take a shit. You know all these darker recesses are a great capital, deep down. I believe you also know that to fight to those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying relationships were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of aristocracy itself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amidst a secret negotiation with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecution's office would be completely lost. Without a doubt.
Public order in the capital would completely break down, would be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely. It was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we accomplished since then. A public police force. A comprehensive set of laws. If we wanted to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I'd say again, we must at times occupy the darkness itself.
Holy shit, holy fucking shit. It's fucking crazy, bro.
We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Garrison's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course.
I wonder if she's gonna pop out and be like, bitch, I was here listening to the entire fucking thing, and I think you're fucking stupid. She's like a young queen.
Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what do you say? What say you?
Shit, dude. He has a point. No!
The thing Lord Strong has done are quite unforgivable.
Imagine Iris is the queen. Oh my god! Don't say that. That would fucking trip me out.
You can't deny that the threats of the Reaper over the years have done wonders for the crime rate.
Gorge? Like there means foul. That's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Wow, they got the crowd on his side. Holy fuck. Oh no, that's not good. Bro, if Iris is actually related to royalty, I'm gonna fucking flip a nut, dude. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. Oh, look, he actually took a drink. Is he gonna throw it into the crowd and say, fuck you? My brother is making so much noise. Oh, is he? Like, your actual brother?
For the rousing response, Fred, I express my heartfelt gratitude.
If I weren't awake now, I would be now. Oh, okay.
Therefore, in accordance with his overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
You have to respect a man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master at manipulation. Oh, Larry, found the perfect shirt for me. Oh, what is it? You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. What's this shirt, Ace? What does it say? I don't always watch anime sometimes. I don't always watch anime. Sometimes I eat and sleep, and once in a while I leave my room. I like this, but I hate the eyes. I wish it was more edgier. Yunosuke. It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. Is there really only one path left open to me? Use evidence. Yes. As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in the courtroom is hard evidence. And just as my generations in the future will do as I do now, I will pull evidence out of my ass. But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whenever anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. A fucking gun! We're gonna shoot him. We're gonna fucking kill him right here, right... Just fucking kidding. Ring ring. Oh my. Yes, Mr. Shlom's asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all the Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I have no doubt that Mr. Shlom's have already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. Shoot the fucking Lord Chief Justice himself. So I think it must be a time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? What if this was all like a cell phone and he was leaking this to the Queen? Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. Right, here it goes. Heave!
Oh. My dear fellow, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug would suffice.
Mr. Shlomes.
Oh, Mr. Shlomes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto, because I'm over here.
Mr. Naruto, he's...
Oh, what the fuck?
It's Mr. Shlomes.
What the fuck is going on here? We're living in the fucking future?
I wasn't expecting you back, Mr. Shlomes. Au revoir. Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What the fuck? What's the meaning of this? He's Batman. Bailiff sees him. Put that man in irons. This is a close cart. You've been warned once already, man.
What? I can't... The copy of the old man, my lord.
We just go right through him.
What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Wait a minute.
We'll just go right through him.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see. The great detectives you see before you is composed of entirely light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruto, I must congratulate you on your fine deduction.
I think it kind of makes sense. Even in Phoenix Wright games, they were just playing some kind of high-tech stuff on top of contemporary technology. That's true. On top of that, 1, Iris is a genius. 2, he's a genius. And 3, he did get into the courtroom, so he had time to actually plant this device. Mr. Shlomes, what on earth is... Like a little thief in a psychology thing? Yeah.
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes, I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of a speaker voice is converted into electric signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I muse? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device, specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation? Mr. Shlomes, what a modest description.
And somehow, incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmitted an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Shlomes. Now you're being immodest.
Do you mean to say that you're not actually here, Mr. Shlomes? I knew my trustworthy partner would have no trouble of grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shocking arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out. I swear to you.
Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, you have very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead natural to one asking,
where exactly are you?
The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
Wait, a garden?
And not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. The Queen?
You can't be. You can't be at Buckingham's Palace.
What's Buckingham's Palace, Miss Susato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruto?
Mr. Shlomes? Is Iris with you there?
Well, now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea with Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
And not just Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of British Empire.
Bro, is Iris actually the fucking princess? Bro, if Iris is a princess, I'm gonna flip a nut, like, right now. I'm gonna flip my goddamn table.
Oh, what?
Bro, we got the whole thing recorded. What on earth is this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto.
Order the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. You can't be. I mean, no. This is some unforgivable, distastefully trickery by a third-rate detective. That's all.
An unforgivable, distasteful trickery? What an adept description. A close court session attended by elite members of judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. I knew it. He fucking leaked the entire thing to Her Majesty. By dint of Herlock Sholm's remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with the talk of my latest invention. No doubt that you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean? Her Majesty have seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there be no objections. After all, every trial in this country is conducted on the auspice of Her Majesty's. You know, as you know. I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
Oh, sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Vicky? Iris, there you are. Oh, in fact, I have a little message from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably,
Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mel Stonkheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Wow, we fucking caught him we literally caught him on the phone, dude. We wiretapped the courtroom. Holy shit.
Mel Strongheart. The darkness you fostered and conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Whoa, he's fucking got him. Wait, how did they get an audience with the Queen, though? Holy shit, bruh.
Adjourn. Court has adjourned! Oh, there it is. More magic. Oh, he fucking fell.
Holy shit. He's guilty. He's so guilty, the thing is gonna break.
Oh, shit. He's not gonna die from that, right? Oh, damn. This is so fucking intense. Ah! Holy shit, dude. If that wasn't an homage to fucking Gant, I don't know what is. That was fucking crazy, dude. Wow. Whew. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in his confession to everything. Those words came out to Asogi's mouth. It deranged me completely. Damn, I missed the roasting. Dude, this man got fucking quad fucking jumped, dude. It's fucking crazy, Adobo. This man was literally jumped by 4 people. He's roasted, dude. Roasted. I must do everything and anything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn documents. I searched his cell. I searched his butthole. I searched his wiener. I searched his catheter. I searched everything I fucking possibly could. Now. But I couldn't find the damn document. What pre-participated the jail plot I pursued? What do you mean? The need to obtain the will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. Wordle? No, everyone's been fucking, like, nutting about Wordle, apparently, though, Ace. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
He checked everything but not the sword's hilt. Damn, solved 6 in a row so far. Yeah, I know people like been playing a shit ton of Wordle, but I just know it's a fucking wording game.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be? Oh,
Is more to his last will and testament.
what?
I need to crack my back, hold on.
Heckin' holo shlomes. As I confront the prospects of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother, Barak. You've always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancements. I ask you not for understanding, for none could have understand my depravery. I only ask for forgiveness. I totally called him from being what he was. I called him too. I called it too. I called that shit. Dude, you know what fucking flipped me out, Adobo? You know what, like, I fucking busted a nut over, dude? The moment that they said he had a dog, and they brought up that the dog had a collar, I screamed. I was like, the collar from the first game! Holy shit! Like, I fucking screamed, dude. I was like, oh my fucking god. I was so shocked. I was like, holy shit, dude. But then I realized when he said that the third victim was like the chief prosecutor, I was like, oh, he was blackmailed.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives, and the second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. She may find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I assure my quill, Clint Van Zeeks.
So funny, my brother was screaming, 2 papers! 2 papers! The entire time. Oh, Clint. My brother. Wow.
Mel Strongheart, you colluded with Seshiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
Why did he? To its said to the very peak. The last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed to this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remain.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, like my coffee, in the exact manner that I prescribed, like my men, like a well-oiled machine, like my buttocks. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you killed? Dot.
Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
As such,
You are very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. I must say, I shall never forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Just the sound. The darkness that has been in our land these past 10 years has last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of the bright and young star from the east. The Rose Council Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year now ago, I had the faintest of intimidations. If the British justice was so wrapped and twisted over its long history, was finally to no change. This might just be the man to do it. But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibilities. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. If Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourteous on my part, you are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have My fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Slomes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people helps and the support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are all those who fled and need to hide the truth, who do it, instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to a guiding light to the truth altogether. So, that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautiful, composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have never been able to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting British justice system has been silenced. Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
No. I'm quite sure that we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baron von Zix. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baron von Zix, not guilty.
Celebration time. Pop the confetti. Pop the confetti. Today I said it for you people. People of America. People of America. Pop the confetti. Love the guys.
That is all. Go to the door.
Fourth November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey's defendant's antechamber. So wait, if the court took place at 9, it's 3. Wow, I read 2 extra hours. It's really all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without all you by my side, though, Mrs. Sato. Oh. God, my voice is shot. Your kind words mean so much to me. Yeah, they better be. You piece of shit.
You piece of shit.
Oh. God, man. Guys, it's... Oh. I'm almost there.
It really was a splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I would have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum.
Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well. Oh well, who gives a fuck? In that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Miss Susato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh, dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
Almost a year has been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I expose the most unpalatable truth you could ever imagine in the court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you've held so dear.
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feasible excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark force of crime.
I think I need to run to the top of an hour. This keeps going on. I need to sleep. Yeah, I think you got to go to bed. We've solved the case. I think we're good. I think you're good. You should head to bed if you're tired. My voice is almost shot out.
Also, those with the oh fuck. You've made fine work of establishing the fact in court today.
Oh, well, thank you. What a magnanimous word. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have smiled at his face at this very moment if he was here. Kazuma?
Is he standing right there? He's not happy.
Miss Susato? There's another face like thunder here.
It's like 4 rip. Yeah, take good sleep. Good night. Thank you. You've literally been with me this entire case. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll thank everyone after this too.
Oh my, he really was here.
Lord Van Zeeks. Yeah, no problem, Mig. Of course, anytime. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin, if I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgettable error in judgment. I can offer no excuse. Yeah, Bog was right. I was in for a fucking ride. I didn't think I was in for this much of a fucking ride. I can offer no forgiveness. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. And for that at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I would hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that still bothers me. What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father.
Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He had agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that the document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper.
2 promises?
I've confessed my sins to my wife. She may find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
I think perhaps
I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that.
What? Father? I think it was the duel. I think he wanted him to kill him.
It was 10 years ago, you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin.
Wait, he got to see the prisoner?
Why are you putting up more than a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed to it, Seshiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've haven't been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyways, Yuji, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I am going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You shall find a lady and gentry in hiding there.
A lady of the gentry?
She is not in the good way. She is with a child. The birth is imminent.
Oh my god!
As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're only hope.
Oh my god, is Iris Kazuma's sister? Holy shit, wait a minute. No.
At any chance, is this child yours, Genshin? Don't be deaf. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, of his dying wish. My goodness, I swore to the man that I would help, that I'd also do whatever I can for his wife and his unborn child. If something were to happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know I could trust. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night, you're going to be...
Wait, then who's...
You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seshiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well then.
Oh my god, Ig just missed some good shit. Fuck.
That very night I caught a train to Paddington, to Tormod in Denver. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound laying asleep in the ground.
An old hunting hound?
The poor woman was on the floor on the back of the darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to participate the labor before she weakened further. It was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child.
Wait, who's this woman? I need to know who the fucking woman is!
And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically,
Oh my god, Iris is 10 years old! Holy shit! Oh my god! Holy shit! Holy fuck! Dude, Ig, I think Iris is fucking Kazuma's little sister! God damn!
But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I could care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. A trunk. There was precious little in it, but an old trunk caught my eye.
She's royalty! She's a Von Zeke! Oh my god! She's a Baskerville! She's a Baskerville child! Holy shit!
It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
A Baskerville?
You mean the woman of the wife of Lord Van Zeeks?
She was a widow. She passed, that's right. She died that day.
That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to be carried? In that case, I am completely unaware. Wait, I am completely unaware that that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said he confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor was to ever be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of an infamous mass murderer. Ugh. Holy shit, dude. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from Van Zeek's family as much as possible.
I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made an obvious choice. He wouldn't have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honor my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and with disclosing the percentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful. Has no one clicked this yet?
I was completely at loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be the father to her.
That being Mr. Shlomes, I presume.
Yes. He took one look into my eye and agreed on it on the spot.
Mr. Shlomes, he has a heart of gold.
Really, all that can be said is that I did it for the child, was to give her a name.
Oh.
When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave that little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Ayame.
That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris.
Holy shit, dude. This is fucking crazy. Iris? I had no idea. Ding dong. Ouch! Miss Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me from the behind my trousers pocket. Hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Shlomes, is that you?
Oh, this is so sad. This is so beautiful.
Yes, we can hear you. Oh wait, let me do this effect.
You see what extrusive chugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Shlomes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I even surpassed myself, I feel. It has become apparent to me to stop the Lord Chief Justice will require such measures. It was tugging his butt? Yeah, he put it in his butthole. Bruna, Susie.
Oh, Iris.
Everyone's just like, holy shit.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome.
Her Queen of Majesty Vicky said she thought of my special blend with the wishes.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Weeper, you simply must come too. What?
I'm afraid I couldn't.
The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again. No.
Really? Oh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at the resident in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely.
You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye now then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, it was nothing. Just come home soon.
Ding dong.
Ouch! Ugh, one final pinch goodbye, was it? It's his niece. Oh, that's so cute.
Oh, that's so cute.
Well, I think I ought to be leaving.
Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me?
Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to once again express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life.
Wait, Lord Van Zeeks.
Yes?
What on earth are you intending to do now?
Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no.
Because I will now become God, the Reaper. Just kidding. I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor's case. Once that is done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So, as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. Those are the actions of a man once feared as a mighty Reaper of the Bailey. I beg your pardon.
Kazuma's so fucking buff, dude. Look at him. For the past 10 years, you endured the Placidium and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that dispute, your battle is just beginning, surely?
Well, I certainly never expect to hear those words from your lips.
I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Oh, he's smiling. Anyways, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. They're gonna have like a bro of a moment, dude. Kazuma Sogi, I thought you were my best friend! It seems as though he really matured suddenly. He's not the one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I thought I was going to go back to Japan, to be honest, but alright. Hey, look, chicken.
4th November, 6:25 p.m. Slopes, I swear. I'm home.
Whoa! Ugh. About time you got here. Been waiting for ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? Gotta go off with the bang. I mean fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl in Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. Well, I remember that then. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You must really hear this. It's the most quite extraordinary thing. I assure you, it would defy your expectations. Take down every detail, Mikotoba.
Ah, the world-famous detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold.
Would you care to hazard a guess where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin.
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise.
I wonder why is that, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Shloms.
Oh, what? You were? Then why the deuce did you just say so before?
Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. Hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Shloms, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits.
I must say, I haven't seen Susato look so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Woo! Tell him about the story of finding Jikoku. Listen to the story of the time I found Jikoku. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup. I'm losing me corpus goblins and going back with what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Jeannie? I can't do girl voices anymore. Well, the old boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. Anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't never gonna get accepted a diver turned dick, isn't it? Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defense piece of evidence.
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached.
That watch has his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievement at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's a stop. It's a stop. It's a stop at the pocket, the watch. He's gonna open it, but it's working. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's careers alive by taking the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. I love Gina. Gina's so cool. It's got to be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss, well, he was my boss. He was your fucking boss. He fucking was. Yes, Jeannie. Yeah, he was. Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your own man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. I swear it. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. Are we gonna reveal this?
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate.
Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to... Well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Jeannie. Iris? Well, it's obvious I always wonder who my real daddy is, of course I have. I wanted to know where I'm from. I thought I might tell something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. for so many people. Hurry, Runo, Professor Mickey.
Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyways, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or what he's from. Don't you agree? Hurry?
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Oh, the green coat. I didn't think about the green coat. Gino wearing a green coat, huh?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurry. Thank you, Daddy.
Oh, she called him dead. Oh, that's fucking. Oh, how could this man not cry to that? I think, Mikotsuba. Yes, Shloms. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh. For 6 years, you and I solved many mysteries together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good service. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should never have experienced it were it not for you. You old softy Shloms. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurry?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris?
I guess we'll never tell Iris, but that's fine with her. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, you've been reeling from the most shocking of revelations. Returning in the evening to the suit of rooms, there's always a warmth and happiness to be had. Dude, I was like comparing the people too. I was like, dude, Iris got the same eyes as Van Zeek's, but it's really hard to draw a resemblance. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home, too, with my greatest family.
Fourth November, 9:37 p.m. Naruhodo Ligas Consante.
The Satic Room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I certainly have some unforgettable experiences while I lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo.
Oh, it's wrong voice. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear a sound from Susato's room.
Oh, yeah, Susato went out for dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Gotta get your food here. Alright, gotcha.
Ah, I see.
The prom bog.
I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Darius, I mean. With the subject where her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her real father was. It was agreed with Genshin, after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeek's finest wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes, I had to take some rather drastic steps at time to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I read Soseki's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar.
Wait, what's on that dog's collar?
Oh, the bee. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville.
If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
That's why she never published it. Yes, the Hounds of Baskervilles.
Exactly.
This is the arc that never ends. Yep.
It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of the huge beast of the dog being used as a murder weapon, a dog with the Baskerville family emblem around his neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigation you might have into contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris the Hound, the Baskerville story, I mean.
Slom sent it to me. It was before Susato left Japan. He had very trouble about what he should have done about it, you see. I read about it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah! It was the only case Shloms and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Idris had pieced together so much from my pottery notes. Shloms and I discussed the matter and then decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication.
God, I'm drinking like 3 bottles of water.
At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to the Shloms for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father.
That's right, because Shlom had told me how astute she's become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinions have somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it would be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor. Don't you utter those words, Professor. I'm tired of hearing the Professor. I wanted to talk to you about something too. What about my dad?
Judging from that expression, I'd say you come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming of a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Shlomes all gently pushing me in that direction. Nighttime for me, get ready to pass the hell out. Good night, Sky. You take it easy. And thank you for sticking with me for today's Ace Attorney 10-hour goddamn stream. I spent the best part of the year immersed in the world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. He kind of did set me up from the start, right?
The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to you with. We're going back with you as to Japan as. And that is the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcoming news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. But I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Yep, just like the real Holmes, he has all the things done, but he won't tell you shit until way later. Not until with the symposium had been cancelled for now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night.
Oh, Susato's here. What the fuck? Susato-san. Or, sorry, that was dot. Susato-san. I wanted to let you know I'm back. Oh, hi, Susie.
Oh, hi! Did you hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry. I did. Yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning.
The Paimon whale.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Uh, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it.
Sasuke.
I did what I want this evening, actually. But you've already gone out. I did want to this evening, but you've already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you've decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? I haven't seen her make that look ever. Susato-san? Yes?
Wait, is this this is not a budding romance, is it?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. That look, right? I've never seen her make that look before. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh yeah, I guess you're right. I was in that trial for fucking 10 hours. But before I retire, just let me say one more thing. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Fucking hell, dude. And to think I didn't even begin this chapter like this, too. Hmm. 7th November, 5:42 a.m., Port of Dover, Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come. I'm coming! Sorry. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. Your cute voice, your cute attitude, your cute ooh-woos. I'm gonna miss them. I don't know what I'd do without your wonderful cooking, and your delicious tea, and your cute ooh-woos. Oh, I wish you weren't going, ooh-woo. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. You really said I'm coming with a lolly appeared. My goodness. My goodness. How dare you come when a lolly appears. Peter. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes. Oh, yes. I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to Professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that. Honk. Honk, honk. Fucking goose.
Susato-san.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board.
Your luggage is already on board. She would be like Japanese and slightly British. That's what I should have done it.
Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
God, she has a lovely voice. I ruined it.
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Isn't he like right here? Sorry.
Ryunosuke,
Ryunosuke. I wish you checking up on me, Susie.
What are you doing here?
Kazuma, what are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but...
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
No, he's gonna stay as a prosecutor.
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Am I gonna take the sword? Is he gonna? He's gonna give me the sword. I fucking know it. He's gonna give me the sword.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
What is that emote?
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector.
I'm gonna autoplay this.
But
This
it
is-
was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on,
She's gonna.
I wonder if I might follow it at your side, unless I'd be a burden.
Oh, Susie, you want to join? You would. You want to join me? Oh my god! Oh my god! Yes.
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Thanks, dude. My voice setting got really good, huh?
You never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
Oh, am I boyfriend material? My boyfriend
It
material?
was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a
When I had
ventriloquist.
that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you?
They grew up together, now that I think about it.
What are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
She has the hottest voice ever. Like, holy shit, dude.
Never say anything.
Her voice is just like, whoo! Her voice is breathtaking.
But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him.
What's the name of the blondie inspector?
On my behalf, will you?
I'm gonna get the blondie on my side, Gina. Sir, she is 16. She is 16.
She's still got a really hot voice. She's got a hot voice. You can't admit that she's got a great voice.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
She's got a great voice. Gina's 18.
By my side, no trial
Susato's
seemed
16.
too daunting.
She still's got a great voice.
I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
That is true now that I think about it. I mean, she's technically a medical student who's also practicing law.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
It's me. Ah!
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Yeah, yeah, he's like 25. I know, yeah.
Special assistant has everything in hand as always.
Yeah, she's a minor, but you're actually like 25 in character. Oh God.
Your ship's about to leave.
Is that Iris's voice? Oh my God, Iris is too cute. She is too cute.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Wait, what are we doing, Bug? We're gonna cross swords like bros. Bros. Bruh.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom.
Touching swords with my bro.
The day I
Bro's
eagerly
touching
await
sword? On the dock in the sun of the British port? Bruh.
I've been waiting to hear you say that,
You know,
partner.
he kind of has a hair like Edgeworth. Are you telling me he's supposed to be Edgeworth? That's kind of cool. Oh, that's kind of hot. Touching wieners wasn't more heroic. Bruh, I cross wieners with my best friend. If, like, we
Don't
can...
forget me then, Kazuma.
Don't quote me on that.
As if I could. Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes. Thank you
Shomes?
so much.
Shomes.
I'm very much
So it's not
indebted to you.
Shaloms, it's Shomes. I've been saying his name wrong.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you are.
I'll never forget.
You
what
know,
you've done
you know
for
what?
me
I
during
gave him a pretty good voice. This surfer dude was a pretty good close enough. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sure you are. It's odd, Kazuma. Albert is longer than this katana.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
Quite. I should like to think you'll remember your debt of gratitude. Alright, I gotta remember that.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Oh, my ears. Oh,
In that case,
Iris,
conclude
you're
that this
too
is to be merely a brief
cute.
outing, my dear fellow.
If I ever have a daughter, you fucking know I'm gonna spoil her. If I ever had a son, I'm gonna make him the coolest little shit that ever existed. The most edgiest lord who can't be denied how fucking cool he is. And if I have a daughter, she's gonna be the most fucking cutest girl in existence.
Halfway around the world, though,
Fuck you,
Mr.
Shark. We can't kick the small kid.
But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next?
Dude, Shalom's gonna die if he smokes so much.
Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London.
I hope they don't stop. This is my, this is like, hold on.
No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be,
Objection!
Come. The
Oh,
game is
wait, he's talking about him. Oh, he's talking about Shlomes.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon.
I don't know. This game, honestly, I think this game sold really well. Well, I don't know. I don't know the sales, to be honest, so I wish.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Oh, that's cute. She's Wilson, yep. She was supposed to be the Wilson.
So, I do just that.
She technically wrote all the stories, that's right.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection! Oh, we did it!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh my god! It's completed! Holy shit! Oh my god, this is the best fucking game. This was the best game I ever played. One of the best games I've ever played in my life. I've been thoroughly annoyed with inquiries about my remote cinematography. But I'm not in purview of electric goods. And what is the promised closed court secrecy? Anyways, I've decided and absent from London in order to sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Bro, dude, this game is so... This is actually generally the reason why I'm getting everyone to play this game. Because I just love it. I just love it. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. He just said thank you for everything, Daddy. But it made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion I invented as well to turn his hair red safely. But he said it might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Stream dead? LP, it's back. Oh, is it dead? Okay. I'm not dead. Bruh. In those days, when I have known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Larry, please don't die. I'm not dead. Once I am unable to bear the burden of the Grimm's Prosidium, I even retire from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutioner's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future. Hey, thank you, Dub. I get the Prime sub. I give your Jeff Bezos money. I appreciate it. Like I mentioned once upon a time, I really believe this is one of the best stories in the franchise. I think this is the best story. The boss left a note for me, you know. Oh, I can read it every day now. A to Z. And oh, lot. It's clear a lot of stuff in the boss was trying to protect me, see? Ain't that exactly what I mean to be the Chief Inspector Toby here? Gonna keep on doing for the lenders. I only wish I could offset the Greyfo when I was before. You know? Yeah, I think as one bin game, it is... I agree. Adobo here, Bog, has actually played. I highly suggest you follow this man right here, Bog. Monoko Adobo. You would love him. He is an amazing voice actor. And he's played almost all the Ace Attorney. Sorry, Gina. The truth is, I'm not an upstanding fellow as you think. You might be a divider at heart. It's a good heart. You remind me why I need to be true to myself. You got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London's down for the conceivable. Oh god, I got a shout out to you. But I got a lot more completed your education of the art of detection a lot garrison of the way. Oh, give me a second. Shout out. Yeah, you need to follow this man. His voice acting is supremely vastly right. Your Excellency, this man is a... Goddamn, can't read it. Objection! Obloquent officer out of rule. The minister has been detained in Britain. Who is this Catechist Council for Defense? The women are forbidden to enter the court. Oh, really? My friend Susato in the British Empire of all time is doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should engage in the services of the regular legal team. Suck my dick, Koshi. How dare you, Shark? How dare you? How dare you say that to my bot? Yes, I highly... Bog, if you have enjoyed this, you would definitely enjoy Manako. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they expert in filling corpses? Yes, they are. Fishing corpse on the whole. Fish corpse on the whole. I'd like to hone my filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No, that's the wrong voice. No. And I'm glad. Aw. Dude, this game, oh my god, this game blows my mind. It's so good. I love it. I love it. I love this entire franchise. I hope it never dies. I hope they keep continue writing stories, even if there are loopholes in it, even if some people call some of them bad. Here I am again in the Great Britain on the invitation of my old dear friend, university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around the town that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked a splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barack, come to my rescue again, please. I just wish I could venture there sometimes. I hate this guy. I hate this fucking guy. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. I hate this guy. Oh, God, I love this game. I love everything this game stands for. When I went to make the wax impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But in the witness's stand of the highest court in the land, I can never speak of it. The Lord Chief of Justice and I have struck a bargain, you see? For a faithful reproduction of the facade, there is nothing we spells would not do.
Ooh, she got some lips though. She got the motherfucking lips. Bruh. Yeah, Adobo played almost all the Ace Attorney games, and I think when I met him, he was playing he played, I believe, Spirit of Justice and this one. Everyone calls me gossip. Everything called me a pepino. I sell the spaghetti and more than red in my head. Everyone, they call me. No. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daily, how charming. You made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes. And while we be released, we're going to strike it. Oh, I didn't even know what I said. It's conflicting feeling. I want to see more stories with this cast, but Duology tied everything neatly. I keep a belief that such a story should have left as such. Yeah, this game, you have to drop it. There's no way. Unless they just make another, like, completely different arc in Japan, then sure. But besides that, this is finished. This is finished. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted to see it. To be there to see it. If I ended up in the docks, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Kurama in your care. Yeah, this one's just jaw-dropping amazing. This game is just phenomenal. Phenomenal, in my opinion. And yeah, I agree. I think I agree with you, Adoba. I think I agree with you, Bog. I think this is the best game in the series. I think my brother would probably say the same, too.
Oh, Susato. I've made some tea, Naruhodo. It's important that you rest while you can.
What about ball dropping? It's ball dropping, dude. I've always said I nutted.
Once you're around, you should be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say.
Oh, that's a title. Yeah, I've said nut at this game, so yeah, ball dropping, 100%. Dude, my voice, deep as fuck, ball dropping. Ball dropping video game. Oh, look at that. Oh, my heart. My heart. My heart for this fucking video game. I haven't, like... my fucking heart. My goddamn titty. I love it. I love it. This game's amazing. Game's amazing. And then they died. The end. And then they died. So, without further ado, is there anything more? Oh, look, it's her when she was dressed up in my outfit. We did it. I played the translated version and I stopped. I stopped at case 3. I got the official game and now I'm here at case 3. All the way to the very end. 10 hours in. I've completed the last chapter in one sitting with 10 hours. There's no way you can stop in that court case. That's insane. That is insane.
That's crazy. My God. This really was one of the best. It's like this game is equivalent to me playing Final Fantasy Remake. It is equivalent to me beating Persona. That is how much I love this game. This is indeed and 100% one of my most favorite games out there. If I had to recommend anything, this one right here, I would recommend Persona series, the Persona series as a whole, as well as Ace Attorney. And it's funny because Ace Attorney didn't have morals or anything. It just had, you know, justice. It just talked about finding the truth and always pursuing the truth for the right people. It's, I don't know. I just really like this game, you know? I just really like this game. I don't know how else to explain it. For fun fact, my longest stream, was 7 hours and 27 minutes. I did. One of the rare games I wish to forget about to experience all over again for the first time. Yeah, this is definitely one of them. This is a game I wish I experienced for the first time. Persona is another one. My long stream was off of the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon? Which one? Wait, what do you mean your long stream was off of the... God damn it, Shark. I thought that was Bog that said that. It was fucking Shark. This motherfucker. But yeah, looking at my other streams right here, when I played this Ace Attorney, so this takes out all the breaks, and this was my old layout, and this is when I played it on the translation. Look at this. This one blew my mind too, and this is with the Baskerville. Ah, Kono Gray. That's right. And that's when she left. Bro, this was crazy, dude. Reading this again was crazy. Look how it looked like. It looks so good in this one now. I never thought about it, but fuck, this shit looks good on the Switch. Dude, that was crazy when we found out too. Wow. So this is my longest Ace Attorney stream. One sitting. Wow. Oh, Bog, you really told me to strap in. I guess I did. It's crazy. I'm still just just in awe about this entire thing. Wow. Just thinking about the entirety, it's just... Man. I'm back in Japan. I feel like if they're going to base one off Naruto, though, they're probably just going to do some crazy case that's happening in Japan, you know? Fuck all the British stuff. I'm sure they can make like a guest appearance and like help him with like inventions, but like that's the most I'll assume if they'll try to do a Naruto series. But as for an Ace Attorney, I don't know where it's going to head. I think we're just going to straight up have a new Ace Attorney if we're going to get one. Like, no more Phoenix, no more Apollo, no more Athena. I think we're just going to get a whole new one if it's ever made. Maybe we'll get a Kazuma side as a prosecutor, you know? Objection! I need to add Kazumas in. I need to add Van Zeek's Kazumas and other guys in. Oh my god. That's crazy.
This 10% talent, 5% genius,
God damn it, Shark.
50% concentrated power of memes.
Objection! Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. Your testimony completely inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Hold it! Susato Mikotoba. judicial assistant to the defense. Hold it! Yes, I fully understand. It really is a dream come true. We must solve this case, Naruhodo. Prepare for a Susato takedown! Hiya!
That was nice.
Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr. Naruhodo.
That's a really good voice for
Everyone,
Shlomes.
let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close. Yes, my mind is quite made up now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world.
Objection!
What she got an objection to?
Objection! It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well. Look, Iris Wilson, look! Look! I use this! It's my latest invention! Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular.
Oh,
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Objection! It's a great pleasure. The tea's brewed, and I have some fresh... Look!
Objection! Objection!
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
don't kick her. No, Shark.
And as a friend,
You motherfucker.
I'm determined to bring about change in our legal system. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go and cuts down anything that's in my way. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest.
Objection! Objection!
Objection.
The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
Whoa.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock, the Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. The Nipponese are a
The
truly
Nipponese. That's what she. Not the
fascinating breed.
Nipponese. The Nipponese. I said Nipponese. The Nipponese.
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such.
Vulgar classes. What a line. Bruh. Unused. Oh, these were unused? He put his Nipponese nipple on these knees. Scrap version of Ryunosuke's personal theme, intro only. This is the early development cycle, so I was exploring various avenues. Initially, I wrote into the intro and played it for Takumi, but the piece never went any further than that. Oh yeah, he used more taco drums. These are good. These slap. What the fuck? Does it have a strong enough Grace Ace Attorney vibe? Oh, this one was good. This is good too, but I guess it makes sense. Yeah, this is definitely more stronger. Since extra is actually locked until you either finish the game or reach game 2. I like this one a lot. This reminds me of the second Ace Attorney. I see, yeah. But are you a bad enough dude to save the president? The president of America! But the solo majestic of the in-game graphics meant it wasn't a good fit, so yep, it was dropped. Opening anime sequence theme. At a period. The piece was a good fit, but it went a little too far in that direction, so it was dropped.
fight throne in it. Yep. Oh, they took care of this theme song. I had a little competition with Mr. Meba and to compose this theme, and I lost. But I can accept defeat, secured in knowledge that he created the perfect piece to match Chisato's image. That definitely felt more Maya Fey. The carnival flashback theme from the start of the game. What is this, Egg? You edit this? God damn it. Wow, you actually here to the very end, Egg. Too positive and lacking tension. That makes sense. That makes sense. I like it though, but that makes sense. Ooh. Yeah, this is lacking impact. If this was... Yeah, this is lacking impact. I do agree with that statement. It's a lacking impact. Like, if I feel like these were used in order, like in the older games, it might have been better, but... Yeah. That was a cool one, but what's the other one? More creepier than mysterious, so it had to go. That's really good though. Yeah, that's definitely mysterious. This is definitely has a more of a creepy woods vibe. It's Iris Wilson. Every cheerful Iris signature tune was to have a steampunk feel. I was concerned about how to achieve that with the principal orchestrated pieces. They wanted to put a synth in it. That's so cute. That is so cute. I like a lot of her final theme fits the story and personality, but yeah, yes, that's true. Makes sense. This is so cute with the synth and the drums. But it doesn't... Yeah. Kazuma's theme is fucking, like... His theme slaps. Alright, gotcha. Take it easy. Thank you so much for being here to the very end. This was a... Alright, yeah, this one... Yeah, it sounded like something you might hear at a public bath at a Roken hotel. Yeah, I definitely don't think this is Kazuma. This is way better. Like, they completely changed it. Yeah, it's just Enka music, yeah. It's kind of steady melody. It's very hard to get right. The song does develop, but the tension it creates is the same throughout. So no matter where it happens to be cut off, it's the same impact. That's good. That makes sense. Oh, this is interesting. It was directed the moment it was heard. I knew it had a different feel than the rest of the soundtrack. I took it to Mr. Takumi with some trepidation, thinking, well, it's a bit hard-boiled, but this is an interesting one. This makes me think of the back alleys of Final Fantasy, though. It kind of does match an investigation music, but yeah. This one is good, though. It definitely... It kind of does fit the theme of London, but for what we were investigating, I don't think it would have worked. This feels, yeah, it feels a bit too futuristic, but it also feels like it could belong in more of a dangerous environment, you know? So if you were investigating a certain part in the city, then sure, but if it was the permanent investigation music, I don't think it would have been good. Because if this was investigating in like a grand hotel, it wouldn't match the setting. First impression visually, Lord Chief Justice is going to be described as intimidating. I recall actually being aware of this intimidation as I was composing this theme. I felt like I was doing an altitude training. For some reason, I felt the burden of fate placed on my shoulders by Strongheart as I composed this theme. Why? I have no idea, but magic is a powerful thing. Oh, hey, Obsy. Obsies, This is the best game I've ever played in my life. Like the best. What is that emote? Damn, you guys are fucking fast with that shit. This is the best game I've ever played in my life. This made him sound too more. Yeah, this does make him sound more heroic. We're just kind of browsing with the extra stuff. I tried convincing Obesies to do a read along with me, Adobo. Unfortunately, I got a hard maybe. So it's a hard maybe from Obesies. But I feel like Adobo, we should try to get people for a read along, just to force people to experience the power of Ace Attorney. I've already gotten some friends. Awa, awa. Oh, okay. They made it more upbeat. Oh, Gina's. Reading is hard. It is. If you look at the timer, Obes, I've actually been reading for 10 hours. We beat the game just a few minutes ago. I would say like 10, so I'm kind of just relaxing. Just listening to the extra stuff. Because I know I'm never going to put up this game ever again. Unless I get people to read it with me. I did 10 hours of, I would say, 13 different voices today. I think I did 13 different voices today, right? Maybe 12. GG. Oh, thank you. Thanks so much for the cheers. I appreciate it. Do I have it? Sorry, I don't have my alerts up. Yeah, it was crazy. I don't think this one worked for Gina. It's okay. Let's be wildin' today. Yeah.
The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
Wow. They're awesome. No, these are bad. What's a bad one? That's a good one. No, no. Wow, they have all the sounds. That's kind of neat. These are cool. The cat and the violin.
Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes's great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person.
Ooh, Iris's lines?
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be, Discharged Diver is...
From the vaults? What are these? Wow, fun fact, whenever you hear tapping in the music, it's a real Tamster that they record it. That's pretty fucking cool. Oh yeah, the German song. Short extra episodes. Oh, that's neat. Defendant's Antechamber. Wow. Oh, these are cool. Wait, what are these? Oh, yeah, that's right. I definitely don't want to show this to Obes. Special trailer? The great special trailer? What is this? Oh, this technically is the 15th anniversary, which is why this release.
準備以前にどこですかここは大死院大日本帝国の法廷です。いわゆる明治時代のいわゆる明治時代
あそれってもしかしてご先祖様とかいるのかも。
もっと驚こうよ迷いちゃん。どうやら時空
どうやらどうよ神宮大会ですことです。それでは現在はいかがですかよ。準備の子は
なんというか僕弁護士なのですけど、今日はいろいろな都合でそちらに立っていただきます。
何やら大人の都合のほのかな香りがいたしますね。
失礼ですけど、ケンジさん、あなたはどなたですか？
どのなんですか？
妙に親近感があるような。確かに僕も同じことを。
They were both the same age when they started too as a prosecutor, oddly enough.
とても他人とは思えないというか。
Is it supposedly that Ryunosuke is actually is the descendant, or Phoenix Wright is the descendant of Ryunosuke?
なるほど。お兄様では何かギザギザが
Descendant is canon? That's cool.
生き別れの兄にはあいにく覚えがありません。聞いたことがあるぞ。僕の先祖に龍之介という名前の弁護士がいるって。
じゃあ
Grams? What I want to is Usada his great grandma? That would be something.
今さりげなくおじいさん呼ばわりでございます。
This is a great way to end today. This is awesome. I'm just having a blast of a time.
やっぱりそういうことだったんだ。お隣のあなたは私のご先祖様なんですね。
Maya's nothing like that.
私は法務助手の御言葉すさとでございますが。
完全に赤の他人だったね。
なんだろう、この強烈ながっかり感。
なんだか申し訳ございません。
せっかくですからこの際綾里家の先祖になってください。
Oh wait, if Ope's here, that means he's done streaming, right?
確かに語呂は良いかと存じますが。
人類
He was lurking you, so
かつてない不条理なお願いをされましたね、スサトさん。
I'm literally just watching anime at this point, guys.
語呂はいいのにな、綾里すさと。
本日は逆転裁判15周年の1年間を振り返るものとします。15周年ですか？ええ、2001年初代逆転裁判が誕生。
2001.
この1年いろいろやってきましたね。
そうそう、今年の1月にはでっかいイベントをやったり、15周年特別法廷、あれは楽しかった
The 15th anniversary special trial?
15年という時の重さをみんなと噛み
Did they do like a whole like catalog?
一言よろしいでしょうか。
何ですか？
時の重さをかみしめる記念であるのならば、まずなるほど様の生誕100年以上こそ祝うべきではございませんか。
やめましょう、佐藤さん。時が重すぎて床が抜けます。
いやはや、まさに人生の
You can use the old judge.
ありがたやありがたや。
I don't like the way he nods his head. That 3D
て
is.
しまいましたね。
気軽に明治を振り回すのは控えた方が良さそうです。
それに去年は舞台をやったり、ついにテレビアニメにもなったりね。
That's right. They did have the anime. That was great. The anime was actually pretty good. I enjoyed it. It was a great summary. But you definitely don't get that full Ace Attorney feeling if you don't, unless you don't play the game. Unless you play the game.
一体何のことか。一から説明してもらおう
Two
じゃありません
straight
か。
men displaced the time.
100年の壁は分厚いみたいだな。やっぱり。
ああ、あと今年はあれもありましたね。オーケストラコンサート。なん
There was an first in 9 years. There was an orchestra concert. Oh my god.
あったよね。私泣いちゃったもん。
Two straight men. Oh, straight men. Comedy straight men. That's what confused me.
コンサート？
Concert?
ああ、交響楽団の演奏会ですか。それなら先祖でもわかりますね。
ベートーベン様、モーツァルト様、バッハ様。
Bah.
素敵でございます。
全く読めないけど、納得してくれたみたいだ。
この頃の何でも
バック
漢字で書いちまえって風潮、何だったんだろうね。
確かにね。シェイクスピアがサオだっけ。
じゃあ、なるほどくんは差し詰め
Nico.
だね。
沖縄はやめようか。こっちも老け込んだ気分になるよ。
そしてつい先日、8月3日のことでしたね。大日本帝国国民待望の大逆転裁判2、ついに発売。
I know. 50th anniversary brought to America.
ありがとうございます。
僕たちもしっかり遊ばせてもらいましたよ。
私だってすっかり感動しちゃったもん。
This game was so
そ
good.
うだね。何しろ。
It's like
全ての謎が今解き明かされま
I
す。
feel like the Spirit Justice was really good, but it also had like a lot of loopholes in it. Like, why did they just do this? And it would just solve everything. Like, yeah, it makes sense.
その一言が
But this one, I don't know. It
強烈
like
重
it
圧だったもので。
it felt like that there wasn't plot holes in it, you know?
いろいろあった
I had played Ace Attorney before and everyone just like ripped it apart. And I'm like, damn dude, y'all make me feel bad. But like I genuinely like this one. And the way and the difficulty in the game too wasn't too hard.
お言葉ですが、裁判長のただいまの発言は完全に矛盾しています。
なんですと。
なんですと。
どういうことですか。
実はさっきからずっと気になっていたんですけど、ご先祖様、ある種やけに滑らかに動いてますよね。
あれ、そうかな。
ほら、それです。
確かに。なるほどくん、机を叩くのにパカパカと絵が2コマしかないよ。
ちなみに意義ありはどんな感じですか。
意義あり。意義あり。さすがにそれは嘘でしょう。
とにかくこのパカパカっぷり、僕としてはこっちこそが先祖であり元祖の気分です。
反論できない。
つまりお互いが先祖であり、そして元祖で
That's
ある
funny. That's funny.
それは時空がねじれるのも無理はございませんね。
それではそろそろ閉廷の時間です。
それで
I know, sort of.
僕たちどうやって帰ればいいのですか。21世紀に。
明治の街をブラブラして時間を潰すというのはいかがでしょう。
大帝都東京は華やかですから、100年なんてあっという間ですよ。
どうやら何としてもあの一言を僕に言わせる流れみたいですね。
おお、先祖
That's funny.
それでは逆転裁判のさらなる発展を祈って皆様もご一緒にせーの
Yadi. I'm that kind of nerd. I'm that kind of nerd that says his techniques as I'm doing it in a video game.
それではまたどこかでお会いいたしましょう
Man. Yeah, they definitely stretched out the plot hole because there's that last case was like the only thing that actually mattered in the first game that, you know, tied in with the second game. But besides that being said, thank you. Thank you for being here with me. For those who are here watching on YouTube and you've made it to the very last episode and you decided to listen to all my voice acting and I tried my best and you enjoyed it, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the series, and this is my most beloved series, my most favorite series ever, and I hope Ace Attorney will continue to keep going. For those here on stream, this is hopefully not the end. Well, I mean, let's say for YouTube. For those who are watching on YouTube, I hope this is not the end to the Ace Attorney series. I hope to bring friends and other streamers to a read-along, basically a book club to Ace Attorney, to introduce them and to help them guide their way with this story. It's amazing, Ace Attorney of a game. It really is. I really truly think that this one is the best story, in my opinion. And for those in stream who stuck with me to the very start of it, the 10 hours and 41 minutes, for all these breaks that I had to do, for all the times that we took a break, for the final chapter, I thank you. I thank you for being with me for my favorite series. It really is a good time to know that I could experience this with other people. While I did play Mal Edwards' Investigation myself, I'll have you know that I did those same reactions, even without a stream. And to know that I had people to enjoy it with me as I trickle along in the story of Ace Attorney, I really appreciate it. With that being said, bottom of my heart, I really appreciate that you're here with me for one of my favorite arcs. With that being said, I think I'm going to put down this game for good. Until one day, there's someone who's willing to stand side by side with me and read Ace Attorney with me again. With that being said, thank you so much for being here for stream. And thank you for making it to the very end of this YouTube video. Thank you. For those who are on stream, I'm gonna go raid my friend Cloudy Clouds. She's playing Undertale, and she's doing a 12-hour stream. She's 6 hours in, and she's one of my greatest friends. She's gonna be playing Ace Attorney with us tomorrow, in fact. So, if you're willing to make it again, we're gonna be playing the first Ace Attorney all over again with a ton of my friends. Hopefully, they'll be more intrigued and involved into it, and they'll want to continue on. With that being said, thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys being here tonight. And if you like my content, and if you like my fucking content, dude, my name's Larry Coon. I stream almost every single goddamn day. I got a YouTube, I got a TikTok, I got a Twitter. It's all there, baby. It's in the description. It's in the tweet. Check it out. And I hope to see you guys later. For real. For real though, no more voice acting. I hope to see you guys later. I appreciate your time. Take it easy, everyone. And, bye. I'll catch you later.